Hey everybody, how we doing? We're gonna be doing makeup before stream. Or rather, makeup before the GOP debate. Watched Barbie with my wife tonight for our anniversary. Yo! That sounds great. Hey Salmon Moose, how you doing? Barbie was so good, isn't it though? It's really good. Did you see what I meant by like there's a lot of like gaps regarding the Kens that kind of create problematic messaging. I don't know. It felt short. It did feel short. We do have content tonight. Beefy content. Hey, Soak Cheyenne V, how you doing? Let's get the YouTube chat up and running. Vivek Ramaswamy says dumb shit. Round 2. True. How quickly... Well, yeah, look, they're gonna one-up each other. It's gonna be hilarious. Chris Christie is gonna be like, oh, we just need to finish building the border wall. Then, I don't know, Christie Noam jumps in, is like, well, no, actually, we need to just shoot immigrants, but not the women or children. And then Ron DeSantis is gonna jump in and be like, well, actually, we need to kill the women and children too, and maybe send an expeditionary force to Mexico to prevent more of them from coming. And then Vivek is just gonna come out and be like, yeah, let's glass Mexico. Yeah. It's just gonna be a race to see who can one-up who. It's just gonna be... Invade Mexico! There we go. Bread into toast, where have you been all my life? Howdy. It's a Roro. Hello. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Erica. Hello, GamerG. Hello, Neuron. Hello, Erica. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, the Mana King. How y'all doing, lovelies? Hey, KBS. Hello, Malachi. Forgot to take me out of the toaster? You got a little too toasted? I understand. Sir Flexington the Third, yo! Wow, my art cropped out my second finger, so it just looked like I was giving you the finger. I'm sorry. I've just been sleepy as hell today. Also, can I just say, the current discourse in, like, leftist Twitter is just the worst. It's just the worst. I hate it. Like, if you're gonna have, like, I don't know, non-binary people aren't real trans people takes, like, what are you doing advocacy for, like, trans people? It's terrible. Intrepid Elm, hello, and thank you for jumping over to riverboat.gg. More Benny? No, I think we basically got the gist of the Benny Carollo tanky arc. I mean, to me it's pretty clear when, like, Benny's in bed with, like, the brain dead idiot who came in here and just spammed gender bitch at me for like 5 months straight. You know, when that's happening, like, and then you find out that that guy has a YouTube channel that's just North Korean propaganda that is apparently the source of all of Benny's pro North Korea takes. Yeah, it's not great. Not great. But I think we basically reached the bottom of the barrel on that one. No, today, like, it's I don't know. Do you guys want to go over that while I put on my makeup? I guess we could. New brain dead drama. Well, it's only like worth talking about because it's with people who are like actually doing things in like, you know, getting things done in terms of like activism, you know? Which is disappointing to say the least. Oh, I've seen that guy from Keffel's stream. Lol, he looks like an actual soy clown. Oh, Benny's a woman. Just as a to clarify, Sir Flexington the Third, she's a trans woman. But no, the Jucha Gang guy, he's fucking nuts, dude. He looks blasted out of his mind. What general advice would you give for trans youth? My general advice would be to, you know, prioritize your safety first. And, I guess my advice to trans youth, to, like, give it a bit more, like, seriousness, prioritize your safety. If you're not safe, if you don't feel safe coming out to, like, your parents, find people that you do feel safe coming out to. And also find LGBTQ friendly therapists. They can help a lot. And trust that other trans people have gone through exactly what you're going through now, and they've come out the other side. Because it can be really, really easy to feel like you're all alone. It can be really easy to feel like you're isolated, because you often are, as like a trans youth, you know? But just know that you're not alone. Thousands of people have gone through what you're going through. Oh, you were talking about the Juchigan guy. Okay, sorry. I just... Look, I've seen a lot of, like, transphobia going Benny's way, and the issue is not that she's trans. That really doesn't play into it at all. It's just, her political opinions are bad.
Youth is hide your true power till you are strong enough to crush your enemies.
That too. That's good. That's good advice. Also, thank you for the $5 dono. Don't stand Juche. Yeah, true. The lowest possible bar. Don't stand North Korean propaganda. Keffels is defending it. I haven't seen Keffels defending anything. But yeah, Benny's stance on like gulags and you know, ethnic cleansing in like, you know, Soviet Union and China is really not great. Literally just had a conversation about a Christian college in my state. that the college Democrats is just this queer socialist group because they can't be queer and openly socialist anywhere else. We're gonna bring them into DSA. Neat. Hey, gay Aaron, how you doing? People have been saying like Keffels was defending Brianna Wu being trans medicalist. I don't know that Keffels was doing that per se. Like I looked at the tweets briefly and they didn't come off that way to me. Yeah, like okay, yeah, no. The stuff that Keffels said, right, that I disagree with, right, is when she said, "I've been out as trans for almost 13 years. I guarantee most people outraged by this has a most people outraged by this have a private account somewhere on Twitter where they're saying worse. The real proof trans women are women is how catty they are to each other. Just to clarify, I agree that those DMs aren't good. My point is that it's not okay. Brianna is not that it's okay Brianna said those things. What I'm saying is this mean girl behavior is much more common in private than most people are willing to admit. I've seen little attempt at constructive dialogue today." I agree with that. The mean girl behavior is more common, but also like, man, if you're in a group chat where people are just shitting on other people, like that's a bad group chat. You need better friends. Okay. Um, the other post that I've seen going around is Keffels saying trans medicalist arguments are the only way you can protect the rights of trans people in the courts. Removing concepts like dysphoria that have a basis in medical literature from the discourse and simply making it a matter of self-identification is going to fuck all of us. And, like, to an extent, she's correct there. You know? In the sense that there are going to be arbitrary lines that need to be drawn, right? Like, oh, when do you move a prisoner from a men's prison to a women's prison? Well, that's going to be an arbitrary line, right? Like, what the courts are going to demarcate, oh, they have to have been on hormones for X amount of time, they have to have presented like consistent dysphoria symptoms, etc., etc. That's just kind of the nature of having a bureaucratic state and laws, frankly. As well, and like I think long term a better solution would be to not differentiate as much between men and women and like having these two separate applications of system, but like in the meantime there is going to be that arbitrariness. Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Like, oh god, I need to get this necklace is bothering me a lot. I'm gonna take it off. Yeah, I don't think Keffel's tweets were great on this, right? Like the argument that, oh, well, these are bad, but like so many other people are saying worse, like that's not great, right? Like that's I don't know. Maybe people just shouldn't be saying shitty things. If you're gonna say something shitty about someone, say it publicly. Say it with your full voice. Say it with your chest. Hey, Soci Inertia, right? Like, I don't know. Makeup in, jewelry out. Yeah. Part of the problem is there's like a little knot in the jewelry here, and it's bothering the hell out of me. All right. Brianna's group chat fucking sucks. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Brianna Wu had like a group chat leak. And that group chat leak basically included like trans people mocking Benny and like quoting Silence of the Lambs to talk about how Benny looks, which is pretty fucking disgusting. And Brianna Wu has been pretty active in leftist spaces, especially recently. Were they actually trans people? Yes. Trans people are very, very, very much capable of expressing trans medicalist shit. So, like, again, we just talked about Benny's tankyism and why it's bad for a significant period of time yesterday. So, I don't agree with Benny ideologically. But also, I can say, like, comparing her to Buffalo fucking Bill is gross as fuck. And to be clear, Keffels was not participating in that, okay? Keffels was just commenting on how this is, like, Mean Girl shit. And while a lot of us might find that pretty odious, the fact is, those chats do exist. I've seen some of them. I've left by far, almost all of them that I've ever been invited to. They're gross. But it can be hard to tell them apart based on rhetoric. Well, yeah, that's because trans medicalists can be trans or they can be cis. And also just like we're actually humans, just like everyone else. Yes, trans people can be horrible. Yeah, and there were there was also an awful lot of like anti-non-binary talking about how like pronouns and like non-binary people will destroy the left, as if trans people have the power to like like enact that type of change. Like, again, the people who were going to hate trans people were always going to have plenty of propaganda on their side to hate trans people. Whether that was, like, Chris Chan or, like, insert any number of, like, cringe trans person that exist online. But, like, again, saying that, oh, we need to abandon ideologically the idea of defending non-binary people is ridiculous. Yeah, the fucking pronouns discourse has gone beyond Starfield now. Anyway, there are a lot of people on the left working with Brianna Wu for, like, upcoming stuff. And so that's why this is kind of like a big deal, right? A lot of people surprised by her behavior. Also, the fact that she apologized for some of the comments, but like then immediately retweeted like other people from that group chat talking about how based her comments were, really undermines the entire idea of her apologizing, So much similar things have been said about Keffel. She was just shrugging it off because it's someone she doesn't like. Look, my opinion is Keffels is fine. Brianna Wu's at fault in this situation primarily. And I don't think her apology was very good or very sincere, given how she acted afterwards. And, yeah, I think there are a lot of people who want to give Brianna Wu the benefit of the doubt because she's doing good things broadly for the left at the moment. But, yeah, it's pretty disgusting, and I honestly don't know how that's all going to work out, All this drama is meaningless, IRL. Yeah, the issue is, Gamergy, that there's been a concerted effort to bring people together on, like, the streaming left to make it more of an IRL issue, to basically make online streaming a platform for organizing. and like this is kind of central to all of that. So this could be a point where like all of that gets blown up. So that's kind of the issue there. Yeah, like with the upcoming VidCon panel of like Vosh, Destiny, Emma Vigland, and Brianna Wu, like that's like this weekend, right? Like I don't know, that has the potential to lead to like some really great coordinated organizing stuff. But with this kind of shit hitting the fan right before that, that might be far more difficult to achieve now. Hey, Mithril Mist. I hate this cliquish behavior so much. Well, yeah, like, the click shit is honestly one of the reasons why I don't tend to get super close with other people in the online left. Because, like, I don't know, like, all of this sucks. You know? Like, I'd like to be better friends with people in the online left, but, like, this happens with such regularity that, like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like BreadTube kind of fell into that. You know, basically became one big friend group. And, like, it sucks. It seriously hampered the content. And the quality of their activism. To put it lightly, it's exhausting. Yeah, it's exhausting to, like, see people trying to build stuff and then have shit like this come out. One of the other things I've been seeing is people acting like Brianna's texts are the source of the criticisms Benny has been getting. It's driving me nuts. Yeah, no, Benny deserves every single criticism related to her political stances regarding like North Korea, China, and the USSR. Okay, all of the tanky shit applies to in perpetuity. Okay, but that's not, like, people aren't criticizing Benny because of what Brianna Wu said. It's just not the case. You're gonna watch the Republican debate tonight? Yep. Can someone get me the link to that on Rumble, by the way? While I'm doing my makeup? I should have had it prepped, and I just forgot to do that. Sorry. Whew! Alright. Ah, Intrepid Elm. One step ahead. Excellent.
The state of Ohio was completely devastated for many years by the drug crisis.
Intrepid Elm, already joining the riverboat.gg chat and instantly becoming extraordinarily useful. Wonderful. Wait, are you, Dr. Robotnik, were you saying if Keffels had a history of making racist comments? Because I looked into that a while ago, and I honestly couldn't find anything that was, like, that stuck out to me. Like, it seemed like the origin of a lot of the, oh, Keffels is a racist posts were, like, her talking about liking noodles. And, like, a beef between her and, like, a lady who made a lady who criticized a white lady for making a cookbook about noodles. Like that's the origin of like Keffels is racist, and honestly it's weak as fuck. Okay, eyebrows, eyes, and we'll be good to go. Countdown to the debate. Can I do it? Can I do it in only a couple minutes, chat? I think I can. That is not the correct screen. That's what I get for not checking this. There we go. Also, hello. What the hell? Alright, whatever. We'll just go with this. And Twitch C-SPAN guy? Damn! I'm sad that I know that is, I'm really important. Also, yes, subs and donos, very much appreciated.
Back from Florida caused there is too much crime. I told her about the Florida man meme before she went. It's so good to say I told you so.
Oof, eyebrows wonky. Eh, good enough.
Stands a monument to one of the most beloved leaders in our nation's history, Ronald Reagan. The Gipper,
Oh, great.
the great communicator, America's 40th commander-in-chief. He railed against big government.
The 9 most
Salmon
terrifying
Moose!
words in the English
Eyebrows
language are,
wonky boo boo.
I'm from the government and I'm here to
Yeah.
help.
And sought peace through strength.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
40 years
Let's
after
go.
Reagan's landslide re-election, the Republican Party
Flip the
faces
picture.
critical questions.
Good idea.
What does it mean to be a conservative?
We fight for the truth.
We are
Flip. There we go.
not going to worry about what the left and the media say about us.
What is the key to a thriving economy?
What the hell, dude?
It's innovation, not regulation.
America could do for anyone what she's done for me.
We will stop the spending. We will stop the borrowing. We will stop the earmarks.
What is America's role in the world?
We need to build a military.
Okay, we're gonna do this real quick. Boom.
To chart a new path to the grand old party.
Come on, dude. Rumble. Why are you doing this to me?
Now is the time for choosing.
Welcome to the second Republican debate of the
What the hell?
day, California. We're inside the spectacular Air Force One pavilion, where the stage is set for a showdown. I'm Stuart Varney of Fox Business, and I am thrilled to be sitting alongside my
Bissell
co-moderators, Fox News
Enjoy
Channel Dana
smiling
Perino
face.
Thank you
and
for the 2
Ilya
gifted 2 and subs.
Univision.
Good evening. Thank you, Stuart. President Reagan famously described America as a shining city on a hill. And tonight, 7 candidates will make the case they should be the one to lead that city into a brighter tomorrow. But first, they have to convince you, the voter. Please allow me to welcome our Spanish-speaking audience. Muy buenas noches a todos. Desde la Biblioteca Presidencial Ronald Reagan, los precandidatos republicanos también buscan su voto para las primarias del partido. Bienvenidos.
And good evening. So let's meet the candidates who have qualified and chosen to be on this stage tonight. They are positioned by the order they rank in the polls, with the highest polling candidate in the middle. Standing center stage, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Flanking the governor, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Next is South Carolina Senator Tim Scott and former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
On the wings tonight, former Vice President Mike Pence and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
We have questions on a wide variety of issues important to primary voters. Candidates get 1 minute to answer and 30 seconds to respond if singled out. When their time runs out, we'll all hear this. We have a lot of ground to cover, so please keep it civilized.
Let's get going. We are in this spacious, sunny place tonight, designed to reflect the very nature and character of Ronald Reagan. It's a place that makes you proud to be an American. Yet today our nation is drowning in division and incivility.
Voters say they dread the 2024 election and find politics exhausting. 2 in 3 Americans think the country is on the wrong track.
Hey,
and
Saint
3
Dharma.
in 4 say the economy is not in good shape.
Prices are up 18% since 2020. More than half of the U.S. population has little access to childcare. 85% of Americans say their personal finances are a source of stress.
Americans want to believe a leader who says,
Why is it backward? It's because Content ID has a harder time with flipped images.
you can follow me. I've got you. Don't worry. President Biden is trying to do that with Bidenomics.
And yesterday, he joined the picket lines where auto workers are demanding more wages and job security. Senator Scott, you recently reacted by praising Ronald Reagan for firing air traffic controllers in the 1980s, saying, "You strike, you're fired." Would you fire thousands of striking auto workers today, Senator?
Obviously, the President of the United States cannot fire anybody in the private sector. However, we should look back at the first bill in Congress under Joe Biden. The first bill had $86 billion for the union pensions because they continue to overpromise yet underdeliver. One of the challenges that we have in the current negotiations is that they want 4-day French work weeks, but more money. They want more benefits, working fewer hours. That is simply not going to stand. I sat in a finance
By the way, I love that he's like,
when a widow came before the committee who was promised pensions from the unions.
Bro, this has nothing to do with
$4,000 a
you.
month. Unfortunately, it had been cut to $1,000 a month. We must make sure that we honor the commitments that we make, and one of the ways that we do that, do not overpromise and then underdeliver and leave the taxpayers on the hook. I'll say this, Joe Biden should not be on the picket line. He should be on the southern border working to close our southern border.
Alternatively, companies should honor their promises to their workers, which auto manufacturers categorically did not. They said that they were going to return to status quo when making cuts during the pandemic, and they never did because they saw it as an opportunity to permanently cut wages for their workers.
Because it is unsafe, wide open, and insecure, leading to the deaths of 70,000 Americans in the last 12 months because of fentanyl. It is devastating. Every county in America is now a border county because fentanyl has devastated Americans in every single state. I will also say 6 million illegal crossings since Joe Biden has taken office. And he eliminated Title 42. The one thing he should do is finish the wall, reinstate Title 42, and get the job done.
Well, I can promise you that we are going to have a lot of questions on the border and immigration. But in the meantime, we do want to talk about the economy and jobs.
I promise that we'll talk about the border, but nobody asked about that right now, sir.
And especially want to talk about this strike for just a moment more. Mr. Ramaswamy, you've said you really empathize with the strikers. You're standing next to Senator Scott. And do you agree with what he said, or do you think he's wrong?
I agree with some of what he said, for sure. I like the spirit of it. I'll say that I don't have a lot of patience for the union bosses. I think that's where he and I actually have a common view. I do have a lot of sympathy for the workers, however. People are going through real hardship in this country. I've been through hardship growing up. My father stared down layoffs at GE under Jack Welch's tenure at the GE plant in Evendale, Ohio. My mom had to work overtime in nursing homes in Southwest Ohio to make ends meet and pay off our home loan. So I understand that hardship is not a choice. But victimhood is a choice, and we choose to be victorious in the United States of America. You know what, if I was giving advice to those workers, I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C.
Yes, because as we all know, the president is the person who sets the wages for the auto workers. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. Yep.
That's really where the protest needs to be. Disastrous economic policies that have driven up prices, that have driven up interest rates and mortgage rates, at the same time wages remaining stagnant. What we need...
I wonder who's responsible for the wages remaining stagnant, Vivek. Rhymes with cake. I wonder.
...is to deliver economic growth in this country. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy, put people back to work.
We should embrace nuclear.
Paying them more money to stay at home, stabilize the U.S. dollar itself, and rescind a majority of those unconstitutional federal regulations that are hampering our economy. That is how we unleash American exceptionalism. And that's not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is an American vision that we embrace economic growth, and capitalism is still the best system known to man to lift us up from poverty, and we should not apologize for it. That's what...
At least until more people hear about socialism. Am I right, Vivek? The cake?
What it means to be an American.
More like Vivek, let them eat cake. Boom, nailed it.
Together, the CEOs of General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis make 336 times the number of number of rank-and-file workers. That's just part of a wider income inequality trend in the country.
Very
the
knifey, Doug.
richest
Thank you for gifting a
1%
sub.
now controls 1/5 of all income. Vice President Pence, last week you said you side with American workers, but you also support how these companies operate. Which is it?
Well, thank you for the question. I want to thank Univision and Fox Business for assembling such a wonderful forum. Look, I do disagree with something Tim Scott just said. Joe Biden doesn't belong on a picket line. He belongs on the unemployment line.
Oh, damn.
I mean, look, I'm from the second leading
He
manufacturing
spent
state
so
in the country
long
per capita.
practicing that
I was
one.
governor of the state of Indiana. We brought 12,000 factories back to America during our administration. I know something about manufacturing. And I got to tell you, while the union bosses are talking about class warfare and talking about disparity
Mike Pence is just happy to be
in
there.
wages, I have to tell you, I really believe what's driving that is
BCC
Bidenomics has
TV.
failed. Wages are not keeping up with inflation. Auto workers and all American workers are feeling it.
I have to emphasize the question. Who are the people in charge of the wages keeping up with inflation? The people who are currently racking in record profits in the billions of dollars? Oh man, that's crazy, dog. I wonder who. Who could it be?
Families are struggling in this economy. And Joe Biden's Green New Deal agenda is good for Beijing and bad for Detroit. We ought to repeal the Green New Deal, get rid of the mandates and subsidies that are driving American gasoline, automotive manufacturing into the graveyard. And beyond that also, as president...
Wait. Is his implication here that China is exporting cars to America? Because last I checked, that's really not a viable thing to do because we prevent foreign cars from really being sold here with massive tariffs.
President of the United States, I'll be standing with workers all across America, and I'll be standing for the right to work of every American to join a union or not join a union as they decide.
Senator Scott, you were mentioned. Will you care to respond?
There's no doubt that Joe Biden needs to be fired. That's why I'm running for president. I look forward to being the next president of the United States. I will also say, I know America can do for anyone what she's done for me. It's why we're focusing on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting the America we all love. Growing up in a single-parent household, I wondered if the American dream would work for a kid in the inner city. I've got good news for every single child. Whether you're in the inner cities of Chicago or the rural parts of Iowa, America and the dream, it is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. God bless these United States of America.
Governor Haley, you raise your hand.
Man, finally all of those inner city kids will be thrilled to know that nothing fundamentally has changed and they're still economically just trapped in the gutter.
I think we need to look at exactly what happened. Biden showed up on that picket line, but why are those workers actually there? It's because of all of the spending that he has pushed through in the economy that's raised the inflation. So when you look at the fact that we are paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, $7,000 more a year for families, what we need to do is I came out with an economic plan. Eliminate the gas and diesel tax so that they have more money in their pocket. Let's focus on going after middle America and cutting taxes for middle America and collapsing those brackets. Let's get rid of unfair distortions like the state and local tax that they give to wealthy people in blue states and paid by red states. And let's make sure we make the small business taxes permanent. They only made those temporary. They made the corporate taxes permanent. Let's focus on what it takes to get more cash in the pockets of workers. That's when we'll be able to deal with strikes like this, not sitting on a picket line like Joe Biden is.
I love how they're all attacking him for going to the picket line and fighting for wage increases for working Americans. This is actually incredible. all of them are basically being like, I can't believe that lazy, good-for-nothing Joe Biden is just sitting on the picket line. As if, like, that has no historical significance, as if him advocating for workers to be paid more is a bad thing, while trying simultaneously to spin it as if, like, he's like the devil for advocating workers be paid more. It's honestly incredible.
Thank you, Governor Haley. We have other questions to get to about economy. Allow me to.
I just have to. I'm sorry.
Allow me to.
I'm sorry. I have to jump in because we're missing the point, and every other network is missing the point. The reason why people are striking in Detroit,
I forgot about this guy,
is because Joe Biden's interference with capital markets and with free markets. The subsidies, we're subsidizing the automakers and we're subsidizing the cars, and a particular kind of car, not every car. We're subsidizing electric vehicles. And when you decide that we're going to take all of your taxpayer monies, take $1 billion, subsidize a certain type of vehicle, and the batteries come from China, China controls...
Wait, we currently subsidize the fossil fuel industry, bruh. What are you talking about? We're subsidizing. You're scaremongering about us buying like batteries when we have like literal gigafactories manufacturing car batteries in the United States. But like, meanwhile, the billions upon billions upon billions that get sent to the Saudi Arabian government, which again is a monarchy. Nothing needs to be said about that. Nothing needs to be said about that. Nothing needs to be said about how the American government and taxpayer dollars bailed out auto manufacturers, and now they are making billions upon billions of dollars in profit at the expense of their workers. No. It's oh, well, you know, if we spend some money on not spewing toxic fumes into the atmosphere, that's a step too far, because China might sell us some things.
85% of the rare earth minerals, they're called rare earth because they're measured in parts per million. China is moving 100,000 pounds of earth in Indonesia, in Africa. They're literally destroying the planet so that they can make a battery that's in a car subsidized.
Wait, is that true, Bluestone? Did we just discover like the world's largest supply of lithium in Nevada? Lithium, Nevada. Because that'd be pretty cool. News. Oh wow, yeah. Like two weeks ago. Lithium discovery in crater in Nevada could be biggest deposit ever found. That's pretty cool. The caldera reserves, the McDermott caldera reserves are almost 700% larger, 400 million metric tons, 13 million more than the known reserves of every lithium-producing mine on Earth. Holy moly. Okay, well that's pretty cool. Good job, America.
Here, that's why they're striking, because they need 2/3 less workers to build an electric car.
Oh, so I'm sorry. The inverted screen did not help you there. I'm so sorry.
Joe Biden. This strike is at Joe Biden's feet.
We're going to keep the topic of economy, but allow me to follow question to Governor Christie. The government will shut down if Congress does not reach a deal by the end of this week. Vice President Pence warns that politics of, quote, Trump's populist proteges, like Mr. Ramaswamy, are a road to ruin for the GOP. If the government shuts down, should voters blame populist Republicans?
Voters should blame everybody who's in Washington, D.C.
But especially the Republicans.
They get sent down there to do the job, and they've been failing at doing the job for a very long time. And let's be honest about this with the voters. You know, during the Trump administration, they added $7 trillion. $7 trillion in national debt. And now the Biden administration has put another $5 trillion on and counting. They have failed, and they're in the spot they're in now because none of them are willing to tell the truth. None of them are willing to take on the difficult issues. They just want to keep kicking the can down the road. And the inflation that Nikki spoke about is absolutely right, and it's caused by government spending. And that's why people all across this country are suffering tonight. And yet we don't get any answers because Joe Biden hides in his basement and won't answer as to why he's raising the debt the way he's done. And Donald Trump hides behind the walls of his golf clubs and won't show up here to answer questions like all the rest of us are up here to answer. He put $7 trillion on the debt. He should be in this room to answer those questions for the people you talk about who are suffering. And if the government closes, it's the blame. It is to the blame of everyone in Washington, D.C., who has failed to do their job and just plays to the grandstand.
The next question is for Governor DeSantis.
They are so mad.
Here's how we get it done.
Look at you can see him smugly smiling and sitting back on the podium while like 5 people talk at once. That was, you know what, I'm here for Chris Christie lobbing Molotov cocktails into this debate, honestly.
We must find a way.
Can we please respect the time?
We can get it done.
Governor DeSantis, you haven't spoken.
Yes, he is blaming Biden for not coming to the Republican debate. He is doing that, yeah.
Please.
The people in Washington are shutting down the American dream with their reckless behavior. They borrowed, they printed, they spent, and now you're paying more for everything. They are the reason for that. They have shut down our national sovereignty by allowing our border to be wide open. So please spare me the crocodile tears for these people. They need to change what's going on. And where's Joe Biden? He's completely missing in action from leadership. And you know who else is missing in action? Donald Trump is missing in action. He should be on this stage
shots
tonight.
fired.
He owes it to you to defend his record where they added $7.8 trillion to the debt. That set the stage for the inflation that we have now. I can tell you this is
Okay, very clearly one of his advisors told him he needed to be more aggressive on Trump this time. Last time they were all afraid to take punches at Trump. I think this might change. This might signal the change here.
Governor of Florida, we cut taxes, we ran surpluses, we've paid down over 25% of our state debt, and I vetoed wasteful spending when it came to my desk. And as your president, when they send me a bloating spending bill that's going to cause your prices to go up, I'm going to take out this veto pen and I'm going to send it right back to them.
Did he bring a prop?
I just want to address that.
Did he bring a fucking prop? That's amazing.
Question that is on the minds of a lot of moms and dads and Americans, and I know that you've been thinking about it because childcare costs, they are up. They're topping $10,000 per month. Some families are spending up to half of their income on childcare, and they're having to decide, is it worth it for me to work, or does it not make sense for me financially?
They get pens and paper for notes.
In 3 days, the billions of dollars in pandemic-era funding is going to end, and 70,000
That's less fun than he
daycares
brought a prop.
could close. So you had an effort to broaden eligibility for child care assistance. That fell apart last year. And for the moms and dads out there who are worried, what can you tell them if you weren't able to get it through the Congress? How could you do it as president?
Certainly one of the things I did as a member of Congress was to make sure that we protected the Head Start programs around the country, giving people the opportunity to pick and choose the place that they send their children. The challenges that we see today under the Biden administration is that the cost for daycare has gone over $15,000 per child. In the Build Back Broker plan, he called it a Build Back Better plan, it was going up to
Damn. Good line, Tim Scott. You got him.
$29,000. The way we fix that problem is to make sure that we actually cut taxes and give more Americans their money back. When I helped write the tax cut.
What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tim. Who is making so much money and struggling to make ends meet with childcare that they're going to save $29,000 in tax cuts? What are you talking about? That's not a thing that helps any working person.
Cuts and Jobs Act, we actually lowered a single mother's taxes by 70% on the federal level. For dual income households by 60%. Then we went a step further. We doubled the child tax credit and made it refundable. By doing that, more parents had more resources to make the decisions how to take care of their family. The one thing we should do is let the American people keep their money. When that happens, the greatest opportunities rise from the ashes.
That doesn't help them afford childcare. That doesn't solve the problem of ballooning costs for childcare, Tim.
We're giving you 15 seconds. Go ahead, and then we're going to the border.
Ilya mischaracterized a part of my view. I think this artificial division is unhelpful in our party. The real divide is not between the Republicans on this stage. And in the Reagan Library, I want to say these are good people on this stage. The real divide is between the majority of us in this country who love the United States of America and share our founding ideals. Free speech, meritocracy, the idea you get ahead in this country, not in the color of your skin.
Yeah, that dude's raising his hand to be called on.
And the fringe minority in the Democrat Party that has a chokehold over that party. That's the real divide. Right. So this populist versus classical debate is artificial.
Ilya?
We need to unite this party.
Can I speak about the administration?
We are going to talk about immigration and the border.
Child care. We have
I think we're going to go on. You have to. We have all these questions. We're going to get to you. We're going to come back to you. There's a lot of time.
They're not. You need to throw yourself in there, bud.
In North Dakota, we knew that the cliff was coming. We knew that there was going to be millions of people without it. And so guess what? We planned.
Okay.
And when we passed legislation because child care.
We will get you some questions, but you're going to have to let us move on.
Let him speak.
Child care is
he needs to feed his children.
In 1984.
How will he ever get the appointment he needs in the Trump administration if he's not allowed to speak in this debate?
President Ronald Reagan said the following.
The idea of amnesty for those who have put down roots and who have lived here, even though some time back they may have entered illegally.
2 years later, President Reagan granted amnesty to nearly 3 million immigrants, something no Democrat or Republican president has done since. Governor Christie, as governor of a non-border state in 2010, you supported a path to citizenship. But when you ran for president in 2016, you flipped, saying immigrants should be tracked like FedEx packages. Where do you stand now on a path to citizenship for 11 million of undocumented immigrants?
Well, the problem is that since no one has done anything since we first had this discussion 13 years ago, we're not in a position to be able to do any of that anymore. What we have to do now is first treat this like the law enforcement problem it is. Our laws are being broken every day at the southern border, every day. And Joe Biden...
And as we all know from our history lessons, Operation Wetback was a huge success, and that's why, under the Christie administration, we'd be doing Operation Wetback 2, Electric Boogaloo.
And his crew is doing nothing about enforcing that law. They are letting it go, and by the way, they announced during the presidential race they were going to let it go. And
fuck Reagan.
We need to have a president who acts like I did as governor, enforce the law, first and foremost. And that means what I'll do on day one is sign an executive order to send the National Guard to partner with Customs and Border Patrol to make sure that we stop the flow of fentanyl over the border, but also to make sure that we send a much different message. We want you here in this country to fill the 6 million vacant jobs we have, but only if you come here to follow the law. And
dude, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? Chris Christie is going to start this off by saying, "Oh, we just need to build the wall and enforce the border," and that's exactly what he's saying. I'm so excited to see if my prediction of which of these clowns escalates from here is going to be like spot on. I think I nailed it, but let's see.
And only if you come here legally. If you come here illegally, we will apprehend you and we will send you back across the border from which you came. And the fact is that until we set a law and order agenda in this country, not only now but in the future, we won't be able to continue this. And I'll tell you this. Donald Trump failed on this as well. He said he was going to build a wall across the whole border. He built 52 miles of wall and said Mexico would pay for it. Guess what? I think if Mexico knew that he was only going to build 52 miles, they might have paid for the 52 miles.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, Governor Haley. Most illegal immigrants are coming from countries south of the border. You've seen the Fox News drone. It's captured this steady stream of people coming into the country on a daily basis. In fact, I believe we have a live picture of it tonight. That is happening right now, live. In the last decade, the U.S. has spent nearly $55 billion to address the root causes of migration.
You know what we really need to spice up this debate? Live footage of people being deported for the crime of trying to come to America to work in our country.
But crime, poverty, and corruption, they persist, and the number of migrants is only growing. Are we wasting our money?
Well, what happens is when Joe Biden waved the green flag, it told everybody to come. And now we've seen 6 million people cross the border. We've had more fentanyl that have killed Americans in the Iraq, Vietnam, or Afghanistan wars combined. We need to make sure that we are a country of laws. The second we stop being a country of laws, we give up everything this country was founded on. So we have to secure the border. The way we do that is, first of all, defund sanctuary cities. You see what's happening in Philadelphia right now. It's got to stop. We need to make sure we put 25,000.
What's happening in Philadelphia? Just Philadelphia Sanctuary City news. Oh, the horror. The immigrant communities are welcome here. Philly stands strong on sanctuary as Governor Abbott sends buses from Texas. Okay, so Texas literally bussed undocumented immigrants to Philadelphia to be assholes.
Yeah, get rid of the immigrants. Florida did, and look how well they're going.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so basically they're like, oh, everything's terrible in Philly, and Philly's like, yeah, send more of them, please.
1,000 more Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. I spent 400 miles down that border, and I'm telling you, Border Patrol agents aren't allowed to do their job. Let's go back to remain in Mexico policy. Instead of catch and release, let's go to catch and deport.
What about what about the aid that federal taxpayers are paying to deal with the root causes? It's not working?
The only aid that we should be spending right now is to secure the border, the southern border, the northern border, period.
You would cut
we
off
need
aid
to
to the
keep
region?
Americans safe, and right now Americans are not safe. Only when we fix the immigration system, only when we get the border secure, should we ever look at putting any more money into this. Our money should be about keeping Americans safe. We're not doing that. Joe Biden's not doing that. And you mentioned Congress and shutting down government.
Yeah, look, Nikki Haley is really concerned about the waves of Canadian immigrants that are coming through the northern border, okay? We need to cut off aid to Ukraine to finally lock down those maple syrup swilling herds, okay, who keep coming down here with their Steven Crowders and their Justin Biebers. There we go, nailed it. Managed to think of 2 Canadians.
Make it clear, we have to change the budget process in 4 years.
And their Jordan Petersons and their shows like Bones that are probably filmed up in Canada for tax reasons.
In 40 years, Congress has only delivered a budget on time 4 times in 40 years.
Right.
If they don't keep the government open, they should not get paid. No pay, no budget. That's the way we should have.
Governor DeSantis,
oh, come on.
DeSantis, we have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, China invested $12 billion in Latin America just last year. They signed a strategic...
Also, do you guys think that when these people say, oh, we're sending so much monetary aid to Ukraine, do they not realize that, like, the aid that's being sent to Ukraine isn't just, like, money? Like, it's military equipment valued at, like, X amount of money. Like, it doesn't translate to like, oh man, we could just, yeah, let's just spend these armored personnel carriers like their money. No, that's not how that works.
Partnerships with 7 countries, including Mexico. And China's military ties to the region now include arms sales and training exercises. Are you comfortable with China deepening ties with our southern neighbors?
Of course not. And the reason why we're in this
Hey,
mess
boiled
is
peanuts.
because elites in D.C. for far too long have chosen surrender over strength when it comes to the CCP. Some people in our country got rich, our industrial base got hollowed out, and they have been able to build the second most powerful military in the entire world. We need a totally new approach to China. We are going to have real hard power in the Indo-Pacific, like Reagan, to deter their ambitions. We're going to have economic independence from China, where we're decoupling our economy.
Good luck. Good luck with that one. My man over here probably wearing like 5 things manufactured in China right now.
And we are going to go after the cultural power they have in this country. As governor of Florida, I banned the CCP from buying land in our state. We should do that all across these United States. We shouldn't have them in our universities. We shouldn't have Confucius institutes. So you see a country in decline, our power's in decline. China's going to surpass us this decade, and if they do that, that's going to affect every single American household. As your president, I am
Just Exo, thank you for coming all the way from YouTube to say that I'm pretty. I appreciate it.
not going to let that happen. I'm going to reverse this country's decline. We are going to choose strength, not surrender when it comes to the CCP.
America is not a country in decline. Under Joe Biden, we are a country in retreat.
You propose, quote, universal deportation for all undocumented immigrants and their children, even if the children are citizens of the United States. Under what legal premise would you expel U.S. citizens?
So the first thing I want to say is I agree with everything the Republicans on this.
Oh my God! Wait, I didn't know that quote from Vivek. Deport the children of undocumented immigrants, even if they legally count as American citizens. He's asked that question, and he's like, first of all, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm going to filibuster that until you got to move on. Time to go.
Stage are on the right side of this issue. Militarize the southern border, stop funding sanctuary cities, and end foreign aid to Mexico and Central America to end the incentives to come across.
Wait, what? End any foreign aid we're sending to Mexico or Latin America? How would that end incentives to come across the border at all? It just makes things shittier in their home countries, which incentivizes them to come here.
But I do go a step further. You're right about that, Ilya. I favor ending birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants in this country. Now, the left will howl about the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. The difference between me and them is I've actually read the 14th Amendment. What it says is that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the laws and jurisdiction thereof are citizens. So nobody believes that the kid of a Mexican diplomat in this country enjoys birthright citizenship. Not a judge or legal scholar in this country will disagree with me on that.
What? Well, wait, no, they absolutely would. If that kid was born in the United States, it would have citizenship. If like that diplomat gives birth at an American hospital on American soil, they're an American citizen. What? Come on, dude. Bro, there is no point in the Constitution where people are like, yeah, you're a citizen if you're born here. Unless, no, it's just if you're born here. That's what birthright citizenship is. And like what you're proposing is just getting rid of that as a concept and creating a new legal framework to determine who is and is not a citizen. Again, and I need to be clear, I know we laugh at Vivek Ramaswamy, but he is a fascist. You know, this is like, you know, the idea that, oh, well, we need to restrict voters. You know, it starts with, oh, undocumented, the children of undocumented immigrants. Then it goes to, you know, maybe certain minority groups shouldn't vote. You know, maybe people without land shouldn't be able to vote. And then you're like, well, you know, fundamentally, women shouldn't be able to vote either because back in the day, the Constitution was designed for white men who owned land. And like, you know, it can be rolled all the way back. No. We live in a democracy, sir. And in a democracy, people born here get a say in how we run things here. When they live here and vote here. That's how that works. Sounds like a great way to create stateless persons. Yeah, and if you create enough stateless persons, well, since they don't have a state, they don't have any protections, and you can do what you want with them.
Well, if the kid of a Mexican diplomat doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, then neither does the kid of an illegal migrant who broke the law to come here. And as the father of 2 sons, it is hard for me to look them in the eye and say, you have to follow the law when our own government fails to follow its own laws. That's how we really go the distance and solve this problem and restore the rule of law in the United States of America, because that is part of what it even means to be an American.
Senator Scott, you oppose ending.
But also, generally speaking, like when he's talking about like the children of diplomats, like there are like certain exceptions for certain children of certain diplomats because they are here acting as agents of their state, so they are under their state's jurisdiction, like, and their embassy, you know, et cetera, have like special rules. But generally speaking, nah, if you're like a Canadian couple in America on a holiday and your child gets born in the United States, that child has citizenship in the United States. That's generally how it works. That's fine.
Birthright citizenship. What does Mr. Ramaswamy have wrong on that issue?
Yeah, there's no doubt the fact that when you think of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it was certainly written as it relates to slavery, not as it relates to illegal immigration. It's been applied to illegal immigration. So the challenge that we face is, in fact, one that has to do with whether or not the people that come here are under the jurisdiction of our laws. And frankly, if you come here illegally, you are not. Now,
oh. Okay, so if you come here illegal, you're not under the jurisdiction of the laws of America. Just pausing real quick to point out how insane this is, right? Like, oh, okay, so undocumented immigrants who come here aren't under the jurisdiction of the United States laws. Oh, does that mean undocumented immigrants can just, like, murder people? And then, like, if they get arrested and brought into court, they can be like, sorry, judge, I'm not a citizen of the United States. And the judge just has to go, damn, well played, sir. I was about to throw you in prison for life, but you know what? You're an undocumented immigrant. You basically have diplomatic immunity. Time to do crimes. Yeah, time. You know, the undocumented immigrants are just running around doing Mad Max end of the world apocalypse shit. These fucks would argue they already do murder. Well, yeah, but none of these people would say that if an undocumented immigrant murders an American citizen, they shouldn't be prosecuted because they're not under the jurisdiction of American law.
Surviving a Supreme Court argument is something I can't tell you. But from a perspective of the Constitution, I think it's simple, that clearly it was designed for slavery and not for illegal immigration. I'll go one step further, though. When we have a conversation about the things that are happening on this stage, we think about the fact that Vivek just said we were all good people, and I appreciate that, because last debate, he said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well. It's not nonsense.
So look, here's what I want to respond. These are good.
I can't believe Tim Scott just made a question about whether or not we should have birthright citizenship into, but you're taking money from the Chinese Communist Party. Like, what? Yo, the amount of, like, mental gymnastics going on right now is incredible. This is my Olympics right here.
People who are tainted by a broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's involved.
Some of us are tainted.
Excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting. While I'm speaking.
Well, you said bought and paid for.
If I may finish.
Ooh, gotta love the hog-on-hog violence.
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have
a focus on the issues that matter.
Between
we know we
Vivek and
do business in China. Everybody knows.
Chris Christie's face over here, kind of like in his like a sassy little like oh, just like a sassy little
If I may
focus
address
on holding Joe Biden accountable. That's what we need to be
I
focusing
actually agree
on.
with Ron
When everybody
DeSantis.
speaks at the same time, no one can understand your
Exactly.
message.
So if I may, I agree with Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next
right
company,
before you ran for
Strive, right when it, no, that's years ago. Right when I started my next company.
But again, always worth noting that Vivek Ramaswamy became as wealthy as he is by basically doing a pump and dump on speculation around an Alzheimer's drug that he realized was not going to work. And so he just sold all of his shares right before the ineffectiveness of the drug became public knowledge.
Strive to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me. To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
I think you have more than time to explain your point.
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe these are good people, but I do not believe in these. We're sitting here in the Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in
did
the
not think it
honor
was
of
midnight
Ronald
in
Reagan's
America.
library. If I may, from one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another. From one
Fight.
admirer of Reagan to another, we
Did you not
cannot
do
sit
deals
here
with the
and
CCP
violate
4 years
Reagan's
ago?
11th
This isn't
commandment.
productive.
I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy.
I feel like if you pushed Vivek like this for like another 2 minutes, he'd start throwing fists. I want a fist fight in this debate. Let's go.
Understand what's going on.
Let us have a policy debate.
Let's have about their records.
Let's have a policy debate. And the right answer is we need to declare independence from China.
Thank you very
and I will
much.
see that through.
Vice President Pence, in 2017, the Trump-Pence administration canceled DACA, which put the legal status of 600,000 Dreamers in the hands of the courts. Dreamers work and they pay taxes. As president, if the Supreme Court
Urban
ends
barbarian,
DACA, would you work with Congress to reach a permanent solution for Dreamers?
Well, first, let me say I'm glad Vivek pulled out of his business deal in 2018 in China. That must have been about the time you decided to start voting in presidential elections. So we're nice to have you participating in elections. So let me speak to this issue. Number one,
I do really enjoy how they have all just collectively decided to shit on Vivek.
I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy with the Mexican government. We used economic power to bring the Mexican government to the table. We built hundreds of miles of border wall, and despite what's said here today, we reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. And as President of the United States, I can do it again. And the truth is we need to fix a broken immigration system, and I'll do that as well. But first and foremost, a nation without borders is not a nation. And we have to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I know how to do it, and we will do it again. Let me say one other thing about China. Let me say one other thing about China.
Would you negotiate with Congress to give a solution to the problem that Dreamers have right now? They are on a limbo.
Well, let me tell you, I served in Congress for 12 years, although it seemed longer. But, you know, something I've done different than everybody on this stage is I've actually secured reform in Congress. You know, Ron, you talk a really good game about cutting spending, but you've increased spending in Florida by 30%. When I was a member of Congress in 2006, right after Hurricane Katrina, Dana, you remember it.
I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of Mike Pence coming in with the steel chair in the most boring possible way.
We stood our ground. I led House conservatives. We cut $100 billion out of the federal budget. It can be done, but as I said in the last debate, I'll say again, this is no time for on-the-job training. I'm going to be ready on day one to get Congress to step up, secure the southern border of the United States, build a military fitted to our times, and we're going to get spending in Washington, D.C. under control once and for all.
And as we all know, once we control the southern border, the Canadians will come for our northern border with their maple syrup laced with fentanyl. And soon you'll be seeing stories about cops putting maple syrup on their donuts in the morning, only to realize they've been poisoned. Poisoned with the drug known as fentanyl.
Other side of this break, and I propose to go to a break. How will these candidates make America safer as rising crime plagues our cities? Debate night continues in moments.
Debate night, baby. Yeah, the maple donuts.
Do you trust our government and where the economy is heading?
Oh, I
Does the
forgot.
thought of losing your hard-earned
I forgot about the far right ads that they run during this. This is gonna be great.
Smart Americans are taking action while they still can by reaching out to Birch Gold Group. For
Have
over
you ever
20 years,
considered
Birch
investing in
Has
gold?
helped concerned Americans protect
We'll
their
help you
futures
bury it in
by
your
moving part of
backyard.
an existing IRA or 401k into a physical gold IRA. Because when things are a mess,
Oh my
like
God,
right
dude.
now, Americans turn to gold. With an A+ rating,
Have you
with the Better
considered
Business Bureau,
investing in
and
gold
thousands of happy
doubloons?
customers,
We'll help you.
Birch Gold
Live
is
like
the
a pirate
trusted
in the
leader in gold.
18
They're
in
busier
the
than ever,
1810s.
because people are taking control of their savings away from the government and into their own hands. Text the word NOW to the number 989898 to get a free info kit on gold.
Have you ever wanted to live like Scrooge McDuck? We'll help you fulfill those dreams. And then you'll also have the money to pay your medical bills from attempting to dive into a pool of solid gold.
There's no pressure and no obligation, just information. So get your no-cost info kit now. Text NOW to 989898.
Also, chat, if you are enjoying the stream, please hit the like button. Especially over on YouTube, hit the like button. Please subscribe and consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch. I'd very, very much appreciate it. And if you're enjoying the chat and want to be in the on-screen chat, you can come over to riverboat.gg. And if you are enjoying the stream, again, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what actually helps to keep me alive. So please, please consider doing that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Wait, was this the 9/11 coffee ad?
You're looking at the World Trade Center. We understand that
It's the 9/11 coffee ad! Do you remember 9/11? Do you remember when we invaded Iraq and Afghanistan? Buy our coffee. This is a fucking ad for coffee, dude. It's for the Black Rifle Coffee Company. Dude. Dude. Rumble Cloud. Soldiers don't carry a flag on their backs. You do if you're a patriot, Gamer G. Honestly, more companies need to use 9/11 to sell their products. Do you remember 9/11? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Remember when you were eating them as a comfort food while watching the Twin Towers fall and crumble and thousands of people perish? We remember. Eat more Pepperidge Farm.
Win 2 free tickets to a future debate. Plus, we'll throw in free airfare and hotel. 2 debate tickets, airfare, and hotel, all free. Text 80810 to enter to win today.
Trojans remember 9/11. Who can have kids in this fucked up world?
Welcome back to the Reagan Library for the second Republican presidential debate. I do want to just remind everyone, there's 1 minute for questions, 30 seconds for a follow-up, and the more you mention each other, that means the fewer questions you're going to get. Okay, so we want to talk about crime. This has been a horrendous problem in our country. The Fox News and others have been covering it. Governor Christie, crime in major cities is striking fear into the hearts of Americans. Just last night, looters took over the streets of Philadelphia. You said in the last debate that you would use U.S. attorneys to prosecute crimes local prosecutors won't. But they are stretched as well, and they could not handle all of the lawlessness, the shoplifting, all the carjackings, the armed robberies. They're all surging.
To be clear, there are thresholds of when they start to prosecute you. If you're shoplifting like shampoo and food, they're not going to prosecute you. If you're shoplifting like several $100s worth of items, yeah, they're going to arrest you for that. They're like that's just how it operates. The idea that like this is causing companies to run out of business is pretty absurd.
Progressive prosecutors were elected by their constituents, and they can't be fired by a president. So what would you do to end the revolving door of criminality?
Well, look, Dana, I'm the only one on this stage who's done it. For 7 years, I ran the 5th largest office in this country at the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, and we set records for the number of prosecutions that we brought that still have not been broken. And the reason was that we went after the crime that was affecting people's lives. And as president, I will appoint an attorney general and instruct that attorney general that you are to put all the resources that are necessary to bring our cities back under control. The fact is, they will be stretched. There's no doubt about that, but that's what they take the job for, because they love the idea of enforcing the law. We've got to bring...
But by the way, there's less crime now than there was like 3 years ago. Like what? This narrative that crime is just spiking uncontrollably is wild.
Law and order back to this country, and not just in our cities, but we need law and order back everywhere. We need law and order back in our suburbs. People are threatened there. We need it in our rural areas. People feel threatened there. And we need it in Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald, I know you're watching. You can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight. Not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record. You're ducking these things. And let me tell you what's going to happen. You keep doing that, no one up here is going to call you Donald Trump anymore. We're going to call you Donald Duck.
All right. I want to ask Governor DeSantis, you fired a couple of prosecutors in your state, but as president, you would not have the ability to do that. How do you think about dealing with the root causes of crime, especially this revolving door of the criminals that just get out and come back and commit another crime?
Well, the crime in these cities is one of the strongest signs of the decaying of America. We can't be successful as a country if people aren't even safe to live in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Just being in Southern California over the last couple days, my wife and I have met 3 people who have been mugged on the street, and that would have never happened 10 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, you'd never hear about anyone being mugged 20 years ago. No one would ever get mugged 20 years ago. What are you talking about, dude?
In Florida, we back the blue. We support the men and women of law enforcement. They are keeping us safe. We have a 50-year low in the crime rate. And yes, when I had 2 progressive prosecutors that weren't following the law in Florida, I removed them from their posts, and the people of Florida are safer as a result of it. As president, I will use the Justice Department to bring civil rights cases against all of those left-wing Soros-funded prosecutors. We're not going to let them get away with it anymore. We want to reverse this country's decline. We need to choose law and order over rioting and disorder.
On a related subject, Governor Haley, there's a nationwide policing shortage. Retirements are up, recruitment is in the tank, morale is at a record low. 3 years ago, you signed a pledge to support law enforcement. Now, pledges are a nice idea, but what's your actual plan to get more police on our streets?
Well, and I actually did it in South Carolina, too. You know, what we knew in South Carolina was you take care of those who take care of you. We have to start taking care of law enforcement, but it's not just taking care of them with words. It's making sure that you also follow through on what they do. Right now, we have a lot of stolen guns on the street. Well, these law enforcement officers, they arrest these people, and then they go and they're let out the very next day. So law enforcement feels like no one has their back. We have to start prosecuting according to the law. We have to make sure we have the backs of law enforcement, and we have to make sure that we're a country of law and order. But I want to go back to China because I don't think we spent enough time on that. Right now, we have to look at what government's doing to hurt us against China, too. You have a company, U.S. Antibiotics, that produces amoxicillin, the #1 antibiotic that we need. And right now, there is a company in Bristol, Tennessee, that produces that, yet our federal government only gets it from China. We need to be focusing on companies that produce in America and supporting those companies that produce in America, not companies that are helping China.
Governor, we will be talking foreign policy later. Delia?
Yes. Thank you, Stuart. We're going to stay in the topic of crime because it affects all of us. Governor Burgum, for the first time ever, a Univision poll found that mass shootings and gun safety are one of the most important issues for Latino voters. Mental health concerns are not unique to the United States, but gun violence is. What is your specific plan?
But by the way, the current homicide rate has been plummeting. So, just as an FYI.
To curb gun violence.
Well, first we need to understand is I think that the liberal left seems to be just completely bent on prosecuting law-abiding citizens that are gun owners, because every solution they have to this is take away the Second Amendment rights of Americans, and somehow that's going to solve the problem. But all these cities that we're talking about that he showed the videos of tonight, they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. So we know that that's not what's working. What we have to do is get back to the core issues about the family. We have to get back to behavioral health and mental health. We've got to get back to actually enforcing the laws these people talked about. And like we've done in North Dakota, where we've got the goal and we're on the track to being the most military-friendly state in the nation. We've got the most military and the most support of what we're doing in terms of law enforcement, because the morale is down because we've been defunding the police because they've been attacked in the press.
Where? Motherfucker, cite your sources. Where are these massive defundings of the police? Please, cite your goddamn sources. You lying asshole.
The police have become the bad guys when they're the one. There's all these jobs available in America. Why would you be a policeman if people don't even respect them?
Because they make money hand over fist. That's why.
Time I see a policeman, the first thing I say is thank you. And so does everybody else in my family and most of the people in our state, because they know we have to respect the people that are out there defending us every single day.
Can I answer the question on mass shootings?
I need to use the bathroom real quick. I'm very, very sorry, but I'll be right back, okay? I'm back, bitches. How you doing? Hello. 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 We have so many things to talk about today, but we're in the middle of the Republican GOP debate. Let's keep going. And folks, just want to say thank you for being here. We're gonna keep on trucking, and let's go. Hi, Kairyu. Also, consider dropping some subs or donos as the stream continues. Let's go.
Mr. Ramaswamy, according to Customs and Border Protection, about 90% of fentanyl is seized at official border crossings, and 57% of the smugglers are U.S. citizens. How would you stop fentanyl brought into the country, mostly by U.S. citizens, through ports of entry?
There's two sides to this, and we have to be very
honest. Hi, LANHD.
One is we do have to seal that southern border. Building the wall is not enough. They're building cartel-financed tunnels underneath that wall. Semi-trucks can drive through them.
Okay, but also they primarily ship drugs by air, like in airplanes or in boats, you know, going around walls or over walls. And fentanyl is so powerful it can be shipped very discreetly. Like what are you talking about, dude? Like they don't even need that infrastructure. All they need is like a t-shirt cannon to fire like pouches of drugs over the wall. What are you talking about? This is such a five-head solution to a problem, and it is not actually going to fix any of the problems.
We have to use our own military to seal the Swiss cheese of a southern border, but we also have to be honest. There's a demand-side problem in this country, too, a mental health epidemic. I met family in Iowa, two parents, Kathy and Derek. They lost their son, Sebastian, 17 years old. He bought Percocet on Snapchat, and then he died. Why did he die? Because it was laced with fentanyl. That is closer to bioterrorism, not a drug overdose. That is poisoning. So it is our job to make sure that never happens. But it's also our job to make sure...
Also, kids, don't buy your drugs off of Snapchat.
...that 17-year-olds don't turn to Percocet via Snapchat. We have to bring back mental health care in this country, not with pump-in pharmaceuticals, but with faith-based approaches.
Yes, let's bring back mental health care. Let's look at what mental health care has looked like with faith-based institutions. Oh, you're sad? Pray away your sadness. Oh, you are schizophrenic? Clearly God is speaking through you. Oh, you're gay? Well, let's just beat you until you're straight. Oh man, the wonders of faith-based healthcare.
That restore purpose and meaning in the next generation of Americans.
Also, just to note, purpose and meaning do not cure mental illness. Actually, those don't cure anxiety disorders. They don't cure depression. They don't cure, ADHD. It doesn't actually help to like instill people with meaning and purpose when their primary issues are mental health disorders.
Many of them are getting it through social media. And this isn't a Republican point or a Democrat point. But if you're 16 years old or under, you should not be using an addictive social media product, period. This is something that we can both agree on, and we can revive both the mental health of this country while stopping the fentanyl epidemic that will kill more people this year than who died on 9/11. And I refuse to be a passive bystander sitting in the White House like the hollowed out husk of a current president we have. We will step up and address this problem to...
Damn, that's crazy that these people really, really deeply care about, numbers of people more than 9/11 dying. And yet, if you ask any of them about COVID restrictions, they'll be like, yeah, no, those should have been eased up a long time ago. Despite the fact over 1 million people have died from COVID in the United States.
Stand for Americans and our children.
Why are you encouraging TikTok? Quit encouraging TikTok.
That is why said I agree with. That is why, as Commander-in-Chief, I'm going to use the U.S. military to go after the Mexican drug cartels.
Oh, excellent. We've arrived to the point of the debate night where Ron DeSantis advocates for invading Mexico.
They are killing our people. And the stories that I've seen in Florida, we had an infant, 18 months. Parents rented an Airbnb. And apparently the people that had rented it before were using drugs. The infant was crawling, the toddler was crawling on the carpet and ingested fentanyl residue and died. Are we just going to sit here and let this happen, this carnage happen in our country? I am not going to do that.
Citation needed? What? Oh, a baby was crawling on the carpet and it snorted fentanyl and died. What?
So I guarantee you on day one, this border is going to be a day one issue for me as president. We're going to declare it a national emergency. Yes, we'll build the wall. We'll do remain in Mexico. But those Mexican drug cartels are going to be treated like the foreign terrorist organizations that they are.
President Pence. All right, Vice President Pence. We're going to move on to a different issue. Hold on, sir. Vice President Pence.
$5 billion.
Just last month, Vice President Pence, you said if elected, you would repeal all Obamacare mandates. However, you also made that same promise in 2016. And at that time, Trump-Pence had congressional majorities for at least the first 2 years. And you did not deliver on that promise. So Obamacare, right now, it is more
you think for the 3 give the tier 1 subs and true.
Why should Americans trust you if you become president to fix that? Or is Obamacare here to stay?
Man, I really do love that just offhandedly, Ron DeSantis advocated for invading Mexico with the U.S. military. And, like, there was no follow-up question to that whatsoever.
Well, first let me speak to the mass shootings issue, and then I'll answer that question. It's an important one, Dana. Look, I'm someone that believes that justice delayed is justice denied.
True, chat. We need, like, 20 more likes on this stream. Go, 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 go.
And as a father of 3, as a grandfather of 3 beautiful little girls, I am sick and tired of these mass shootings happening in the United States of America. And if I'm president of the United States, I'm going to go to the Congress of the United States, and we're going to pass a federal expedited death penalty for anyone involved in a mass shooting so that they...
yes. You know, people who do mass shootings, famous for wanting to survive the mass shooting. Yeah, the people doing the mass shootings definitely plan on emerging alive afterwards. Definitely not a sizable number of them doing it specifically to suicide by cop. Come on, dude. Like, the idea, like, oh, someone would be, like, on the verge of doing a mass shooting, and then would be like, wait a minute, if I'm caught doing this mass shooting, they'll execute me. Well, yeah, your life was already over if you were planning a mass shooting. Like, if you are caught already, you're going to jail forever, or you're already going to get executed. And he's just like, yeah, we'll kill him faster. Like, oh well, okay, that's what most of them already want anyway.
They will meet their fate in months, not years. It is unconscionable.
Yeah, you know, they'll really be planning their massacre of an elementary school and be like, well, you know, I was going to massacre this elementary school, but you know, now they're expediting people, and I won't be able to live for 5 to 10 years after getting convicted. Darn, I guess I shouldn't do a mass shooting. That's not the thought process. They literally don't care what happens to them when they commit to doing the mass shooting.
That the Parkland shooter, Ron, is actually going to spend the rest of his life behind bars in Florida. That's not justice. We have to mete out justice and send a message to these would-be killers that you are not going to live out your days behind bars. You're going to meet justice in this system.
But does that mean Obamacare is here to stay?
What?
Well, thank you for reiterating the question, because I'd love to answer it. Look, I think it's one of the choices here. You know, my former running mate, Donald Trump, actually has a plan to start to consolidate more power in Washington, D.C., consolidate more power in the executive branch. If I'm president of the United States, it's my intention to make the federal government smaller by returning to the states those resources and programs that are rightfully theirs under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. That means all Obamacare funding, all housing funding, all HHS funding, all of it goes back to the states. We'll shut down the Federal Department of Education. We'll allow states to innovate. We're going to revive federalism in America, and states are going to help bring America back.
Yes. You know, famously, only good things have happened when delegating, states' rights from a federalized program.
Go ahead.
May I remind everyone to keep within their time frame so that we can get as many questions in as possible. This question for Governor DeSantis. Over 26 million Americans don't have insurance coverage. Governor DeSantis, 2.5 million of them are in your state. That's worse than the national average. Can Americans trust you on this?
Well, I think this is a symptom of our overall economic decline. Everything has gotten more expensive. You see insurance rates are going through the roof. People that are going to get groceries. I spoke with a woman in Iowa, and she said, you know, for the first time in my life, I'm having to take things out of my grocery cart when I get to the checkout line because the total goes up so quickly. So this is very real, and people are hurting out there. So we've got to address the underlying problem with Bidenomics, the overspending, taking...
Yes. You see, if we address inflation, that will mean people will be able to afford to go to the doctor and just get cancer treatment when they have $300 in savings in their account. You know, just go get cancer treatment, Fivehead. It won't bankrupt you in our capitalist system. Just go get cancer treatment without insurance. Go do it.
All Biden's rules and regulations, I'm going to throw them in the trash can on day one. You're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to open up all of our energy. We will be energy. Genuinely,
all Republicans should be stripped of their health care. Like, all Republican, politicians should be stripped of their health care. See how long it takes for them to backpedal on this wild shit they're on about, if we just cut taxes, people will have the money to go to the doctor. Yeah, okay, bud. Let's see how long you fare without any insurance in the healthcare industry.
Dominant in this country that will lower your gas prices. And what we need to do with healthcare is recognize our healthcare is putting patients at the back of the bus. We have big pharma, big insurance, and big government, and we need to tackle that and have more power for the people and the doctor-patient relationship.
Governor, why is your record in Florida on insurance worse than the national average?
Our state's a dynamic state. We've got a lot of folks that come. Of course, we've had a
our state's dynamic, okay? Our state is really dynamic, and that's why our state is doing the worst of any insurance rates in the country. A lot of people just come here, you know? It's very dynamic.
Population boom. We also don't have a lot of...
We just had a population boom, which is why, a lot of people in our state don't have insurance. Again, these aren't answers to the question.
Of welfare benefits in Florida. We're basically saying this is a field of dreams. You can do well in the state, but we're not going to be like California and have massive numbers of people on government programs without work requirements. We believe you work and you got to do that. And so that goes for...
Yeah, look, if you get cancer in Florida, you better be showing up to your Walmart greeter job, or so help us, we will cut off your chemo.
All the welfare benefits. And you know what that's done, Stuart? Our unemployment rate is the lowest amongst any big state. We have the highest GDP growth amongst any big state.
And if you get sick, you just die. And it's all done. Nobody complains about it.
CNBC, no fan of mine, ranked Florida the #1 economy in America.
We're moving on.
Nah, Democrats are in favor of people having health care carrier exploration. Republicans fundamentally don't want people to have health care.
On the topic of healthcare, Governor Haley, healthcare
The Republican position is that if you are poor, you should just die. You should just do the country a service and die. If you can't afford healthcare, die. And I think people who think like that shouldn't have healthcare. I think they should learn what exactly it's like in this country if you don't have healthcare.
Is the leading cause of bankruptcy for American families, accounting for 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies. As president, how you protect Americans...
Wait a minute, that's not chemo. That's fentanyl. They snuck it into the chemo treatment drugs. No!
...who get sick from financial ruin.
First of all, how can we be the best country in the world and have the most expensive health care in the world? We have an issue. My mom was in the hospital, and when she was in the hospital, they tried to bring her a couple of Tylenol, and she said, I don't need it. And they said, honey, go ahead and take it because you're paying for it anyway. Why is it that when we got the bill, the insurance company and the hospital negotiated the bill for her without her having anything to do with it? When I am president, we will break all of it, from the insurance...
Oh, great. Just what everyone wants to do when they're sick and injured. Negotiate with insurance companies. Oh boy, I love being sick and injured and weak and possibly delirious and having to negotiate with insurance companies. What an amazing system you've concocted, Nikki Haley. Oh man, I love being high on Percocet after a surgery and negotiating with insurance companies. It's the most fun thing. Five-head.
Company to the hospitals, to the doctor's offices, to the PBMs, to the pharmaceutical...
Isn't it that hospitals have to treat you if you're going to die? Yeah, and then you have inescapable medical debt for the rest of your life, ensuring that you live in poverty until the day you die.
Companies, we will make it all...
Also, you have to go to the emergency room. You can't make actual medical appointments, and you go wherever they tell you. And yes, they will kick you out onto the street if you can't pay. That happens quite often, actually.
All transparent, because when you do that, you will realize that's what the problem is. Second thing is you've got to deal with tort law. The doctors don't give you the 10 tests because they want to. It's because of the 90% chance they'll get sued. And then we need to bring competition back to healthcare, get rid of certificate of need systems, and make sure that they can compete. We have to put the patient in the driver's seat. They've been in...
And also it varies based on the medical system you're in. If you are in a privatized healthcare system, the private hospitals can basically do what they want. For example, hey, look at this. The Allina healthcare system in Minnesota. The hospital system cuts off patients only if they have racked up at least $1,500 in unpaid debt 3 separate times. It contacts them by phone and with repeated letters that include information about applying for financial help. And then they kick people out of their hospitals. Like, again, the idea that like, oh, well, they have to treat you. No, they don't. They don't actually if they are for-profit hospitals, which most hospitals in America are.
In the backseat for way too long, and once we give the patient the ability to...
Oh yeah, sorry, the screen's reversed.
...to decide their health care, deciding which plan they want, that is when we will see magic happen. But we're going to have to make every part of the industry open up and show us where their warts are, because they all have them, and we need to fix this on behalf of the American people.
And that's what we did. Do you have a better way in 30 seconds?
Well, yes, we're not talking about the real problem ever. We talk about why do we have the most expensive health care in the world? It's because the federal government...
Also, the hospitals make the determination of whether or not you're going to die, right? If you have cancer, they aren't going to treat you indefinitely. They give you whatever will treat you short term, and then they kick you out. If you are not currently on the verge of death, they kick you out. That's how these hospitals function.
Government got involved the same way they did with EVs, and they said, we're going to subsidize a particular kind of software back in 2008 under Obama, and they said, hey, we're going to do this. It's going to make everybody more productive. All of you that are watching have been to a doctor's office when the doctor's got his back to you and their hands on a keyboard. The only industry in the world that's ever absorbed $1 trillion of IT and became less productive, they saw less patients per day, is U.S. healthcare, because they were subsidizing a certain kind of technology.
That's not why... That's not why the hospital system became less productive. They became less productive because of our insurance system. Doctors have to spend like 70 or 80% of their day filing paperwork for insurance companies. That's why it became less productive. It's because our insurance system prevents doctors from treating more patients. That's why.
It wasn't about improving health care. It was about picking winners and losers. Every time the federal government's involved, whether it's higher education, health care, or now the auto.
If you had one singular healthcare system, you would be able to fast track a lot of this stuff. There wouldn't be as much bureaucracy. You wouldn't have to spend all this time with doctors doing insurance shenanigans. They could just be treating patients.
Industry, things get more expensive and less competitive.
That was a great transition because we are going to move.
When you have a federal healthcare system, when you have a single-payer healthcare system, you can just provide that service at cost. You don't have to extract profits from it. You don't have 12 different companies extracting billions upon billions of dollars of profit at taxpayers' expense. You don't have to spend money on advertising. You can just have one system instead of 12 systems and then run it at cost, which means it's cheaper than any of those other systems. Goodness.
Move on the future of education in America. What's the government's role in finding a way forward? The second.
As a person who does billing work for a private practice psychiatrist as my side hustle, Jack is spitting a straight truth. Yeah, 100% very knifey duck.
Republican debate rolls on from Simi Valley.
And informed patriotism is what we want. And are we doing a good enough job teaching our children what America is and what she represents in the long history of the world?
I can't get over how yesterday we watched a clip of Ronald Reagan arguing against Elie Wiesel about how actually it's really good that he was deciding to visit and honor a graveyard with SS officers in it. And to a Holocaust victim. I can't believe that was a real clip. That was crazy.
Do you trust our government and where the economy is heading?
What? Reagan did what? He visited a World War II cemetery that had where SS soldiers had been buried. Nazi SS soldiers, and laid a wreath there. And Elie Wiesel got up in front of him, during one of the, because there was a big controversy around it at the time, got up in front of the president at the White House and basically implored him not to do this. And Reagan was just like, sorry, bud, I disagree with you. I'm going to do it anyway. Is it a short clip? It's like 10 minutes long, but we'll how about this? We'll watch like a short we'll watch just a small part of it, the Elie Wiesel part. Who again is the author of Man's Search for Meaning, which is a book about his survival in a Holocaust concentration camp. So, Reagan. Yeah, here we go.
The Chancellor Kohl and I agreed together to lay a wreath at the cemetery for the German war dead. That's why I accepted the invitation to Bitburg, and that's why I'm going. There are 2,000 graves there, and most of those, the average age is about 18. These were those young teenagers that were conscripted, forced into military service in the closing days of the Third Reich. I think that there's nothing wrong with visiting that cemetery where those young men are victims of Nazism also.
May I, Mr. President, if it's possible at all, implore you to do something else, to find a way, to find another way, another site. That place, Mr. President, is not your place. Your place is...
This guy survived in a concentration camp during the Holocaust as a Jewish man.
With the victims of the SS. The issue here is not politics, but good and evil.
Oh, look, Soci Inertia, I don't disagree with the point about that when it comes to grunt soldiers in the Nazi war machine, but we're talking about a cemetery with I think 64 SS officers buried in it. Like, I'm sorry, you don't have to do that. When the director of the U.S. Holocaust Council and the author of Man's Search for Meaning stands up and is like, please do literally anything else with your time.
And we must never confuse them, for I have seen the SS at work, and I have seen their victims. They were my friends, they were my parents.
Also, keep in mind, the SS ran the concentration camps that mass murdered Jews in the Holocaust.
The final word has been spoken as far as I'm concerned. I think it is morally right to do what I'm doing, and I'm not going to change my mind about that.
Yeah, he's just like, nah, I'm gonna do it anyway. Absolute monster.
Personal favorite. Okay, can't wait. Honestly, YouTube, this is too much to read.
When Republicans vote early, we win.
You could bank your vote by casting your ballot before
quickly settling your tax debt.
Oh, Kevin Sorbo. You're doing Tax Network USA? Oh, dude. Dude.
But you have to act now while you still have options. Call Tax Network.
.com. Patriot power.
Universal school choice, and even the current expansion won't be fully implemented until 2027. Parents can't wait 4 years for a fix. So what would you do?
Isn't the age requirement to be an SS 23 or something? Zellrex, the requirements for joining the SS had to be, I believe it was volunteer-based, and you had to be able to prove your ancestry back to 1800s, and you had to be a pure Aryan in that time period, and you had to be 18 to 23. So there were some people who were 18. I think later on in the war, the age got lowered to like 16 to 23. There were different age requirements as that got more lax as the war went on, obviously.
Right now.
Well, and school choice isn't the only answer, but I'll tell you it's not out of a lack of trying that we didn't try and get school choice in South Carolina. What I'll tell you, first of all, is we have to acknowledge the fact that 67% of our 8th graders are not proficient in reading or math. Over 80% of our 8th graders aren't proficient in history or civics. And recently they came out and said our 12 and 13-year-olds are scoring at the lowest levels they've been scoring in reading and math in decades. So the first thing we've got to do is we've got to make sure we catch our kids back up. We have to make sure they can read. A child that can't read by 3rd grade is 4 times less likely to graduate high school. We need to do reading remediation. We need complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. We need to make sure that we have school choice so that there's...
By the way, the argument that school choice will do a better job at teaching our children how to read, just as an FYI, the reason charter schools have a slight advantage over public schools is because they just kick out kids that are underperforming in order to boost their scores. When it comes to standardized testing, they will just kick out kids who are not doing as well so that their schools have better rates of literacy. They can be like, oh, well, see, look, so many people are graduating this, in 2nd grade, and they're just all able to read. Well, and that's because they kicked out any of the kids who couldn't read right before the test, And that's just one of many, many, many problems. That doesn't even get into, charter schools regarding, students with disabilities. It doesn't get into the fact that charter schools siphon off students from public schools that get their funding based on how many kids are in the school. And if you remove a bunch of kids from a school, that doesn't reduce the operating costs of an existing school. So they wind up having smaller and smaller budgets, especially if it's a large inner city school, It's a terrible situation, and charter schools only exacerbate that. and only gatekeep education for wealthier people. And if you think that your kid is going to be going to school with the children of wealthy people, well, think again, because they're just going to use their payouts from the government to send their kids to even better, wealthier schools. And if your kid happens to be a bit slow, it's going to suck to suck, because they're going to get kicked out of that charter school and sent to a public school instead.
Competition. We need to move all the programs from the federal government down to the states and let's.
Oh, also, it is just a sideways way of basically using state funding for religious school systems. Religious institutions can make charter schools, which means that this is just a way of funneling money into, Catholic schools, Protestant schools, Muslim schools, Jewish schools. Again, the state has no business funding these religious institutions. It's one of the primary things America's based on, not setting up any one religion over another. But, Republicans don't care, because most of them are Christian nationalists, and they think that that's good and based, actually, to use government funds for religious institutions.
States decide what education looks like in their states. Right. And we need to start building things in America again. Let's put vocational classes back in our high schools.
Are there K through 12 Islamic schools here? I mean, I would assume probably at least a handful. There are millions of Muslim people in America.
And let's get our kids building the things that we know that we can make. When we start to focus on that and really bring in that parental involvement, that's when we'll start to see a difference. But we've got to get parents back.
Yeah. List of accredited. Let's see. List of accredited Islamic schools in the United States. Yeah, there's a whole bunch. Several in Alabama, several in Arizona, some in Arkansas, a bunch in California, one in Colorado, several in Florida, a few in Georgia. Yeah.
Included, we've got to quit spending time on this DEI and CRT and instead focus on financial literacy, on digital literacy, and on making sure that our kids know what they need to do to have.
Oh, Nikki Haley, you fool! If you focused on that, those would be like actual metrics that might possibly benefit kids. And we all know that Republicans are not about benefiting their constituents. That would mean they would have to do something that might cost that might take away time from passing tax breaks for the wealthy.
Have the jobs of the next generation.
On the subject of education, a question for Governor Christie. Students in your state are getting high marks on their report cards, but minorities are not doing well with math and reading. Black and Hispanic students averaging 29 points lower than white students in New Jersey. Would you address minorities first?
You have to address all students. And look, in our state, Stuart, frankly, before I was governor, that gap was close to 50%.
Yeah, there are 6 accredited Islamic schools in Michigan.
And what we did was institute more charter schools and more Renaissance schools and more public school choice in New Jersey with innovative solutions in cities like Camden, where now we took what was the worst school districts in America during my time, and we have now increased that by nearly 40% in terms of their proficiency. It can be done when you give people choice. But let's tell the truth to everybody about what this is. This public school system is no longer run by the public. It is run by the teachers' unions in this country. Randy Weingarten and her crew are absolutely strangling. They are taking the worst of their members and defending them rather than advocating for our kids. And when you have the President of the United States sleeping with a member of the teachers union, there is no chance that you could take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day. They have an advocate inside the White House every day for the worst of their teachers, not for our students to be the best they can be. A President of the United States has to take on the teachers union. I did it in New Jersey, and I will do it as President of the United States.
Yeah, those greedy teachers who checks notes are quitting their jobs and making more money working as associates at Costco. Those greedy teachers who earn more at like retail jobs than they do at their teaching job that they got a master's degree for. You greedy, scummy teachers, how dare you care about children and try to teach them things? Not on Chris Christie's watch.
DeSantis, Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you.
Are you guys having trouble seeing me?
Florida's new Black History curriculum
Was Tim Scott, can anyone see me? Am I invisible right now?
says, quote, slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. You have said slaves...
Oh, they're getting him with the slavery question. This is they actually brought some decent questions to this debate.
Develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of it. But many are still hurt. For descendants of slaves, this is personal. What is your message to them?
So first of all, that's a hoax that was perpetrated by Kamala Harris. We are not going to be doing that. Second of all, that was written by descendants of slaves. These are great Black history scholars, so we need to stop playing these games. Here's the deal.
Look, if black people said it, it couldn't possibly be incorrect. Look, we had a black guy write it. That means it represents the words of all black people. How could it possibly be racist? Are you kidding me right now? We paid a black guy to say it. It can't be racist.
Our country's education system is in decline because it's focused on indoctrination, denying parents' rights. Florida represents the revival of American education. We're ranked #1 in the nation in education by U.S. News and World Report.
Mm-hmm. Let's just Florida education. Yeah, okay. Oh, I can't show it because it's all flipped. The quality, let's see. In evaluating the best states for education, one of 8 categories deriving the overall best states rankings, U.S. News examined metrics tied to both higher education and the space from pre-kindergarten through high school. Learn more about the best states for education below and see the best states methodology for a detailed look at the data behind best state rankings. I want to know how they ranked anything on this list. The number 2 state for pre-K through 12 education is New Jersey, which doesn't seem correct. And yeah. Let's just take a look at this. Rankings details. Education. This all just seems like a hodgepodge. I'm not gonna lie. They have no data on, like, how any of this is calculated. Yeah, where are they getting their data? Oh, okay, this is a rabbit hole for a different time.
Wife and I, we have a 6, 5, and 3-year-old. This is personal to us. We didn't just talk about universal school choice. We enacted universal school choice. We didn't just talk about Parents' Bill of Rights. We enacted the Parents' Bill of Rights. We eliminated critical race theory, and we now have American civics and the Constitution in our schools in a really big way, just like President Reagan asked for in his farewell address back in 1989. Florida is showing how it's done. We're standing with parents, and our kids are benefiting.
Senator Scott, you oppose to these new standards. What is your message for Governor DeSantis?
There is not a redeeming quality in slavery. He and Kamala should have just taken...
Okay, there's absolutely no way I'm sorry. There is no way that Florida ranks well in education when literally the literacy rate for adults in Florida is like, in some estimates, around 75%. Somewhere between 75% and 80%. I'm sorry. No, your education system is terrible if only 80% of your adults are literate. Like, just baseline literate.
The one sentence out. America has suffered because of slavery, but we've overcome that. We are the greatest nation on earth because we faced our demons in the mirror and made a decision. So often we think that
like, it's so bad, there's an organization in Florida called the Florida Literacy Coalition. Like, come on.
Issues. You talked about crime and education and healthcare. We always think that those issues go back to slavery.
Yeah, 22% of adults aged 16 or older are at or below level 1 of literacy, and 32% are at or below level 1 of numeracy, meaning that, like, a colossal number of people in Florida don't know basic math or how to read.
Slavery. Here's the challenge, though. Black families survived slavery. We survived poll taxes and literacy tests. We survived discrimination being woven into the laws of our country. What was hard to survive was Johnson's Great Society, where they decided to put money, where they decided to take the black father out of the house.
Oh God, you can see where he almost fucked up. You can see it. Where Johnson's Great Society, where he put money into the hands of black families. And, like, he realized what he was about to say, and he had to stop and rephrase it to, they took the black father out of the home. Which is not what Johnson's Great Society did. It provided financial stability for black families. And he's trying to argue right now that disenfranchising black people, ensuring black people did not have a say in their democracy, was less bad than giving black families money. This is incredible. Incredible stuff.
To get a check in the mail, and you can now measure that in unemployment, in crime, in devastation. If you want to restore hope, you've got to restore the family.
If you want to restore hope, you've got to take money away from black families, according to Tim Scott. Oh my God, dude.
Restore capitalism and put Americans back at work together as one American family.
Again, listen to what he just said. In order to fix American society, you need to take money away from working black families to ensure that they work even harder in order to try and squeak by. This is just unambiguously evil. There's nothing else you can say about this. Sorry, black working moms. Your kid isn't going to be able to go to the hospital. You can't afford it. Sorry. Oh, did you think you were going to be able to pay rent on an apartment? Nah, you're homeless now. Sorry. You and your kids, you're on the streets. Should have worked harder. That's Tim Scott. That's what he's saying right now to you. That you have been done more wrong by having money in your pocket for food and housing than if people prevented you from voting. If people kept you, redlined, if people were allowed to discriminate against you and keep you out of businesses for being black, those were lesser wrongs than apparently giving the black family money.
Family. Our nation continues to go in the right direction. It's why I can say I have been discriminated against, but America is not a racist country. Never, ever doubt who we are. We are the greatest country on God's green earth. And frankly, the city on the hill needs a brand new leader. And I'm asking for your vote.
I'm going to have a question for you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Over 10.7 million students in over 18,000 public schools nationwide have the ability to change their identity without parental notification. Governor Christie told Stewart...
Oh, I'm sure Vivek rhymes with cake is going to have a great take on this.
Last week that he would pass a federal law to protect parental rights. Would you try to do the same?
I have to be very clear about this. Transgenderism, especially in kids, is a mental health disorder. We have to...
Especially in kids, meaning that some trans people don't have mental health disorders and are fine, I guess, but even more so in kids.
Acknowledge the truth of that for what it is. I met two young women early in this campaign.
On parental rights in schools.
Parents have the right to know. And you know what?
Parents have the right to beat their kids if their kid is using the wrong pronouns. Like, this is insane. Like, keep in mind what is being asked when they bring up topics like parents have a right to know. Parents have a right to know if their children are gay. Keep in mind, there's a reason why the vast majority of homeless youth, I think upwards of like 60 to 65% of homeless youth in America are gay, despite making up like 13% of like the population or so in total. And it's because families disown them for being gay and kick them out onto the street for being gay. And that includes trans people. Trans people are even more likely to be kicked out onto the street and disowned by their families for being gay or trans. So when these policies of non-disclosure happen in schools, it's literally to protect kids from being attacked, from being violated, from being destitute at the hands of their own families. It is a disgusting but real reality that by revealing and outing your kid, by revealing and outing kids to their parents, there is a very real possibility that those kids could be put in harm's way. That's why those policies exist. And these people are like, well, don't you want to know if your kid is gay? Well, the thing is, your kid didn't want to tell you that they were gay. Your kid didn't want to tell you that they were trans because they've heard how you talk about gay people. They've heard how you talk about trans people, and they know already that their parents aren't safe to come out to. Otherwise, they would have done it first. Kids who feel safe coming out to their parents do so first before they come out at school. If they don't feel safe, then they don't come out to their parents, and instead they experiment at school amongst their friends where they feel safe. And what these people are asking them to do, what these presidential candidates are asking to be done, is that these kids should be outed to their parents and put in harm's way. And they are asking for essentially teachers and any staff at any school to operate as spies on behalf of parents in order to out their kids if there's any sign of them being gay or trans. And that is disgusting. They're asking for teachers to basically be a miniature version of the Gestapo. And that is horrendous.
Hypocrisy of this is, even New Hampshire failed to actually get past a piece of legislation here. The very people who say that this increases the risk of suicide are also the ones saying that parents don't have the right to know about that increased risk of suicide. And I'm sorry, it is not compassionate to affirm a kid's confusion. That is not...
Yeah, no, exactly, Polydactyl Black Cat. Exactly. Also, hello, Steve L. Thank you for commenting. Also, hello, Todd Pemper. How you doing? But no, exactly. Republicans are just obsessed with, like, the sex of children. They're obsessed with the genitals of children. This is why Republicans are the ones pushing for genital inspections for children. If there's any doubt, if they see a kid, if they see like a girl and they think that that girl looks a little bit too muscular, they want to have the ability to have that girl's genitals inspected to see if they really have a penis down there, because they just have to know. They have to. This is why you have stories now popping up of Republicans going to like their niece's track meets and having them in the stands pointing at random little girls and shouting about how they're actually transgenders and like shouting for them to have their genitals inspected. They're insane. The policies that Republicans are pushing onto the electorate are insane. And you know that they're insane because anytime anyone who believes in them pops up, they look like absolute lunatics.
Not compassion, that is cruelty. I met two young women, Chloe and Katie, early in this campaign, who are in their 20s, now regret getting double mastectomies.
Also, it's very interesting that they keep bringing up the same detransitioners. If detransitioning was such a prevalent thing, and there was such a huge problem amongst the huge surge of people transitioning, of trans kids, wouldn't they be able to find a couple more detransitioners than the 2 or 3 they trot out for Republican media appearances? That's pretty strange. If it was such a huge problem, they'd be able to find more than like 3 detransitioners willing to talk to them. That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. It's almost like you're cherry picking people in order to back up your point.
And a hysterectomy. One of them will never have children. And the fact that we allowed that to happen in this country is barbaric. So I will ban genital mutilation.
Again, I need to point out, we have the data on this. The regret rate for trans surgical interventions is the lowest of basically any other surgical intervention. People regret heart transplants more than they regret transitional surgeries. People regret surgeries that give them organs that save their lives more than they regret transitioning surgeries. The regret rate is something like 0.1%. It's ridiculous. The regret rate, by the way, for like open heart surgery is something like 60%. The comparison, if you know anything about the satisfaction rates with like surgical interventions, are off the charts. Off the charts. There is no reason to fixate on this being an issue aside from whipping up a culture war, whipping up hysteria, and making trans people the boogeymen that they can hate and that they can, shit on in public. That they can, get their daily hates in. All of these people, of course, are obsessed with 1984. You gotta have your daily hate on these people in order to cohesively, bind your base. Yeah, boogeymen, boogie women, boogie NBs. We all love the boogie.
Or chemical castration under the age of 18, and parents have absolutely...
Yeah, interestingly, all of these people talking about genital mutilation don't talk about circumcision. Curious.
Trying to pass a federal law that says parents should have that right.
We are going to require states absolutely have to follow that through.
Governor Burgum just to follow up on this
rights.
Because
yes.
you in your state, you do not have a law that says parents can't be notified, but you want to be president. Would you try to pass a federal law to say parents have that right?
I think this is a state's issue, but I do want to say something, because all night long we've been talking about issues about how it's broken in Washington, and I respect all of the people on the stage here for their 100+ years of public service. Thank you. But the reason why we're not talking about education or health care or safety being a problem in North Dakota is because we have a business leader. I've got more experience as a business leader than I think this whole group.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I messed up. Sorry, not 60%, 6.0%. After open heart transplants, 6%. I saw 6.0. I missed the decimal point. But still, that is exponentially more than the regret rate for any trans affirming surgery. Also, if you really want to get technical, 15% of anyone who has had open heart transplant surgery express regret for having had that surgery. So again, it's like 150 times more regret experienced by people with open heart transplant surgery. My bad, Steve. I'm sorry.
Combined, I know I've created more jobs than everybody else on stage, thousands of high-paying jobs that have real meaning. So as a business leader, you come in and you treat the taxpayer like a customer. So in North Dakota, instead of fighting with the teachers' unions, we actually created a K-12 coordinating council. Everybody gets in the room and the customer is the student.
But you do understand that this is an issue that many people in America really are concerned
Sky will
about,
not be at the
about-
next debate.
about
True.
parents and notification in schools.
Yes, and that's why we have 50 platforms of innovation. That's why we have states. There are certain things the federal government is supposed to do. It's not the Department of Education. That needs to be assembled. We got to move it back to states. Do what we did in North Dakota. Instead of like, oh, here's a choice school and here's an old school, the old way with the teachers union, the kids are trapped. We made every school in North Dakota an innovation school. Every school got out from under the red tape, and the things that help teach the values that we're trying to get, like 4-H, like FFA, like Boy Scouts, they can get credit for all of that stuff in North Dakota. And by the way, North Dakota is now at the top of the median SAT scores in the country right now.
Vice President Pence, the Department of Homeland Security warns that violence against LGBTQ plus people is on the rise and intensifying. According to a recent study, members of...
I feel like that lady didn't get the memo that you're supposed to lob softball questions to these people. God bless Spanish-speaking television, okay?
that community are 9 times more likely to be victims of violent hate crimes. As president, how would you protect this community from violent attacks?
Asking this guy about how he would protect LGBTQ citizens. Mike Pence is reviled in Indiana specifically for opposing LGBTQ rights. This is actually very, very funny to ask him this question.
And discrimination.
Well, as President of the United States, I'll stand up for the safety and the civil liberties of every American, from every background. And I want the American people to know that. But I want to answer the question as well, Dana, that you just asked Doug Burgum.
Interesting that he did not want to talk about any of the LGBTQ issues there. He just wanted to say a general platitude and move on. Curious.
Because by way of full disclosure, Chris, you mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit I've been sleeping with a teacher for 38 years, and
hot.
We all
wanted. I know we all wanted to imagine Mike Pence having sex. Great. I love it.
Look, education is a state and local function. The state of Indiana had one of the very first school choice programs in the country. And when I was governor of the state of Indiana, we doubled it. And as to your question, Dana, let's be very, very clear. When the Linn-Mar Community Schools in Iowa had a policy where you had to have a permission slip from your parents to get a Tylenol, but you could get a gender transition plan without notifying your parents, I weighed in with a foundation. That's not bad policy, that's crazy. We're going to stand up for the rights of parents, and we're going to pass a federal ban on transgender chemical or surgical surgery anywhere in the country. We've got
Oh, good. I'm so glad he's sticking up for the safety of LGBTQ people by banning medical care for LGBTQ people.
Got to protect our kids from this radical gender ideology agenda, and we've got to empower parents at the state level with the ability to choose where their kids go to.
Oddly enough, we just had to let him cook. He came right back around and said he would make queer people less safe.
School, whether it's public, private, parochial, or homeschool, you empower parents, and our schools will straighten up and reflect our values and focus on the basics faster than you could possibly imagine.
Next subject.
Can I just say one thing?
China is investing. If you talk over everybody, we lose time. China is investing heavily in their tech companies, $280 billion every year on semiconductor research and development. That is one CHIPS Act per year. Governor DeSantis, you say companies like Google and Meta have too much power. Doesn't going after them give China an edge?
No, I think you look at how our societies develop, they have huge amount of power over our society. They've cracked down on free speech. We're not saying you don't want them to do business, but you want it to be a free market. And right now they're monopolies. But this issue of China, I think, is really going to be fundamental. We have subcontracted out so much of our national needs to the CCP. We rely on them for a whole host of issues. We need to reshore and we need to decouple all those important.
Oddly enough, Ron DeSantis, in his state where he has laws against, transgender people using the bathrooms they identify with, oddly enough, he's running an ICUP party.
Industries. We need to get that back in the United States. They are our top geopolitical adversary by a country mile. Xi Jinping's got huge ambitions, not only in the Asia Pacific, but as you mentioned earlier, in our region. But ultimately, we've got to beat him on the economy. And so that's what we'll do as President of the United States.
Governor Christie, I wanted to follow up on this because 22%.
I thought that was a clever joke. Okay, I thought it was clever. I back it 10,000%.
Of American workers fear their jobs will be lost to a robot, and you said in the past that the free market is.
I stand by it.
Go. Would you retrain workers who lose a job to artificial intelligence, and to do what?
Well, look, what I think artificial intelligence offers us is an extraordinary opportunity to expand well beyond the productivity that we have now and to have Americans be able to be involved in that revolution, Dana. You know, each time we have shown incredible innovation and progress in this country. What we've done with it is to expand all kinds of new, even unthought of opportunities for folks. Yes, we have to do retraining.
Just learn how to, use AI keywords, Fivehead.
For folks who lose some of their jobs, and we should be doing that. And we should have more training available both at the county college level and the local level for people to be able to access it. So yes, I would be in favor of that. But this is a much bigger issue than that. We can't be afraid of innovation. America has been the great innovator of this world over the last 250 years, a technological innovator, a manufacturing innovator, and a freedom and governmental innovator. And that's why America has to...
I mean, to be honest, dumping into robots is great. We should dump into robots. We should dump into AI with certain restrictions. But the issue is, under capitalism, none of those proceeds are going to be distributed to, the working class. They're all going to be hoarded at the top of society. And the people at the top are going to look down and just be like, let them eat cake. Perish. And really the question is, what happens when we come to a crisis point there? Will the forces of the state be used to clamp down on us? And right now, these people are like, yeah, we'll use the military to kill you. You will take your bowl of broth and you'll like it.
Continue to stand strong in the world.
Oh, let them eat Vivek. That's clever.
Pro-progress. Yeah. And I will tell you this. As President of the United States, what I will do is to make sure that every innovator in this country gets the government the hell off its back and out of its pocket so that it can innovate and bring great new inventions to our country that will make everybody's lives better.
Mr. Ramaswamy, TikTok is banned on government-issued devices because of its ties to the Chinese government. Yet you joined TikTok after dinner with boxer and influencer Jake Paul. Should the commander-in-chief be so easily persuaded by an influencer?
So the answer is, I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections.
Imagine Jake Paul convincing you of literally anything. That's embarrassing.
And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation of young Americans where they are. So when I get into office, I've been very clear. Kids under the age of 16 should not be using addictive social media. We're only going to ever get to declaring independence from China, which I favor, if we actually win. So while the Democrats are running rampant, reaching the next generation 3-1, There's exactly one person in the Republican Party which talks a big game about reaching young people.
Just as an aside, here's the video of him with Jake Paul. Oh, why? Okay. That was the worst thing I've ever done in my life. Holy moly. Okay. Yeah, just this is. What compelling politics?
I have to earn your trust. What do you see? You see a young man who's in a bit of a hurry, maybe a little ambitious, bit of a know-it-all, it seems at times. I'm here to tell you, no, I don't know it all. I will listen. I will have the best people, the best and brightest in this country, whatever age they are, advising me. We will be probably many of the people on this stage included. That's how I built my companies. I want to be challenged. I want people who disagree with me. That's what makes America great, because we're not a perfect nation. We're founded on the pursuit of perfection. That is what makes America great. And that is why we will end it once we win this election.
I have to jump. I have to jump in here. I'm sorry.
Hey, Koopa Shell.
There's one person on this.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous.
Oh my God, I forgot she was in this debate.
Social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say. Because I can't believe that here you've got a TikTok situation. What they're doing is these 150 million people are on TikTok. That means they can get your contacts, they can get your financial information, they can get your emails, they can get text messages.
To be fair, that's if you are on the internet at all, they can get all of these things.
They can get all of these things.
This is very important for our party.
What they're
this
doing.
is very important
and
for our party, and I'm going to say
you've gone and you've helped China make medicines in China, not America. You're now wanting kids to go and get on the social media that's dangerous for all of us. You went and you were in business with the Chinese that gave Hunter Biden $5 million. We can't trust you. We can't trust you. We can't have TikTok in our kids' lives.
This is very important.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 15 seconds.
I think, excuse me.
You have 15 seconds, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Thank you. I think we would be better served as a Republican Party if we're not sitting here hurling personal insults and actually have a legitimate debate about policy following Reagan's 11th Commandment in his honor. And the answer is that is what actually makes our country strong. And I believe in these people. These are good people on the stage. They disagree, but let's have a legitimate disagreement. That's what I would say.
Stuart, can we get back to the question? The question is on technology.
Governor DeSantis, I'm going straight
on this stage
Sir,
that has a career
we will have to cut your mic, and I don't want to do that. I don't. So, Governor DeSantis, let me go to you. Experts say President Putin has ordered assassinations across Europe, cheated on arms control treaties with the U.S., and seeks to work with China to force our decline. President Reagan believed that if you want to prevent a war, you better be prepared to fight one. Today, the Republican Party is at odds over aid to Ukraine. The price tag so far is $76 billion. But is it in our best interest to degrade Russia's military for less than 5% of what we pay annually on defense, especially when there are no U.S. soldiers in the fight?
It's in our interest to end this war, and that's what I will do as president. We are not going to have a blank check. We will not have U.S. troops.
How are you going to end a war between two countries that aren't neither of which are the United States?
And we're going to make the Europeans do what they need to do. But they've sent money to pay bureaucrats' pensions and salaries and funding small businesses halfway around the world. Meanwhile, our own country is being invaded.
I don't think they understand. Again, we're not sending money. We're sending military equipment that has a dollar value. But that military equipment is outdated trash compared to what we make now. You know, like, they aren't sending a blank check. They're sending old military equipment. And that old military equipment makes space for shiny new military equipment. So the military-industrial complex can happily churn out more arms and vehicles. And you know what? Most of those are made in the United States by American workers. And that's kind of one of the dirty secrets like a lot of politicians don't really want to grapple with, It's that these arms manufacturers are being manufactured, in the United States. There are entire towns that rely on the operation of these factories. Are they all still calling for a war with Mexico? Dr. Obutnik, two of them are, at least. So, again, part of what you have to understand, part of what he is saying while trying to posture here is that he wants to reduce the profits for the military-industrial complex and kill small company towns, which, by the way, he has no intention of ever doing, because these people get a hard-on for these types of businesses, okay?
We don't even have control of our own territory. We have got to defend the American people before we even worry about all these other things. And I watch these guys in Washington, D.C., and they don't care about the American people. They don't care about the fentanyl deaths. They don't care about the communities being overrun because of this border. They don't care about the Mexican drug cartels. So as Commander-in-Chief, I will defend this country's sovereignty.
By invading Mexico. And that will really help us all by starting a war in Mexico. Yeah. That will help keep communities safe somehow. And, yeah, just ignore the fact that fentanyl is sourced in by U.S. cops. An entire police department was recently found to be complicit in fentanyl smuggling. Ignore the fact that the vast majority of drug smuggling occurs via boat or via plane, and is done by American citizens, not by undocumented migrants. Ignore the fact that basically all of the problems he just listed and his solutions don't line up at all.
But it's not a territorial dispute. It's never been a territorial dispute.
And 90% of the resources that we send over to Ukraine is guaranteed. It's a loan. It is not 90% of the money that we send over there is loan. Well, we can talk about this, but
which I believe this is true, actually. Meaning that if Ukraine wins, they'll be able to pay back that money or pay back the value of that military equipment. So it is a win-win. We get to off old, outdated military equipment, and then they will pay us for it later.
At the end of the day, 90% of the money that we send over there is actually in the form of a loan. It's not actually not be paid by Ukraine. It's paid by the NATO, our NATO allies.
So I think it's
number
a good
one. Number
topic.
two, I think.
Okay, well, it's not paid by our NATO allies. That's just incorrect.
It's a really good topic too. But I will say, let's debate the fact that our national vital interest is in degrading the Russian military.
I think for the very first time, Tim Scott has said something correct in this debate.
By degrading the Russian military, we actually keep our homeland safer, we keep our troops at home, and we all understand Article 5 of NATO.
We have to level with the American people.
I thought you said something about waiting until your turn to talk. So hold on. So at the end of the day, I'm going to finish my. I'll be happy to debate this.
I'll respond.
I'll look forward to this one right now. So at the end of the day, when you think about the fact that if you want to keep American troops at home, attack on NATO territory would bring us and our troops in. By degrading the Russian military, we reduce, if not eliminate, an attack on NATO territory.
Finish that exchange. We have to level with the American people. We have to level with the American people on this issue. The reality is just because Putin is Putin's an evil dictator does not mean that Ukraine is good. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition.
Actually, I would argue that Putin being an evil dictator, using Ukraine to weaken his position in the world and reduce his ability to unilaterally invade neighboring countries is a good thing, regardless of what moral character you ascribe to Ukraine.
Parties.
A win
that has
for
actually,
Russia is a
that
win
is not
for
true.
China.
We're driving
a win
Russia.
For Russia
excuse
is
me.
A win for
excuse
China.
me, Nick. You'll have
but
a chance.
I forgot you like China. That's why
you'll have your chance in just a moment. Yeah. The hurling personal insults isn't helping. China is the real enemy, and we're driving Russia further into China's arms. We need a reasonable peace plan to end this, especially this is a country whose president just last week
Vivek,
was
if
hailing
you
a
let
Nazi in
Putin
his own
have
ranks.
Ukraine, that's a green light to China to take Taiwan.
We need a
Peace
reasonable
comes
plan
through
to
strength.
peace. We need a reasonable plan to peace.
Governor Christie.
The Communist Party of China is the real enemy.
Governor Christie. Governor Christie. President Biden's first 2 years have brought China, Russia, and Iran closer together. Are we focused too much on Ukraine and not enough on this threat from the New World Order?
No, they're all connected, Stuart. They're all connected.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? What about the threat for the New World Order? No elaboration.
The Chinese are paying for the Russian war in Ukraine. The Iranians are supplying more.
By the way, this is incorrect. The Chinese are not paying for the Russian war in Ukraine. Russia, up to this point, has largely been paying for the war itself by going into and running massive deficits. Okay, they're basically just plunging their country into a financial pit, with the idea being that they will recoup those losses after they conquer Ukraine. Okay? Yeah, China doesn't want Russia to be upending the boat right now. They don't want that. They want the economic stability. Because basically, China's entire deal has been leveraging the economic stability of the world towards using its services and buying its goods. And if the world is less stable, if the energy producers are less stable, if countries are embroiled in a massive regional conflict, that makes it harder for Russia or for China to leverage those things. And China's not happy about this. China actually stopped exporting arms to Russia, I believe, which is why Russia had to turn to North Korea to buy Cold War era munitions back from North Korea. They would not be buying them from North Korea if they could buy them from China. Let me put it that way.
Sophisticated weapons, and so are the North Koreans now as well, with the encouragement of the Chinese. The naivete on this stage.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Russia has ore they can mine and sell. Yes. Yes, to an extent. However, the issue is that their economy is largely built on natural gas supplies. And like their ability to export natural gas has been absolutely crippled by being at war with essentially the entire EU. Or not at war with the entire EU, but the entire EU has cut them off from like natural gas supplies, or sending them natural gas. So instead they're having to sell to China, but the issue is that that doesn't actually make up for the loss of supplying like some like 60% of the EU's natural gas supply. So their solution right now is running their country at into massive deficits, and that's going to come back to bite them. You know, maybe not in a year, but in a couple years, 3 years. If this conflict gets drawn out for a significant period of time, they're boned. And they know that. But for now, they've been able to insulate the Russian population from experiencing the worst of the economic shocks. But that's not going to be an ability they have forever. And it's also not going to be solved by them leveraging their natural resources, because currently their largest export market has been Europe. And Europe isn't going to buy those things. Instead, Europe is sourcing their supplies from other countries around the world, and that is only going to cripple Russia in the long run.
From some of these folks, it's extraordinary. Look, I understand people want to go and talk to Putin.
Genetic bomb.
Guess what? So did George W. Bush. So did Barack Obama. So did Donald Trump. And so did Joe Biden when he said a small invasion wouldn't be so bad. Every one of them has been wrong. And the fact of the matter is, we need to say right now that the Chinese Chinese-Russian alliance is something we have to fight against, and we are not going to solve it by going over and cuddling up to Vladimir Putin. Look, Donald Trump said Vladimir Putin was brilliant and a great leader. This is the person who is murdering people in his own country, and now not having enough blood, he's now going to Ukraine to murder innocent civilians and kidnap 20,000 children. And let me tell you, if you think that's where it's going to stop, if we give him any of Ukraine, next will be Poland. This is a guy who said, wait one second.
Oh no, Chris Christie is right about something. Chris Christie is correct. Putin has straight up said that his goal is recreating the Russian Empire, rebuilding the USSR. And yeah, it doesn't stop at Ukraine. Ukraine is right next to a bunch of other former Soviet states. It's right next to Poland. And if Putin has the ability, he will continue to wage war and expand his territory. That has been proven time and time again. Remember, in 2014, Russians seized Crimea from Ukraine and then started claiming, oh, no, that's all we wanted. That's just the ethnically Russian Crimea. You know, we're not going to come for the rest of Ukraine. Well, here we are, 9 years later. They came for the rest of Ukraine, and they're not leaving until they get it or are defeated. And if they are not defeated here, they will do the same thing they're doing right now. In fact, a good candidate for this would be Transnistria, which borders Ukraine as well. And has repeatedly asked for Russian annexation. Here, maybe I can find you a map here. Yeah. Now, Transnistria, here, I'm gonna unflip for a second, is part of Moldova, but it's basically the eastern section of Moldova here that is constantly asking, oh, Russia, we want to be part of Russia. Well, if they take Ukraine, well, they already are set up with a very nice line to invade Moldova. Like, there are just... The pieces are set up for Putin to do this, and he is not going to stop.
This is a guy in 1991 who said that was the darkest moment in world history
John Doe.
when the Soviet Union fell. Listen, everybody, he wants to put the old band back together, and only America can stop it. And when I'm president, we will.
Governor Burgum, I want to get to Governor Burgum. He hasn't had a chance. I have a question I think you're going to really like. Or at least you...
Oh, yeah, it's been heavily infiltrated by Russian separatists, and Russia has, I think, like 5,000 or 6,000 troops stationed in Transnistria. So, like, they already have a military presence that's been built up in the Transnistrian region of Moldova.
You have experience in it, and we need to talk about America's farmers because there is a foreign policy connection here. The U.S. and China are in this fierce economic competition. It's hurting American businesses, and there is blowback against American farmers because China then targets them in retaliation. How would you, as president, protect American farmers and ranchers from that kind of retaliation from a foreign government like China?
Well, first of all, we've got the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in America. If they have a level playing field, they can outcompete anyone in the world. But this is part of...
That's irrelevant to the question, actually.
The larger issue that we're talking about here, which is we're in a Cold War with China. The Biden administration won't admit that. But we're also in an economic war through what we're doing with agriculture and energy. And
didn't Lukashenko show a war plan which implied Transnistria was next? Yeah, but like who knows exactly what like the plans will be once like if Putin is able to take over Ukraine, right? Like it's looking like a bigger if all the time, but we'll have to see. It would just be a very good candidate for them to invade next.
We're also in a war with them relative to cyberwar. We get attacked every day in North Dakota, every state, every school district, our tribes, all being attacked every day by either China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. And now we've got a Biden administration whose whole policy is appeasement. They're out there, creating the world, making it less safe. $6 billion they traded for 5 people. They've just now set a price on anyone's head who's a tourist from America, who's a student from America, for kidnapping. If you want more kidnapping, put a price on it. And then they're also helping Iran get to have more closer to nuclear weapon, which pushes all of the Middle East closer to China and Russia. The whole thing is absurd. And then, of course, we're going to give Ukraine to Russia, and then we're going to give Taiwan to China, and think that's a foreign policy. That will make our nation less successful, make us more poor, and at the core.
This guy isn't going to show up to the next Republican primary debate. You can forget his name. It's fine.
Of all that is energy policy, because China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day. They're the largest importer in the world, and we've had 4 cabinet members from the Biden administration there this summer, and none of them talked about U.S. energy. The first one to go to each of those countries was Kerry, to talk about the folly of the climate policy, which is making the world less stable. It's empowering dictators. It's not about climate change that we need worried about. It's about the Biden climate policies that are actually the existential threat to America's future.
Thank you.
Can I speak about
Governor Haley? Mexico's president called who supports sending U.S. military into the country, quote, scoundrels. Mexico is the United States' most important trade partner.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The leadership of Mexico has already completely and utterly denounced the idea that they would allow the U.S. military to enter their country in order to wage war on the cartels. If U.S. troops are moved into Mexico, it would be a war with Mexico. And these people are just casually on stage. Like, half of the candidates on there are like basically proposing policies that would bring us into war with Mexico. It's insane.
And border security. You say you will send special operations to attack the cartels in Mexico. So, this means boots on the ground? Drone strikes?
It means special operations. It's how we deal with our terrorists. And what you need to do is understand that Mexico's not being a good partner if we lost 75,000 Americans last year. Mexico's not being a good partner if they're letting the cartels get away with what they're getting away with. What we will do is we will make sure that we send in our special operations, and we will take out the cartels, we'll take out their operations, we'll take out anything that's doing it. But we're going to go after China, because China is the one sending the fentanyl in the first place. And we will end all normal trade relations until China stops sending fentanyl. And then we'll do the special operations, and we'll...
Yes. Fentanyl is a Chinese op, of course.
Get it from both sides. This is where President Trump went wrong. He focused on trade with China. He didn't focus on the fact that they were buying up our farmland. He didn't focus on the fact that they were killing Americans. He didn't focus on the fact that they were stealing $600 billion in intellectual property. He didn't focus on the fact that they put a spy base off our shores in Cuba. They didn't focus enough on the fact that all of our law enforcement drones in America are...
Genuine question. Do you think Republicans generally know that fentanyl is an FDA-approved drug? Like, do you think that Republicans know that, like, fentanyl is legally shipped to America? Like, it's being sent here by China because companies are ordering it and hospitals use it. Like it's prescribed by doctors. It's weird to me that they're like, yes, China is nefariously sending us fentanyl, as if like China is responsible for shipping all of this illegally for like recreational use, when like China's just manufacturing it and they're sending it to hospitals in the US. God. Hey, Socially Maddie, how you doing? And yes, annex Blahaj. The next great war will be for Blahaj.
Chinese, and we've got all these little surveillance cells. We need to start focusing on what keeps Americans safe. That hasn't happened in a long time. As your president, I will make sure every American is safe, and we'll do whatever it takes to make that happen.
All right. I want to get to Senator Scott. You're all auditioning for the job as president of the United States. You want to earn these votes.
Oh, you silly goose. They're not auditioning for that job. They're auditioning for cabinet positions. Let's be real.
But the world's problems land in the Oval Office. During the presidential debates in the year 2000, neither Al Gore nor George W. Bush was asked about al-Qaeda. Yet, just 1 year later, al-Qaeda's attack on September 11th claimed...
Wait, for Dark Canuck, I can't tell if that's real. Were you on fentanyl for 6 months because you were injured by a moose? I mean, I'd believe it, but, oh, Sochi Inertia, hello.
Nearly 3,000 lives.
Good night, Storma.
And the farther we get from September 11th, the closer we are to September 10th. Senator Scott, you have no executive branch experience. What has prepared you to protect the nation from a major man-made national security crisis?
Well, one of the things I've had the good fortune of doing is serving on committees in the United States Senate, like the Senate Armed Services Committee. I'm on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, also on the Finance Committee and the Banking Committee. Talk about addressing the issue of fentanyl. I've written the legislation, passed it through the Banking Committee and the Senate that would freeze the assets.
I believe it. Moose are scary as hell.
And sanction the accounts of the Mexican cartels. There are weapons that we have within the arsenal that I was able to get past 23-0 in the polarizing Senate as it is. I've also understood without question the fact that if you look at the details before 9/11, there was information and intelligence that was available that suggested an attack was coming. Having the right intelligence partners with us is key to making sure that we prevent the next 9/11 from ever happening. Having that experience for the last 10 years is really important.
Is he saying 9/11 was an inside job? We had all the information, but it was kept secret in order to assist the Taliban to do 9/11.
And getting the job done.
30 seconds.
I saw it. Fentanyl flew those planes into the towers.
To you, Mr. Pence.
Well, I think you asked a question about executive experience, and I think it's vitally important. And I stand before you today as a candidate for president because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. And you hear the fire on the stage tonight. You hear the fire in all of our voices. And it's because Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. This is a time for those of us that have the experience, the tested experience, and a commitment to the conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan brought forward in this party of a strong national defense, standing with our allies, standing up to our enemies, supporting limited government and traditional values, need to step forward.
Understood.
Because, frankly, our party does face a time for choosing, as I said at the top of this debate, whether we're going to stand on the foundation of that conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan poured, or whether we're going to follow the siren song of populism unmoored to conservative principles. I'm the most experienced, most qualified, and most consistent conservative in this field, and I'm ready to lead America at home and abroad on day one.
Time for choosing to go to a break. Ilya.
We need to go to a commercial break. Reagan.
Oh man, the smattering of weak applause from the audience. Oh, Mike, you got rocked there. I'm sorry.
Built a coalition that lasted decades. Can any of these candidates do the same? We'll take that up when the debate continues.
Chat, are you enjoying the stream? We've been going for about 3.5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, consider hitting that follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button over on YouTube, and like the stream. Currently, folks, we need a few more likes. We need a few more likes.
Hugs, former WHITENAME.
White name. We are at 45 likes. We need to get 5 more likes minimum before the end of stream, okay? 5 more likes on the YouTube. I think we can do better than 45. I think we can hit 50, no problem. And I think we can even hit 69. That's the real goal for tonight. 69 likes on the YouTube stream. Let's go. All right? Go like the YouTube stream, and also chat if you are enjoying the stream a lot and would like me to live.
Monies to feed Jack, BWA.
Win B, thank you for the $5 dono, because I do need monies to live. And Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to Depor. That's very, very kind of you. This show literally brought to you by viewers like you. If you guys did not sub and donate to me, especially over on riverboat.gg, I would have a great deal of difficulty surviving, because this is what I do. I make this content for you guys, and do research streams and put out content about politics. And without your support, I would not be able to do this. I'd have to go and do something else. So consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is genuinely and deeply appreciated by me. I hope when you say grace, you name us individually. I do. I don't say grace to God. I say grace to chatters who dono. Yes. This content brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Steve L, thank you for boosting those numbers. Let's go. Yeah, we got any Oilers in the house? Hey, there we go. We hit 51. Now let's see if we can hit 69 by the end of stream. I believe in you, chat. For the meme. Inshallah, in trans ideology we trust. Chat, if we hit 69 likes on the stream, I'll take my hair down. And yeah, otherwise consider dropping some subs or donos, because that helps me to live, and I would like to continue doing that. I would show the ads that are on screen right now, but none of them are terribly interesting. They're all ads we've already seen. Nothing on par. Nothing will ever beat 9/11 coffee ad, though.
A little bit of BWA in my life. A little bit of BWA by my side. A little bit of BWA's all I need. A little bit of BWA's what I see. Mom BWA number 5.
Paladin, thank you for the $15 dono. And yes, we got some BWA energy in chat right now. Are you BWA enough, chat? Are you BWA enough to drop some subs and donos? Because that is the BWA spirit. Mom BWA number 5, indeed. All right, here we go. Back to the debate.
Welcome back to the Republican primary debate here at the Reagan Library. We've got a lot more issues to cover and a lot more questions to go. So let's dive right back in. We're here in California, where gas is nearing...
Also, just have to say, 53 viewers on YouTube. Good job, YouTube.
$6 a gallon. Oil is close to $100 a barrel again. You say, drill, baby, drill. But the courts won't let you. Mr. Ramaswamy, how would you bring down prices without immediate drilling?
Well, look, I think that we do have to run
okay,
through the
John
courts
Doe.
and get through that administrative state to make sure we're using the natural resources here at home. But here's the other thing that we can do that's easy.
It would take forever, Mr. Ramaswamy.
And it addresses the national debt as well as brings down prices. Put people back to work. We are using taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home than to go to work. That is wrong. That contributes to our supply chain crisis.
That's just not true. This is just not true. I don't understand how they get away with saying these lies over and over again.
It contributes to inflation. That's the easiest way to unlock this economy. And here's the other thing. We have to put the Federal Reserve back in its place. This is an agency that has gone rogue. So in January 2026, when I have the opportunity as our next commander-in-chief, we will have a new chairman of the Federal Reserve who places priority on dollar stability, and then most importantly, send packing 75% of the administrative state, reduce the federal employee headcount by 75%.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, let's have the country's largest employer cut 75% of the workforce. Let's cut 75% of what makes America function as a government. Are you kidding me, dude? Like, I have to really underscore here, what he's talking about is just making sure America ceases to function. There is no way America functions with 75% staffing cuts. Legitimately insane.
Percent. Rescind 50% of unconstitutional federal regulations that are shackling businesses both large.
Oh, damn, that's crazy. You're going to rescind unconstitutional regulations? Are you going to battle each one of them through court? With what staff? You just laid off 75% of them.
Large and small. I've offered a very clear, practical plan to do it. That's how we unleash the economy.
Yes. You see, I have a very clear and practical plan to deal with all of, the immense amount of things I need to do. I'm going to cut off both my legs and both my arms, and that will allow me to do things even more efficiently, as I'll have less body to move. That's essentially his argument here, right? I will make myself a quadriplegic, and that will allow me to do far more, because I'll be eating the same number of calories and I'll have the same amount of energy, but a smaller body.
That's how we revive the integrity of a three-branch constitutional republic rather than this technocracy and aristocracy in the administrative state.
Yeah, because we all know you'll be able to get so much done by slashing 75% of the bureaucracy that manages a system that is able to meet the needs of 300+ million people.
Please. I think one of the signature accomplishments of our administration was in just a few short years, we achieved energy independence. We became a net exporter of energy for the first time in 70.
I've worked in the public-private sector stuff. You can't fire 20% of the workforce without the country collapsing, much less 75%. Oh yeah, I mean, not to mention the fact that the people you'd be firing with a 75% staffing cut would be a lot of the people who know exactly how to make things function. You know? When you get rid of the people who know how to make things work, like, you're boned. You've boned yourself. The people who are currently in those jobs, the pencil pushers, they're able to communicate that knowledge, like, when they need to move on, but otherwise they're just maintaining their little ecosystems and are part of a larger machine that they make work.
5 years.
By getting rid of them, the machine breaks.
Joe Biden declared a war on energy, which was no surprise because when Joe Biden ran for president, he said,
yeah, we always got haters socially, Maddie. It's true.
He was going to end fossil fuels, and they've been working overtime to do that ever since. If I'm president of the United States, we're going to open up federal lands. We're going to unleash American energy. We're going to have an all-of-the-above energy strategy. And I have a plan that actually would not only reclaim energy independence, but in 2006, America lost our position as the leading energy producer on Earth. I believe in the next 10 years, with the right policies and experienced leadership in the White House, we can reclaim our role as the leading energy producer on Earth, and that'll grow the American economy for generations to come.
Governor Haley, reaction to that, please.
As the only person who's leading an energy state, could I answer the energy question?
No, Governor Haley.
So what I'll say is, what I saw at the
please let me talk. No.
United Nations is energy security is national security. We need a president that understands we have to partner with our producers and make sure that we have their backs. What you don't need is a president who is against energy independence. Ron DeSantis is against fracking. He's against drilling. He's been against, you did it. He always talks about what happens on day one. You better watch out, because what happens on day two is
Ron DeSantis looks like he's about to cry. Look at his face. He looks at like that weirdly landed, right? Like Nikki Haley weirdly got him there.
when you're in trouble. Day 2 in Florida, you banned fracking, you banned offshore drilling, you did it on federal lands, and you took green subsidies that you didn't have to take.
Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned. You have the right to respond. 30 seconds.
Yeah. I just did a plan out in West Texas for American energy dominance. We're going to choose Midland over Moscow. We're going to choose the Marcellus over the Mullahs, and we're going to choose Bakken over Beijing, and we are going to lower your gas prices. We are.
Interestingly enough, here's a piece by the Tampa Bay Times, which you'll note is a Florida organization. And, DeSantis supports offshore drilling and fracking, just not in Florida. Weird. So strange. What a liar, dude. What a Weasley little liar, dude.
You're going to get that job done because it's important for our national security, it's important for jobs, and that's one of the best ways to drive down inflation.
Governor DeSantis, Governor DeSantis,
Governor DeSantis,
this question is for you.
Our voters enacted a constitutional amendment.
You banned it before they voted.
No, it's not true.
You banned it before they voted, and not only that, fracking wasn't. They didn't vote on fracking.
She's just totally wrong. They voted it in. That's what we did. Onshore, we do it in Florida. We don't have as much as maybe West Texas, but we do it. But that was a constitutional. So that's just wrong. And let's just get real here. My plan will get the job done. We are going to be energy dominant, and that's what's going to happen.
And the voters didn't even vote on fracking, and you banned
We are
fracking.
moving on with this question for Governor DeSantis. Governor, excuse me, we cannot talk over each other. We must respect each other's time. My apologies for that. Governor DeSantis, this is your question. The Biden administration is hell-bent on student loan forgiveness, but you say colleges should be
Inshallah. Inshallah, brothers.
on the hook when graduates cannot pay their debt. How does that address the cost of college? The cost of college itself?
Because the colleges are going to have to make a decision. Do we expand the gender studies department, knowing some of those graduates may not have great learning opportunities? No, they're going to focus on the things that really matter. They're going to make different choices. They're going to try to graduate people in 4 years. I also just want to come back to something Dana asked last segment about 9/11.
Interesting. Notice by the way, like when they talk about gender studies, right? Are they gonna invest in gender studies? No, they're gonna invest in things that really matter. Are you saying gender doesn't really matter? Gender abolitionist Ron?
Because I was just at the 9/11 memorial with the families. My wife and I were invited. It's very touching to be there, and it affected my life because I ended up joining the military as a result of that. I had been a blue-collar kid, minimum wage in Dunedin, Florida. I ended up getting through Yale and Harvard Law School and somehow came out more conservative than when I went in, and that is not easy to do. Had a lot of opportunities to make money, but I wanted to serve, and I'll never forget coming back on the plane from Iraq, landing in Coronado, California, North Island, and feeling that breeze off the Pacific Ocean and say, you know what? I am lucky to have been born an American, and I think being able to serve, and I'll be the first president elected since 1988 who's actually served overseas in a war, I think that's going to help me as commander-in-chief to know how you see these issues and understand that there are real lives at stake for people that wear the uniform.
And we know that Governor Haley's husband is serving right now as well, and we thank him for that. Senator Scott, the national debt has nearly doubled in your time in office. The approval rate for Congress is at a mere 19%. If this were a business, you'd probably all be fired in Washington, but you're here tonight looking for a promotion. In 2013, Governor Haley hired you for the Senate. I'd like you to tell her why you should be promoted to CEO of the nation instead of her.
Certainly.
I just really have to make it clear to conservatives, hey, governments aren't companies. Okay? Governments don't need to make a profit. The goal of government is to provide services that people need in your country. The idea that you should run the government like a company is actually terrible because companies rely on appeasing investors, and voters are not investors. The people who financially back the candidates are the investors. And the people who do that in America are companies. So if you want America to run like a company, well, guess what? That means the companies run America. You don't want that. You don't want that. You know that Walmarts run small towns into the dirt. You know that company towns die when they move jobs overseas. You know that. So why are you trying to settle for that for the entire country? You know that when your mom got sick with cancer, they nickeled and dimed her until she had nothing left? Like, you know that. So why are you trying to settle for that for America? I just don't get it. Kyrie, thank you for gifting JTF Chat a sub. I appreciate it, and I hope they do too. And also, folks, we are currently at 55 likes on the YouTube stream. Let's get it up there. We need 14 more likes on this stream. I believe in you, chat, okay? I believe in you.
One of the things I'd say is if you look at our national debt of $33 trillion, I would love to have an opportunity to have this country pass a balanced budget amendment. That would constrain the spending in Washington in the same fashion that it does in every state in our nation, number one.
I wonder if all of these fiscally responsible conservatives would bother to invest in auditing the Pentagon. As we all know, the Pentagon has never passed an audit. No audit has ever figured out how much money the Pentagon actually uses and where it goes. Might be worth investing in. Who knows? But again, most conservatives just want to issue a blank check to the American military.
Number two, if you want to actually reduce our national debt,
exactly, Darkstar Mike. I just saw your comment.
In order to grow our economy, you need to create about 10 million jobs to grow our economy at 5%. You can do that in three specific sectors. Number one, the energy sector. We could create between 3 and 3.5 million jobs if we unleashed all of our energy resources. America is we're the richest country if you combine coal, gas, and oil.
I wonder, though, if you unleashed coal, gas, and oil, if that might not have negative ramifications for the entire planet that would actually hurt the American people in the long term. I wonder if instead you could create even more jobs, 5 or 6 million jobs, by making the United States the mass producer of renewable energy, not just for, domestic use, but export that technology to other countries. We could become the global manufacturing hub for green energy, for solar panels, for wind turbines, for tidal energy, for modular nuclear reactors. We could do that, and it would create exponentially more jobs than just relying on oil, coal, and gas. Things that are going to, in the long term, kill our planet. If we mass-produced systems for generating energy from solar, wind, and tidal currents, along with nuclear energy reactors that can be installed as needed, this would absolutely set the United States up to be a leading producer in the world in perpetuity and create millions upon millions of much-needed jobs. You could revitalize dead company towns with stuff like this. You could revitalize places like West Virginia, okay? You could revitalize the manufacturing hubs and the coal towns by building these types of factories there. This is just such it's a no-brainer. But frankly, conservatives don't like change. It's inherent to the ideology. They want to conserve how things have been. So they don't want to adapt to new technology. They don't want to be at the cutting edge of new and improved things. They want things to stay the same. They want the status quo. And the issue is the status quo is killing us. And if we want to be, a powerhouse of an economy, if we want to be a world hegemon, whether or not you think that that's a good thing, then it has to come with adapting to the needs of the world. And what the world needs right now is not coal, oil, and gas. It needs renewable energy. Conservatives are so lame. True. And yes, conservatives want fascism. That's true.
Why not unleash all of our resources? Number two, we've lost 100,000 factories. 100,000 factories in the last 25 years. If we continued on my Made in America plan, we could bring jobs back to America in a similar fashion that we did when I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Again, those jobs aren't coming back. Those factories are just being outsourced to places like Indonesia, where they can pay people dirt and reap all the profits for the people at the top. Those jobs aren't coming back. What could come back is renewable manufacturing. Manufacturing solar panels, manufacturing wind turbines, all of that. That can be the new frontier of manufacturing because there is a need for that going forward indefinitely. And there is the economic possibility of establishing them here. Bringing back those factories that made things like buttons to the American manufacturing scene, that's not going to happen. Those factories are long gone, okay? They're not coming back. So weird hearing my mom go from reminding me all the time to turn the lights off, and now she's getting mad that the left is pushing for renewable energy instead of relying on fossil fuels that have killed the climate. Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Actually lowered the corporate tax from 35% to 21%, reshored or repatriated $1.7 trillion. We brought the unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians to the lowest level in the...
Gamer G, that there are a few things that made me want to Roblox myself harder than the comment you just wrote in the chat, because I know you're probably right. There's going to be a John Doyle viewer who runs for president in like 3 or 4 election cycles. You're right.
The history of the country and a 70-year low for women.
Governor Haley, would you think you think?
Oh yeah, Steve L. 100%. Right. I think we can do fully electric cars. I think that transition is totally possible. I think jets will probably transition to hydrogen fuel, and it's actually really interesting. I know that there are a bunch of really advanced hydrogen like engine designs that are coming out that are, you know, being tested out with like drones, but could be scaled up for airplanes and aircraft. It's going to happen. Like all of this evolution is going to happen. The question is whether it is produced in America or if it's produced somewhere else. And we can set up policies that make it so that these things are produced here, or we can set up policies that basically force manufacturing elsewhere. So that's really the question we have right now. And Republicans overwhelmingly say, we don't want renewables produced in the United States. We want them produced elsewhere. And that's a missed opportunity. Hydrogen jets would be really cool too. 10,000%.
I think you would deserve the promotion over him.
Look, I appreciate Tim. We've known each other a long.
There isn't enough lithium on the planet to swap to all EVs. That's true. However, we did just find one of the largest lithium deposits in the world in America, in Nevada. And 2, we also know that on the horizon, there's a lot of really interesting battery tech, including sodium-ion batteries, which essentially are salt batteries. And if we can build functional salt batteries with comparable performance to lithium-ion batteries, then we're basically set for building infinity batteries.
Long time, but he's been there 12 years and he hasn't done any of that. He hasn't. They've only given 4 budgets on time in 40 years. He was part of that. He increased the national debt. He voted for the spending.
I would love to bring back dirigibles. Dirigibles were so based. However, as many of you know, if you are a longtime viewer of my channel, while I stand dirigibles, there is another form of movement that I would really like to bring back. Okay? I would really, really like to bring back the better version of the dirigible. Okay? trains? No. Are you kidding me? I mean, trains are great. I love trains. Guys, I've talked about it. Ground effect vehicles, okay? Ground effect vehicles. They are the coolest things, all right? They are literally the coolest things. The Achronoplans. The Achronoplans, okay? The best technology that that the Russians ever invented. The Achronoplan. All right? Look, we can make it happen. We can build the Achronoplan fleet that will transport goods around the world. All right? It is the best technology. This is a meme, isn't it? Unironically, no, because the issue with the Chronoplans and ground effect vehicles in general is they work better the bigger you build them. So you can actually build just colossal transport crafts, and then just with the speed of an airplane, but the efficiency of a ship, sail goods around the world. And they're really fucking cool. They're really fucking cool. The main issue is it's hard to pilot Achronoplans because you have to maintain your vehicle within the ground effect. And the other aspect is that most people haven't built big enough ones to actually fully utilize the ground effect to like be abreast of the waves enough to keep them safe, right? But if you build them big enough, they work better the bigger you build them. So basically, yeah, they are really, really cool. They are really, really cool. Show the video. All right, just real quick. Just real quick. Here's a the largest Achronoplan ever built by the Russians. The video footage is terrible quality, but like they do work.
This Soviet creation has been dubbed the Caspian Sea Monster. Its designers believe the Achronoplan, a low-flying ground effect craft, could ultimately replace cargo ships and ferries. More than 300 feet long and 130 feet high, the Achronoplan was first sighted several years ago by U.S. spy planes as a...
So anyway, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That looks cool. It's so cool. Yeah. They're very complicated to build and very expensive, but my pipe dream is getting those off the ground to like replace our shipping industry with those. Oh yeah, no, we have the ability to make things like this, Transgirl Jade. We just don't because like they're an unproven technology. However, with the advent of AI and like navigational systems that can be automated, it is entirely possible to automate a Chronoplan functioning within ground effect and then program them to transport goods, you know? There are significant downsides to them, yes, but those downsides are reduced by building them bigger. So the solution is just to build a really big Achronoplan. AI is BS? Well, no, it's not. It can fly. We already fly our planes using navigational systems. Like a lot of piloting in air travel is automated. Yeah, exactly, GamerG. It's just a matter of like using more advanced navigational systems to do harder navigation. Part of the issue is that if you were on long flights on an Achronoplan, you had to have pilots like swap in and out because you had to maintain the vehicle in the ground effect. So with improved navigational systems that can keep it within the ground effect, it'd be far easier to pilot them. Are both pilots allowed to sleep? No. Generally, that's why you have a pilot and co-pilot. Anyway, we've totally been derailed by Chronoplans. I just wanted to remind chat that I still love Chronoplans. That hasn't changed. I just haven't talked about them as much as I used to.
You voted
He has
for
made sure that the
you
borders are
actually
open and
asked
they
for a
haven't done
gas
anything.
tax
Look at
increase
everything
in
that's
South
happened.
Carolina.
12 years. Where have you been? Where
I
have
voted
you
no
been,
on all.
Tim?
I voted on
12
most of
years.
those things.
We've waited,
I have voted
and
most.
nothing has happened.
Here's what you've
12
done.
years.
Here's
the thing that I just find interesting.
Ron, let me finish
All
it
these
first.
guys have said
Here's the
things,
fact.
and I appreciate a lot of the things they're saying.
Nikki
I'm
Haley.
the only one up here who's gotten in the big fights and has delivered big victories for the people of Florida, and that's what it's all about. You can always talk, but when it gets hot in there, when they're shooting arrows at you, are you going to be stand up for parents' rights, to keep the state free? Are you going to be able to do all those things? And in the state of Florida, because of our success, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. We have won the big fights. We have turned our state into a Republican state. People respond to leadership. I've done it while others have talked about it.
CEO, we actually have a CEO in the White House, which is what I think we need. If I may just briefly interject here, we need a zero-based budgeting. That's the way businesses are actually run. Start with zero as the baseline for the budget, and then see what's actually necessary. There isn't a blue state or a red state in this union that does it. The federal government doesn't do it. But successful companies, including the ones that I've built as a CEO, will do it. And I think we need a CEO in the White House to get that done.
Governor Burgum runs a state that way. Yes,
tech
go
questions,
ahead.
you didn't ask the only guy that's been in tech. You have energy questions, you don't ask anything. But I'm just going to say right now, when you say nobody else has done it, the energy plans that have all been announced in the last month by these other folks on stage, we're already doing it in North Dakota. The border plans they're already talking about, we've got troops down at the border flying helicopter missions from North Dakota, from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop transnational criminal organizations from inflicting the invasion and the mass casualties in our state. And on the energy policy, we're already doing it. And it's not saying when nobody else done the big fights, North Dakota was leading the charge. We won the battle to get the Biden administration, who was ignoring the law. They were the first administration since Truman that wasn't holding the quarterly required lease sales, and we won that in federal court. WOTUS, we won that in federal court. We're fighting the Biden administration on 20 fronts. To say that nobody's fighting the big fights, just look at the record of what we're doing right now.
Oh yeah, Vivek did a pump and dump scheme with his company. Yeah.
Energy, economy, national security, have been talking about it since day one, and now finally good, we're having the conversation about it, but we've got the answer in North Dakota.
We've got the answer in North Dakota. We've deported hundreds of millions of Canadians.
Burgum, let's talk big government. This question's for you. Big government keeps getting bigger. 1/5 of all new jobs this year have been created by the government. Governor Burgum, you say you want to shrink the size of government, but it has been a century since any president has done that. Why would you be any different?
Well, because we've done it in North Dakota. When I took office, we shrunk the state budget general fund by 27% in the first 4 months I was office, and all the trains still running on time. Why? Because you had a business leader that was actually there. Inside of every government job, there's 10 or 20% of mind-numbing, soul-sucking work that even the state and federal employees don't want to do, and you can engineer that work out of the job. That would free up right there 20% of 2 million civilian employees. And by the way, we've got 10 million jobs open. They'd have plenty to do, and they could be generating taxes instead of being paid by taxes. This is totally possible to do it if you have...
Yeah, you know, just throw them out and they'll get jobs in the private sector. What? Dude. I mean, I'm sure they would adapt over time, but like I don't know. I think there might be a bit of a market shock if you just cut 20% of government jobs. Did that fucker just use the trains run on time unironically? Yes. Yes, he did.
Have somebody that understands, because having worked in technology for 30 years, everything we had to do was to be better, faster, and cheaper the next day. That's what we can do in government. That's what we're doing in North Dakota.
All right. Governor DeSantis, I want to ask you about...
Why do Republicans just want to cripple our government? Honestly, it's it's what I talked about in the 2025 Project 2025 video. If you missed that, check it out. Great video. But one of the main ethos components of current conservatism is that they abhor the idea that these pencil pushers who are overseeing regulations and the day-to-day functioning of our government possess any kind of power. Because to them, those people represent roadblocks to getting their kind of authoritarian agendas passed. And so instead, what they would like to do, instead of like working with the system we have, you know, with the regulations we have to do new and better things, they want to destroy that entire system. They want to get rid of the people who are inconvenient to their plans. They want to get rid of the regulations that are preventing their donors from like putting toxic lead into water supplies. And they want to basically streamline the government so that the people at the top of it have the maximum amount of power possible. Over time, of course, this would lead to an authoritarian government, but that's okay because they, in their delusion, these conservatives, believe that they'll just have the right guy in power. You know, as long as they have their guy with authoritarian power, they're not really too fussed about the lack of democracy. You know, and this is what you see time and time again when you see these Christian nationalists talking about, you know, their bid for political power. It's that they want to get rid of the deep state and they want to supplant that with an authoritarian regime that will champion Christian ideals. And they aren't too fussed about how that happens as long as it's their guy in charge. But part of that is cutting the administrative state down to the bone, even if it comes at the cost of functionality. Isn't strip mining for the necessary materials / ore for green technology bad for the environment? Yeah, but so is strip mining for basically any ore that we use. So honestly, I would prefer green outcomes to the things we already do, as opposed to the non-green outcomes for the strip mining we already do. Hey, Vinegar Nuts, how you doing?
That's something that I think is on a lot of Republicans' minds. This election could come down to less
inertia.
than 50,000 votes in 3 states. Abortion was on the ballot in 6 states in 2022. Republicans lost all of them. Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot in Arizona. That is a must-win.
Look at his face, dude. How can anyone take this guy seriously? Can you give me thigh burns? Maybe.
Win state. Governor DeSantis, how are you going to win over independent, pro-choice voters in Arizona?
Same way we did in Florida. We won the greatest Republican victory in a governor's race in the history of the state, over 1.5 million votes. We were winning places like Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, that nobody thought was possible because we were leading with purpose and conviction. I reject this idea that pro-lifers are to blame for midterm defeats. I think there's other reasons for that. The former president, you know, he's missing in action tonight. He's had a lot to say about that. He should be here explaining his comments to try.
Maybe in the future we can mine astral bodies, then leave the Earth to recover. Yeah, it wouldn't be. I think that would be great. I think we're actually pretty close to being able to do like space mining. Obviously, I think we'll probably be mining like the moon at first, but eventually we'll probably be like towing asteroids into like Earth orbit to like mine them. I think we're like on the verge of like some really cool innovations in space mining.
Try to say that pro-life protections are somehow a terrible thing. I want him to look into the eyes and tell people who've been fighting this fight for a long time. I was at, my wife and I,
unfortunately, I've never farted
at the gravesite of President and Mrs. Reagan, and I noticed that there was a quote where it says, "Every single person has purpose and worth." We're better off when everybody counts. And I think we should stand for what we believe in. I think we should hold the Democrats accountable for their extremism, supporting abortion all the way up until the moment of birth. That is infanticide, and that is wrong.
Let me ask Governor Christie. Governor Christie, do you think that Republicans...
Yes, I will.
Okay, Governor Christie, do you think that Republicans can do that in Arizona if this referendum is on the ballot there?
Yeah, because I did it in New Jersey. Dana. You know,
Then why are all these other states losing?
Well, because they don't have leaders in those states who are leading the fight the way
Thanks,
it should
Spitfire.
be done.
It's a dress.
And the fact is, look, I was a governor here of the only blue state that's represented up here. This is where the fight is really tough for Republicans, and those are the states that we're going to have to try to win if we're going to win the White House back. And what we did was 14 times, Dana, in 8 years, I vetoed Planned Parenthood.
Oh, Steve L. Nightbot over on YouTube, like the auto mod, can be a little bit authoritarian over there. I still need to tweak it a bit, but no worries about the all caps.
Funding, 14 times. No one else gets it that much. The Democrats just kept sending it to me, and I kept saying no because I believe in life, but I also believe in states' rights. And I think we fought hard against Roe versus Wade for decades to say that states should make these decisions. So we're going to have those fights in the states. But what you need is a leader who can talk to people and make them understand that if you're pro-life, you have to be pro-life for the entire life, not just the 9 months in the womb. And we talked a lot about fentanyl tonight, and we haven't spoken one moment about treatment. But we need to make sure that for the drug-addicted 16-year-old on the floor of the county lockup, her life is precious too. And we,
you know, by like having like the life-saving drugs available, maybe give them safe places to do drugs so that if they overdose or have something laced with something, they can just not die and have medical help available to them. You know, like that'd be pretty cool.
We need to be providing treatment to cure this as a disease that it is. If you're pro-life, you got to be pro-life for the entire life. We start talking like that, they're going to do what I did in the blue state, which was get reelected with 61% of the vote and won 70% of independents and 51% of Latinos because I told them the truth from my heart.
Thank you. Vice President Pence, the latest Univision poll
Oh,
found
Dark
that
Canuck, I
73%
appreciate
of
that.
Latino voters think the Republican Party doesn't care about or is being hostile toward them, the Hispanic community. Only Governor DeSantis has translated his campaign into Spanish.
Yeah, well, you know what, Dark Canuck, you're promoted. There you go. Boom.
How will you reach out to Latino voters?
Well, I promise you that we're going to continue to build bridges to every community in this country. And I'm incredibly proud of that tax cut and tax reform bill. I worked on Capitol Hill to help get that bill passed into law, the largest tax cut in American history. We saw literally the lowest unemployment ever recorded for Hispanic Americans, the lowest unemployment ever recorded for African Americans, 50-year low for women. So I think the President of the United States needs to be a champion for the American dream for every American. It begins with the unborn and the aged and the infirm. And it begins with every ethnic group in this country. And I promise you, if I'm President of the United States, I'll be a champion. I'll be a champion for the American dream, for Hispanic Americans, and for every American. So help me God.
Senator Scott, reaction?
Yes, there's no doubt that if you lead by example, it's the best way to get the job done. If you look at my office in the Senate, my chief of staff is the only Hispanic female chief of staff in the Senate. I hired her because she was the best.
All of these people, by the way, rail against diversity, equity, and inclusion, and yet absolutely willing to do stuff like this.
Highest qualified person we have. What we need are leaders who lead by example. And I will simply say, I would love to finish my conversation with Nikki as it relates to the job that needs to get done.
Yeah, TKC strike,
Nikki
probably not.
offered a 10% gas tax increase in South Carolina. Talk about someone who has never seen a federal dollar she doesn't like. 10 cents on the gallon in South Carolina. As the UN ambassador, you literally put $50,000 on curtains.
Hey, you can, guys, you can sexually harass me a little bit in Twitch chat, but if you're gonna start throwing around racial slurs, I'm sorry, you're gone instantly. I can handle stuff directed towards me, but if you're gonna be throwing slurs around towards other people, get the fuck out.
And a $15 million subsidized location. Next.
You got bad information. First of all, I fought the...
Oh, Erica, you could be a mod on YouTube. Modded. Standard mod. Let's go.
gas tax in South Carolina multiple times.
It's a mod town over there.
Just go to YouTube.
Against the establishment.
Just go to
and
YouTube
you want
and
to
see
know
it for
what
yourself.
that
Oh shit, Dark Canuck, I didn't know you modded for Zan, Luxander, and the Pillow. I don't know who Meme Joy is, but I know the first three. They're all really great.
And some was when they wouldn't pass the gas tax, the establishment and the companies wanted me to do it so much that I said the only way I will.
Can I be a mod? No, not yet.
All you have
No.
to do is go watch Nikki Haley on YouTube.
Yes.
If you will give me 3 times the deduction in income tax, then I will look at your gas
So you
tax,
said
which
yes,
is why it
you
didn't
would
happen.
pass.
Secondly,
Exactly, Ron.
secondly, on the 50 million.
Here is a nice part.
Secondly, on the curtains, do your
Yes.
homework, Tim, because Obama bought those
boiled
curtains.
peanuts.
It's in the back?
It's in the
Well,
back.
if I ever-
It's the state.
If I ever need if I ever need a mod in Twitch chat, there you go. Nice fart, Nani? No, I said a nice. Wait, did I say the word fart? Very knifey duck. Nah, I'm good. Do I need subs though? I do need subs. Drop some subs or donos over on Riverboat Jack, because we always looking for Oilers. Oilers?
State Department.
Didn't you send them
Did
back?
you send them back? You're the one that works in Congress.
Oh my gosh.
You get it
You
done.
hung them on your curtains.
They were there before I even showed up at the residence. You are
Here's
scrapping.
a-
You are scrapping.
I'm not
Excuse me.
scrapping.
You know I fought
Here's a fact.
taxes.
Here's a fact, though.
I cut taxes. I loaded up our
You wanted a gas tax increase, and then you wanted
Vage, chat's full of subs already. True.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do not intend to go ahead like this. In fact, we're about to take a commercial break. We'll have more of the second Republican debate live from the Reagan Presidential Library in just a few moments.
Do you trust our government and where the
Hello, chat. We have officially hit 59 likes on the YouTube stream, but you know what? I still hunger for more likes. I need to hit 69 likes, chat. And again, if we hit 69 likes, I'll let my hair down. We'll have ourselves a fun little time. But until then, hello. How we all doing? Hit the like button over on YouTube, you silly billies. And consider hitting the subscribe button too, as long as you're over there. I mean, it's like right there. And consider, folks, hitting the follow button over on Twitch. I'd very, very much appreciate it. As well as dropping some subs or donos, because this stream is literally made possible by viewers like you. If you would like to support me being able to live, I would very much appreciate subs or donos. Yeah. Do we got any Oilers? Please remember to like the stream. Indeed. Feel like I would probably be considered a bratty bottom. Wait, did we just hit 67 likes on the stream? Did we? Did we really? Aw, shit, we're at 67 likes. Let's go. We only need 3 more. Let's go, folks. You guys are about to break a record for liking stream. Usually you guys hover around like between like 30 and 50. Let's go. I believe in you, chat. I believe in chat's ability to click on buttons. You do it every day. I know it. We're at 68 likes. Are we at 69? Are we at 69? Oh my god. Oh my god, are we doing it? 69? Doing it? On my screen it says 68. Damn it. There we go. I'm gonna print screen on that one. There we go. Hell yeah, chat, we did it. 69, baby. Took a moment to update. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And crop. Let's cue the sax music. About I was gonna do Careless Whisper sax music, but that would definitely be copyright. Ba 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 da 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 ba ba da 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 ba da ba da 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 ba ba da 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 da. Sad because I like hair up. I'll always be up again on a new day. All right, here we go.
And welcome back to the final minutes. I could go another hour, but we only have a few minutes. And candidates, it's now obvious that if you all stay in the race, former President Donald Trump wins the nomination. None of you have indicated that you're dropping out. So,
January Embers? Who's
which
that?
one of you on stage tonight should be voted off the island?
I do like my hair up.
Please use your marker to write your choice on the notepad in front of you. 15 seconds. Start.
Are you kidding me? They're debating about whether or not to be president. What is this?
Now, of the people on the stage, who should be? I'm
I'll decline
absolutely
to do that
serious.
with all due respect. I mean, we're here, like, we're happy to debate. But
Does that make
I think
Gremlo
that's
gender bent
disrespectful
Jack?
to my
Yes,
fellow
it
competitors.
does.
Nobody wants to participate.
Let's do some questions. Let's talk about the future of the country.
Okay, that's actually kind of cool that they all refuse to do that.
I'll answer. I want to be clear
Let me
about
ask you
this.
this.
If I may,
Let me ask you something.
Yep.
Then if you won't answer that question, let me ask you this one.
Yeah.
What is your mathematical path,
Yes.
Governor DeSantis, in order to try to beat President Trump, who has a commanding and enduring lead in this race?
So polls don't elect presidents. Voters elect presidents.
Right.
And we're going to take the case of the people in these early states. We're going to do it in a state-by-state direction. And why? Because as Reagan said in his day, this is our time for choosing. We are not getting a mulligan on the 2024 election. Republicans have lost 3 straight elections in a row. We were supposed to have a red wave with inflation at 9%. It crashed and burned. Not in Florida, it didn't. We delivered it in Florida. And so we've got to choose right. We've got to win. And we need somebody that's going to be able to serve 2 terms. So in January of 2023, they'll be able to address the nation saying, we turned the economy around, we secured the border, and we fended off the threat from communist China. As your president, I will get that job done.
Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something. Governor Christie, I believe, excuse me, Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something on the card.
No, but I'll certainly tell you.
Go.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, I think I've been the only one on this stage who's been clear about this. I vote Donald Trump off the island right now. And the reason I vote him off the island,
any of the people on the stage
you know what?
off the island.
Every person on this stage has shown the respect for Republican voters to come here to express their views honestly, candidly, and directly, and to take your questions honestly. I have respect for every man and woman on this stage because they've done it. Vivek, put your hand down for a second, would you? I still got time, dude. So chill out. Here, look. This guy has not only divided our party, he's divided families. all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. I've spoken to people, and I know everyone else has, who have sat at Thanksgiving dinner or at a birthday party and can't have a conversation anymore if they disagree with Donald Trump.
Governor
He needs to
and
be voted
candidates.
off the island, and he needs to be taken out of this process.
Can we get Vivek 15 seconds?
All right, you've got 15 seconds,
I
Vivek.
appreciate it, Tina. Look, I have a different view on this. I think Trump was an excellent president, but the America First agenda does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you, the people of this country. And the question is, who's going to unite this country and take the America First agenda to the next level? When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. So yes.
So you admit for hungering after a single man? I don't know, man. Sounds a bit homosexual.
I will respect Donald Trump and his legacy because it's the right thing to do. But we will unite this country to take the America First agenda to the next level, and that will take a different generation to do it.
That does it. I repeat, that does it. For the second Republican primary debate, live from the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library.
Thank you to all the candidates. We've loved having you here tonight, and we will see you out on the campaign trail.
Have a great evening. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Good night. Buenas noches.
Hi, welcome to Hannity.
All right. Well, we did it. We made it through. We made it through. Overall thoughts, Vivek it really seemed like people had knives out for Vivek. He was taking shots from like Mike Pence, Nikki Haley. He was fending off a great deal of attacks. I think he came out looking pretty unscathed by a lot of them. I think the big loser of the night was Ron DeSantis, to be honest. Like, Nikki Haley absolutely nailed him on fracking in Florida. And I do have to say, I think he just came out looking absolutely terrible, you know? Which is great, you know? I do think I think that really at this point it's just kind of a free-for-all. Like, DeSantis doesn't have the commanding lead he thought he was going to have, and a lot of pundits thought he was going to have. I don't know. I liked Chris Christie as kind of like the wild card, just like throwing out punches, going after Trump, and being the closest on the stage to being a sane candidate, you know? Tim Scott looked terrible. Tim Scott, like, did 9/11 trutherism. He was basically saying, like, black families were done dirty by being given money. Like, Nikki Haley, like, was just kind of the assassin of the night. She lurked in the shadows. You forgot she was there, and then she leapt out to strike, you know? Yeah, Doug Burgum was a non-entity. Hey, Doodle Burb, how you doing? What are the white supremacists saying about each candidate? The white supremacists are pretty, you know, on board with all of them. Doodle-based, indeed. As I pointed out earlier, DeSantis really did get lucky, and I mean wildly lucky. Greg Abbott in my home state of Texas kind of did too, but not quite to the same extent. Yeah, like, the more people see of Ron DeSantis, the, like, less positively they think about him, you know? Like, he has negative charisma. He's a charisma black hole. And, like, Vivek was kind of nailed in the previous debate as, like, a Chat GPT candidate. He's basically, like, the ideal Republican, but, like, he has no actual conviction. He's just saying what he knows will, like, rally up the base. And, frankly, that's proven a strength to him, but it's not going to be enough for him to actually, like, win the election at all. I've been better, but I'm good, just hanging around. Yeah, today was a rough day for non-binary people. I'm sorry. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the stream, but yeah, the Brianna Wu stuff is gross as hell. Chris Christie, yeah, honestly, Chris Christie was interesting, and I was interested whenever he talked, specifically because I was never quite sure what he was going to say. Like, sometimes he got dangerously close to being correct about things, you know? Which is uncharacteristic of most Republicans. I'm going to be giving my thoughts on Wu on tomorrow's stream. Yeah, all I'll say is, like, if your advocacy for trans people doesn't include, like, non-binary folks, like, your advocacy is worthless and, like, not anchored ideologically to anything that is defensible. You know, like, I didn't hear about that. What did she do? There was a leak of group texts where she, like, compared Benny Carollo to basically called her a transvestite, and was talking with people who were, like, mocking her appearance, saying, like, quoting lines from Silence of the Lambs about her. And then there were other screenshots from group chats where she basically was talking about how, like, BLM had co-opted the leftist movement, and pronouns and non-binary people were co-opting leftism. Yeah, they were also shitting on Doe for using its pronouns. It was really, really bad. Like, really bad. Someone actually mentions BLM. Yeah, no, like, it went beyond just the pronoun stuff, just the non-binary stuff. There was also just, like, weird stuff regarding BLM. I genuinely, I think it's actually a really bad leak. And it's unfortunate because she's also doing a lot of, like, organizing work that I think is pretty important for, like, online, you know, political power building, but, like, the leak of these chats has the potential to completely derail all of that, because she just couldn't not shit on people in a group chat, you know? Like I don't know, it's a really bad look when someone's hanging out with trans medicalists and, like, saying unhinged things like that. So, Brianna Wu's still a thing? Yeah, she's been doing some stuff in leftist organizing circles. Back to square one. I mean, I think the work that she's been doing can still be salvaged. I just don't think she should be, like, a front-facing figure for it at all, you know? But I think she might very well want to be, which is going to be kind of an issue going forward. I disagree with Keppels. Say also most people have private accounts where they say horrible stuff. Yeah, exactly, Doodleburb. I read that and I was like, I don't think that's true. I don't think most people have private group chats where they are just being catty bitches to other people, you know, and saying horrible shit. I don't. If I find myself in one of those chats, I leave, because those people are not people I want to associate with. And it's just like, I don't know, I'll say my opinions about people publicly. I don't want to hide that, you know? I believe post all of mine except for all the pictures. Yeah. The issue is, I do think it's good to bring together, like, the Keffels community and the Vosh community and the Destiny community and, like, the Majority Report community to, like, collaborate on political organizing. I think that is unambiguously something that needs to happen. And I'm hoping that that can still go forward, even though one of the people that's behind the organizing of that is has been engaging in behavior like this. But I feel no compulsion to actually defend anything she said. I don't know about Destiny. I mean, look, I don't like Destiny. I fucking hate Destiny. But I do think that his community is capable, it has good people in it, and is capable of doing good and positive things by organizing politically. I am concerned with organizing people power, and sometimes that means you have to work with people you dislike. And frankly, I've worked with people who come from his community, and they do good political organizing work. You know, if people are willing to put in that work and organize, I'm willing to work with those people too, you know? Anyway, hello. You've made it through. You've solved my Republican GOP primary debate 2 puzzle. We're on the other side. How we doing? Can we put Che Gouda into the device? I don't know what they're talking about, so I don't know. If they want to be more explicit, they can be banned, I guess. Join forces between leftist groups for more progressive victories. Are you all slow? Well, that's what I'm doing. I've literally been working on doing that for years now. I don't want to be around that community because they also just don't respect non-binary people. And that's fair, but again, like I'm interested in getting like political results, right? That's my primary goal. And like that means organizing with people who are willing to set aside differences and be able to come together and get progressive candidates elected, you know? And that is a bigger goal for me than like being respected as a trans person. If I'm working with people who disrespect me, I can put up with that if that means like we can get somebody who's going to support like Medicare for all or like general LGBTQ rights or, you know, what have you, right? Like that's just the cold calculus of political organizing. I can't compartmentalize like that. I mean, that ultimately, like, we either organize or we die, right? That's my calculus. Like, either we build political power or we die. And I don't know of any other way that I'm in a position to build that political power, so this is what I do. You might be in a different position, so and you can build power in a different way. More power to you, you know? I'll support you. I unfortunately don't feel like I have a luxury to pick and choose. I wish I did, but I don't feel like I have that luxury. Well, Cheguda, to clarify, we just had some people come into chat talking about, like, wanting to jack off to my farts, so coming in and just saying do it without context, people probably assumed you were telling me to fart so that you could masturbate. That's probably why people were reacting in a somewhat like suspicious manner of you. What the fuck? Yeah, Twitch chat be wildin', okay? Hey, Nemredic. Excuse me, what? Do you fart? Yeah. That wasn't a joke. Yeah, that actually happened. Again, like there are weirdos, trolls, or genuine who, you know, want to know stuff like that. It's a whole thing that's sweeping through TikTok now. Wait, TikTok is on fart fetish discourse? Why? Why? Oh yeah. We banned one of those guys who was talking about farts when he used a racial slur for Tim Scott. You can now be on Fart Talk. Thanks. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, Chiguda, we were just talking about how, like, there were people who came into chat immediately before you who were, asking me to fart so they could masturbate. So, yeah, I think people might have thought you were one of those folks, which is not fair to you, but I think that's where other people's heads were at. Yes, please be less racist when, when demanding fart content from me, I guess. Jesus. And yeah, Peaceful Warrior makes a good point in YouTube chat. Like, even if, like, you know, the Majority Report community, Destiny community, like, Nindreen.
Hey, Twitch chat? How about you calm down? Also, hi everybody.
Damn, thank you for the $100 dono, raining some oil down over here. Very, 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 very pog. Thank you very much for the generous dono, Nindreen. Hope you're doing okay. But Peaceful Warrior made a good comment here. You don't have to be in, like, the chat of someone you disagree with. Like, if you don't like the Vosh community or you don't like the Destiny community, you don't have to, like, engage with them, really. A lot of the coordinating we'll be doing is, like, in terms of, like, phone banking or, you know, text banking or even, like, knocking on doors. And generally speaking, you won't have to, like, you can just do those things, you know? The goal is to be mobilizing all of those communities for certain races. And I think that is an overall worthy goal. And a way of protecting yourself as well, keeping that in mind. You really think Emma Viglin wants to sit next to Destiny for 2 hours because she thinks he's cool? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. Fuck. Stretch. You're right, Soshi Inertia. Stretching is necessary. Whew, I gotta be careful with when I adjust my dress down, though. There's a real possibility in this dress of booba pop. VidCon is happening, right? Yeah, it's happening this weekend. Which is why, like, the timing of all of this group chat leak is terrible for trying to drum up support for what they're about to do, you know? Is that a dress? Yeah, it's a really cute dress. I love it a lot. I would show it, but I'm wearing sweatpants underneath it because I'm sitting for a long period of time and don't just want, like, you know, my ass in tights on the chair for so long. There are 3 pep point redeems. Oh, I do need to hydrate with my energy drink. Wasn't Brianna Wu supposed to be there? Yep, she is going to be there. Did you see the image of the 3 at dinner? You can't tell me it didn't look photoshopped. Oh, it absolutely did. Destiny looked miserable. And posture check. How are the farts gonna get out for free? Yeah, right? Hey, Tipster, how are you doing? Also, Nindreen, I didn't see your response. Are you doing okay? Been worried about you lately. I don't know where Brianna's from. And I have no idea how old she is. What color are your eyes? They look kind of like mine, ambiguously blue or green, but primarily gray. So, my eyes are kind of like a... They tend to change color depending on lighting and the day. Sometimes they're more of a bluish color, sometimes they're more of a green. I just call them hazel. Wait, what debate are you guys... Oh, the debate we just watched. Who was at a table with Destiny? Keffels, Vosh, Destiny, and someone else who took the picture. Looks like they all went out to eat or something. Wait, what? Wait, what, LB? They were all at a table? Yeah. Here, I'll bring it up. You guys all get so weird about, like, Vosh and Destiny. Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Oop, there we go. Destiny just looks miserable, dude. He looks like he's just contemplating the end. I don't know, Vosh looks normal. That's just how Vosh looks. And Keffels just looks like she wants to go and take a nap, which, fair. Vosh looks like a creepy uncle. Yeah, but he also, I think I also saw somebody, like, he had like a professional picture taken or something. Looked pretty good. They also might be drunk. I don't know. They might be out drinking together. Whatever. I'm not gonna look for that pic. By his editor? Maybe? I don't know who his editor is. By Ryan? Yeah, I think so. Oh, Soci Inertia, you found it for me. Thank you. Yeah, he looks good. It's a good picture. Mr. Steal Your Girl over here. The new glasses are an upgrade? Yeah. Damn, he does look good, right? Right? See, it's a wonder what the sun will do to a bloke. Do not buy a car from that man. All right. Now, folks, we've covered what we've covered enough of this. I don't care enough about these folks to talk about them for this long. He's getting that vitamin D, that vitamin destiny. He's a handsome young man. True. That's not true. I watch Vosh content all the time. I'm surprised he didn't burst into flame exposed to sunlight. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh my god! Nindreen! Holy fuck!
It's my money, I do what I want.
What?
Asterisk Nindreen asterisk gifted asterisk 50 tier 1 asterisk
Oh my
subscriptions.
god! What? Did... what is happening?
Asterisk Nindreen asterisk gifted asterisk 50 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Oh my god! What? 1, 2, 3. Jesus, Nindreen. Wait, was that? Yeah, 3 sets of 50. 150 subs. Holy moly. Nindreen. Thank you so much. The oil runs like water. We've traveled through the parched wasteland of the stream and arrived at the promised land. Oh my god, dude. Y'all, how much is a tier 1 sub? Over on riverboat.gg, it's 5. So, yeah, 150 times 5. God damn, dude. Thank you so much. Our family, you are indeed orange. Yeah, if you guys weren't part of riverboat.gg, you missed out on the making it rain of the subs. Oh my god. Gayfesh, they ran out of subs members to be gifted. Yeah. Which thankfully that happened when I like launched the riverboat.gg site initially, when there weren't that many people on there. And it broke the site, but actually I think the Whiteleaf folks fixed this. Thank you so much, Nindreen. Holy fuck. We have secured victory over the white name Scourge. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. I think you got everybody. Unless anyone else is gonna join in like the next like minute or two. Holy moly. God damn. Nindreen. I have no words. That is incredibly generous. Shit, I should sign into site chat. Yeah, you should, Peaceful Warrior. Oh my god. I literally thought that was that the chat was broken. That is I'm speechless. I mentioned I get paid bank, right? You did. You did. And now that bank has become oil for the streamer. Thank you so much. Wow. Did you watch James from the internet at Nindreen defend the whiteness? I don't know what that means, Soshi Inertia. Oh my god, dude. There shall never be a white name in riverboat.gg again. Oh my god. Oh, okay, wait. Let's not start saying like, oh, is a white name Holodomor. Okay, let's not none of that. None of that. None of that. Let's not compare this to real world atrocities. Just call me Ahab. Am I the white whale? Am I the white whale? Am I? I am the alabaster disaster. The cracker, the honka. Me, I'm usually in Twitch. This one's new. Molly Millions, keeping the spark of hope alive for the white names. Who's Queequeg? Or wait, am I Queequeg? Sometimes the filter between my brain and my fingers fucking fails. It's okay, Very Knifey Duck. We love you. Yeah, that was the biggest BWA energy I've ever seen in my life. Thank you so much, Nindreen. Yeah, Paladin. Yeah, Nindreen dropped 150 subs. 150 subs. That is, damn, dude. God. And the fee. Very knifey duck.
Not on my watch. BWA.
Thank you for gifting sub to Molly Millions. Today will be known as the Great Replacement. Oh no, it's happening.
Riverboat Risengan.
Kyryu, thank you for gifting Molly Millions a sub. Oh my god, dude. I don't know what to say. Sub goal achieved. What do we do? I mean, I didn't even know there was a sub goal. I think. Do you guys want me to change into my manatee onesie? I'll do that. I'll do that. We still have more content to go over. God damn. Good night. Catch you all in the morning. Good night, Gamer G. Can it be Friday on Wednesday? Yes. Return of the Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll go change into my manatee onesie, all right? You guys have earned it. Let Nindreen decide. Ooh, yes. Nindreen, you get to decide. Do you want manatee onesie, or should I stay in my dress? That is fair. Yes, VCC TV. You see, we watched the Republican primary debate, but Donald Trump wasn't there. So where was he? We're gonna watch his rally in Michigan, baby. See what he's up to. Manatee onesies exist? Yeah, where did you think the art of me in a manatee onesie came from? It's based on historical fact. Oh no, not Trump brain rot? Oh yes, we need to see what Trump is saying. I want to say that leather number. Wait, the leather number? I can do a leather number for you guys. You can choose, Nindreen. Would you like leather number? Or manatee? I can do I have a leather number in mind that I haven't worn. The straps one? I mean, I'm not sure if it's the one you're thinking of. But I will We are doing People's Court tomorrow, Paladin. But if you want some leather straps, I got an outfit. Let's go with leather. Okay. I'll be back in several minutes, chat. I think you'll enjoy it. BRB. Also, I'll break out the manatee onesie for People's Court. Hello. How you doing, chat? Is this good enough leather for you? Why you do this to me? Well, you asked for leather. And the strappy leather number, and a bunch of leather straps. You can leave your hat on. I'm trying to work. Hi. You do look fucking hot. Thank you, Spitfire. And you guys should honestly thank Clarice, because I just apropos just was like, I'm gonna throw this on and see if she thinks it looks attractive. And she liked it a lot and suggested this type of outfit for it. And I figured I'd try it for you guys, and I think that this is a very good combo. What's the little ring for? Pulling. Anyway, you all should really thank Nindreen for dropping 150 subs. Okay? Jack is definitely not a bottom. I missed the debate. I didn't want to watch it. Not looking disrespectfully, just looking. You can disrespectfully look a little bit as a treat. Just gotta make sure my makeup isn't smearing. And then we can continue. There we go. I gotta take selfies when I dress up. All I'm gonna say is big envy right now. Well, Nindreen, you asked for straps of leather. This is the strappiest leather that I have. Dr. Robotnik, oddly enough, the second GOP debate didn't have a ton of trans content in it. No, Nindreen, thank you. I love wearing leather. Is there somewhere I can get this outfit for myself? I mean, the mesh shirt is pretty standard. I think you can probably pretty easily just find that anywhere. It's just a black mesh shirt with like some ruffle sleeves. The strap the strap is going to be more difficult to get because it's actual leather, not faux leather. You know, it's not like party straps. This is like legit straps. And then the bralette that I'm wearing is also faux leather, so you should be able to find something like that pretty easily. Gonna take my victory lap? Hell yeah. Yeah, people weren't super explicit about what they wanted to do to trans people. I mean, they wanted to ban gender ideology, but what that means, you know, who knows? Yeah, like an actual leather harness tends to be pretty expensive. This would probably be like $100 or so. Well, yeah, obviously they don't want trans people to exist. Like, that's just kind of par for the course. They just didn't spend a ton of time talking about it. God tier Nindreen? Absolutely. My driving gloves were $150. Well, I mean, like, that's also very expensive. Yeah, and KBS, this one has is actually a two-piecer. Like, it goes top and bottom. But my ass actually got too fat for the bottom harness, so I just have a really big ass. I'm sorry. Do you think the Republicans really don't get why some trans kids don't tell their parents? That's an excellent question, Mr. Anderson, and I think, honestly, most conservative parents don't care. Because conservative parents don't see their children as people. They see their children as their property, you know? And they want to know what is happening to their property, you know? So I don't think it's that they don't get it. I think that they get it. They are just like, oh, well, I would want to know if it was my kids. You know? Two-piece coming soon on Netflix. Okay, big ass. True. True. True, K9. I can't type right now. Hey, VCC TV. All right. Now that we've done content, now that we've done I've delivered on the outfit that you guys requested. It's time. It's time. We are going to find out what Donald Trump was up to during the second GOP presidential debate. Let's check it out. Shall we? It was on C-SPAN 4 hours ago. We're a bit late, but you know, I think it's going to be okay. We'll just have to, you know, of course, skip through the introduction where he plays copyrighted music.
Available to watch at our website, cspan.org. We'll leave it here now to take you to Republican presidential candidate and former President Donald Trump. Speaking.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Do not this going on out there. But I'm thrilled to be back with the workers, UAW members, and proud patriots.
Yeah, so something to keep in mind for this particular appearance is that this was intended to be something where he showed up to talk to current and former UAW workers, which is pretty interesting, right? Like, both Joe Biden and Donald Trump trying to appeal to, you know, working class Americans by, you know, courting this demographic. Meanwhile, the Republicans berate Joe Biden for going to the picket line and wasting time and not doing anything. And it's just like, well, it's a pretty key component of the voting bloc, right? Like that's why Trump is doing it too. Except he's not going to the, you know, picket line. He could have, chose not to. I wonder why.
of the great state of Michigan. Great state, great people. Here in Michigan and across the country tonight, there are countless thousands of auto workers and skilled tradesmen worried about the future and what the future holds for themselves and for their incredible families. I want to begin this evening by saluting these truly great Americans who do not get the credit they deserve. You don't get the credit they deserve. And now they want to go all electric and put you all out of business. You know that, right? To the welders, assembly
Oh shit, he's in Clinton Township, the seat of their power.
line workers, machine operators, forklift drivers, pipe fitters, tool and die makers, mechanics, electricians.
Oh, really? KBS, do you have video of that? Because that would be really funny.
Technicians and journeymen, we love being with you, and we love being with you right in your environment. You built this country, you love this country, and you are the ones that make our country run. You know that,
Seed.
right? Before I stepped into the political arena 7 years ago, I spent my whole life working alongside of Americans just like you. Spent a lot of time with you. You just don't know that, but I spent a lot of time with you and people just like you. Now, I put everything on the line to fight for you. I've risked it all to defend working class from the corrupt political class that has spent decades sucking the life, wealth, and blood out of this country.
Also, some conservative parents think they're more reasonable than they are. They think they'd never abuse gay kids, but they don't have any and would be abusive when confronted. Yeah, that's the other thing, you know, like, yeah, there's definitely, in conservative ideology, it seems to breed a lot of people with deep, deep, deep denial, you know?
That's why I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for a revival of economic nationalism.
Oh, Namredic, electric cars don't need to be built. They're mined straight from the ground. They're like dwarves.
And our automobile manufacturing lifeblood, which they're sucking out of our country.
Manufacturing.
I want a future that protects American labor, not foreign labor. A future that puts American dreams over foreign profits, and a future that raises American wages, that strengthens American industry, that builds national pride, and that defends this country's dignity, not squanders it all to build up foreign countries that hate us.
Guys, remember when people had conspiracy theories about, like, these teleprompters? Like these little glass things that would be around podiums. Remember when they were like really conspiratorial about Obama and these things? Simpler times, really.
And you know where they are? They're located all over the world, but they're mostly on the other side of the world. We don't want that. Under crooked Joe Biden, you have none of this. You have
not Polydactyl Black Cat. Not only does no one believes that this guy is pro-union, but on top of that, like, do you guys really think a guy who was found to be discriminatory against, like, hiring black people is pro-union? Nah.
None of the things we want. Instead of economic nationalism, you have ultra-left-wing globalism. They hate our country. And the workers of America are getting, to put it very nicely, screwed. You're getting screwed. Yesterday, Joe Biden came to Michigan to pose for photos at the picket line. But it's his policies that send Michigan auto workers to the unemployment line. He only came.
Well, they're not auto workers if they're unemployed, right? What are you talking about?
After I announced that I would be here, you know, he announced quite a bit later. Spoke for a few seconds. Did you notice he spoke for what, a few seconds? And he had absolutely no idea what he...
I don't know, bud. You had opportunities to visit striking workers during your presidency, did you? No? Oh, you spent 0 seconds talking. That's crazy, bro.
...was saying. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know where he was. He didn't know what we were saying. Where am I? He's saying, where am I? Oh, you're in Michigan. Oh, that's great. What do they do in Michigan? They grow wheat in Michigan, he said. Don't they grow wheat? No, that's Iowa and other places. Biden's cruel and ridiculous electrical.
Yeah, Namretic. Currently, California Dems are trying to pass basically state pay for striking workers, which would give SAG-AFTRA just unbelievable bargaining power. Can't wait to see that happen.
Look at this. He wants electric vehicle mandates that will spell the death of the U.S. auto industry. You know,
how would electric vehicle mandates spell the death of the American auto industry? It literally would force the American auto industry to just make more cars. It oh no, the American auto industry is going to die because they're making more cars.
it doesn't matter. I watch it. You're negotiating a contract. You're all on picket lines and everything. But it doesn't make a damn bit of difference what you get, because in 2 years, you're all going to be out of business. You're not getting anything. What they're doing to the auto industry in Michigan and throughout the country.
Oh, why are you even striking? You're not, they're all going to be out of business anyway. You might as well not strike, folks. Just take what they're giving you. Yeah, pro-worker Donald over here.
Is absolutely horrible and ridiculous. Hundreds of thousands of American jobs, your jobs, will be gone forever because crooked Joe Biden is selling out. But I don't think it's him. I don't think he actually knows what the hell he's doing. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. It's not his fault. Let's not blame him. But he's surrounded with radical left Marxists and crazy people, fascists, bad people. He's selling you out.
Citations needed. All of the fascists around Joe Biden. Which ones? Which ones, Donald? Name them.
To China, he's selling you out to the environmental extremists on the radical left. People have no idea how bad this is going to be also for the environment, you know, those...
Ah, yes. The environment, famously positively impacted by cars spewing gas fumes.
Batteries, when they get rid of them, and lots of bad things happen, and when they're digging it out of the ground to make those batteries, it's going to be very bad for the environment. You can be loyal to American labor, or you can be loyal to the environmental lunatics, but you can't really be loyal to both.
Hey, Mayor
It's one or the
McCheese.
other, and they understand that. The Democrat Party has no idea what they're doing right now. They have no idea what to do. Crooked Joe is siding with the left-wing crazies who will destroy automobile manufacturing and will destroy our country itself. They're destroying our country. You look at that at the border. We had the safest border in history. Now you look at what's happening. It's just a horror show. I side with the auto workers of America and with those who want to make America great again, and I always will. And I don't get one thing. I don't get why
You know, I just have to say, you know what's safer than a car that uses combustible fuel? A car that doesn't use that, actually. Those are actually far safer.
Ford and GM, why these car makers aren't fighting to make cars that are going to sell, to make cars that are going to be able to go on long distances. They immediately give up. I see it with the oil companies, too. They're promoting windmills, which don't work, by the way, but they don't work. They want windmills.
Ah, yes, windmills. A technology we've used for literally 1,000 years. Famous for not working.
All over the place. It's like they're told what to do, and that's what they go against their industry.
Also, just as an FYI, electric vehicle car ranges have gotten so much better than they used to be. Like, there are electric vehicles on the market this year that can go over 500 miles on one charge. Like, goodness. Batteries can also combust, but I think maybe an engine that is, running on a constant explosion is maybe a little bit more volatile.
They're either stupid or they're gutless. But why do they concede so fast? This plant, we just walked through this plant, and the electric vehicles are going to put them out of business. They don't need any of this. The things that you make in Michigan, they don't need any of it. Why is it that these big...
They still need the cars, Donald. They still need to, like, assemble the frames of the cars and, like, the seats and, like, the mirrors. They still have almost all of the same components, just not the engine components. And also, they still have engines. They just have a different kind of engine.
Powerful car companies with guys that are making $35 million a year immediately quit. They say, you want electric vehicles, we'll give it to you, when the damn things don't go far enough and they're too expensive. And I'm not in that business, but I know a lot about it. They don't go far enough and they're too expensive. A vote for Crooked Joe means the future of the auto industry will be made in China. That's what it's going to be. That's where they're made.
Also, just as an FYI, right? With a 15-gallon tank at 30 miles per gallon, okay, you can go around 450 miles before needing to refuel, okay? We have electric vehicles that can go farther than that on one charge. Like, again, the idea that, oh, you can't go as far, well, you can, though.
My pledge to every automaker is this: a vote for President Trump means the future of the automobile will be...
Yeah, there's a car, like, called, like, the Lucid or something that can go 516 miles. I think, like, the latest model of, like, the Tesla S can go, like, 470-something miles. Yeah.
Made in America, where it should be. Made in America.
Hey, Chainsaw.
It will be fueled by American energy. It will be sourced by American suppliers.
Demand for electric cars is booming, with sales expected to leap 35% after a record-breaking 2022.
By highly skilled American hands and high-wage American...
But yes, it's Biden killing the auto industry by demanding electric vehicles. Hey, Run Trip Fall. I'm just finishing the VOD of the first debate. I'll catch up eventually. Run Trip Fall, I appreciate you going through the YouTube content we've been putting out lately. And also, by the way, if you are enjoying the stream, I do recommend the videos we've been putting out on YouTube lately, especially the latest one. The latest one we put out about how companies are coming for all of your money. It's a really, really good video, and I think you should all watch it if you haven't seen it yet.
American labor. That's what's going to happen. That's going to happen. And we'll do it first day in office.
Thought I was safe in YouTube chat.
First
You're
day
never
in
safe.
Office. It'll be signed out first day in office. What they're doing to our country is horrible. What they're doing to the auto workers of this country just doesn't make sense. I saved American auto manufacturing. You know that in my...
I saved American? I bet you did. You sly dog.
First term, and I'll save it again. We did great. We did everything to keep those jobs going.
This is a horse-drawn carriage union.
Term, unfortunately, that's what we had to do because things happened during the election that you know about. Happened right here in this state also. And we will make it bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, exactly, KBS. Like, most people don't need to drive hundreds of miles and can just, like, hook up their car when they get home at the end of the day, you know?
But we want to talk about it, but we talk and we keep talking, but we don't want to talk too much. But before we do talk about the current UAW strike that we've been hearing about, and I see people really with mixed emotions because you're striking for wages, but you know your job's only going to be here for 2 years or 3 years if you're lucky. How will we rescue the auto...
Oh, Salmon Moose, I can't wait to see Subaru's EV. It's going to be so good. Subaru builds, like, the most reliable cars on the market. I'm very gay for them, which is perfect because they're very gay for me.
manufacturing in the United States. Let's remember, you got to remember how we got here. For decades and decades, and I've been talking about this subject for 12 years, long before I ever thought of becoming a politician. How good was that? That's a lot of fun. I could have had the easiest, nicest life, L. I would have had the nicest, softest life. Instead, I have to beat these lunatics up all day long. Every day. Every day, lunatics. I never heard of the word indictment. Now I get indicted like every 3 days. He spoke badly about the election. He must be indicted.
What is he even saying? Again, like 80% of what he says is just posturing and nonsense. You know, like it's just to like virtue signal to his base. He's not saying really anything except like, it's kind of actually pointless that you're striking, you know, like, you'll never get anything that way because, you know, the companies are going to go under in 2 years. So you might as well not strike. And it's basically been that for like the last 5 minutes. I always feel weird as a leftist trans girl owning a Mustang with a V8. No, Cthulhu, you shouldn't feel weird about that. That's based and cool and honestly sexy car choice.
He said something bad about Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the most corrupt president and most incompetent president we've ever had. Oh no. No, I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to get indicted again for saying that. For decades, you've watched rotten and crooked politicians like Biden treat American jobs as disposable and American workers as expendable. They sat back and got rich by taking bribes to let other countries rape and pillage our jobs and our wealth. That's what happened.
What does that mean, Donald? What do you think when you're saying, other countries are raping our jobs? What do you think he means? Like, what is he? Again, I don't think he actually means anything when he says these words. He's just stringing them together, you know? Like a child playing word association.
Joe Biden claims to be the most pro-union president in history. Nonsense. Think of it. His entire career, just think of it.
Bread into toast, that is a great emote. That is a perfect emote. I love it.
His entire career has been an act of economic treatment.
Yeah, Cross-Crescent Creed. Chat unlocked a leather mommy jack. So, yeah. It's hard to kind of see the straps, but they're all there.
Reason and union destruction. He's destroyed unions, shipping millions of American jobs overseas while personally taking money from foreign nations hand over fist. Look at the money he got from China. Look at what's coming out.
China.
Crooked Joe backed NAFTA. He backed China's entry into the World Trade Organization. He backed the horrendous Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have
imported thousands upon thousands of trans people to the United States.
The American auto industry, had I not stopped it. You remember when I stopped it? You guys were gone. You were gone. And that was a done deal. And in fact, during the debate, I got beautiful Hillary Clinton. I don't call her crooked because I only use that name for Biden now. So I call her beautiful. She's a beautiful woman, beautiful Hillary Clinton. To change her position on TPP, they were trying to pull a fast one on you, so she actually changed her position during the campaign, but she would have changed it back had that been a different result. But thank goodness it wasn't, because we made things and did things that nobody believed possible.
Like what? Like what? Citations needed. Just explain.
Nobody believed possible.
How many people are in the audience? Well, as usual for events like this, they have not shown the audience.
A gentleman named Barack Hussein Obama. Have you ever heard of him?
Barack
And his
Hussein
You've
Obama.
heard of him. Crooked Joe backed every single blood-sucking globalist attack on U.S. auto workers, and you've been attacked for a long time. Those attacks all stopped for 4 years with us, and they were getting so strong, and you were getting so strong, and they were building plants here again. Now the plants are going back to Mexico, and they're going back to China. And he's coming.
Okay, but you didn't move auto manufacturing plants from China or Mexico back to the United States. Claiming that you did is just a lie. No company moved manufacturing plants, things that cost billions of dollars sometimes to create, or at the very least hundreds of millions of dollars to create. They didn't just build one, have one built here, and then be like, oh, we're sending them overseas, and then build another one in China or Mexico. And then you came into office, they're like, okay, time to build it back in America. They did it again in America. But it felt like they did, exactly. It's all vibes, okay? Trump is our first vibes-based president, okay? He's astrology for Republicans.
Coming back for more. I don't know that he's going to make it to the starting gate, but let's assume he does. If it's not him, it'll be somebody else with the same ideas, because that's the ideas they have. They're very destructive for our country. But we will stop him. Hopefully your leaders at United Auto Workers will endorse Donald Trump. Because, you know, standard history for years and decades and years, they always endorse a Democrat. It's almost like an automatic reflex, and there's no reason for it, but it's a habit. It's a bad habit. Hasn't worked because, look, you've lost 38% of your industry over the period of 25 years. Much of it's gone to Mexico. We don't talk about Mexico. Much of it's gone to Mexico. They make plants in Mexico. A friend of mine, a great supporter, but a great gentleman who builds plants. That's what he builds, auto plants. He said to me the other day, you got to see the plants we're building in Mexico. I said, well, how do they compare to the U.S.?
You got to see the plants we're building in Mexico. Donald walks outside, and there's just a ton of weed plants.
He said, not even a contest. And I said, isn't that a shame? You remember what I did? I said, you don't.
Was Obama astrology for Lib Dems? No, he was just not accurate, you know? Lib Dems thought Obama was going to be farther left than he was, and leftists thought Obama was genuinely bringing hope and change. And then they were sorely dismayed. The difference is that Trump made it through his entire presidency, and the Republicans just saw whatever they wanted embodied in Trump. You know, astrology. As opposed to Obama making it through his presidency and people just being like, okay, that was not what we wanted at all.
Give us protection at our border. I'm going to charge you a tariff of 25%. We want 28,000 soldiers on our border, and we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world, by the way. After NAFTA, the United States lost nearly 4 million manufacturing jobs and almost 1 in 3 auto jobs. Joe Biden voted on that. He gave you that. Nearly 250,000 jobs were destroyed here in Michigan alone, including 40% of all auto jobs. Think of that. In fact, I had to check this number because it's inconceivable. You would think factories. 60,000 factories closed and went overseas. Can you imagine? 60,000. No, who would think that? When I first saw that number, I said, oh, somebody made a typographical error. Maybe it was 600 factories. Could have been 6,000, but that sounded too high. 60,000. And the good news is, if the number was wrong, the fake news will be checking it out. So I have to say, I have to give you the right numbers. Otherwise, the fake news is out there. Crooked Joe and his payday with the Biden family, they raked in millions and millions of dollars. You see what's going on. The news doesn't really report it. Very little news reports it. But it was the men and women who got, every single day, they got up and came back home with grease on their hands, and they were the ones that paid the price. They paid a big, big price. The only time Joe Biden has ever gotten his hands dirty is when he's taking cash from foreign countries, which is quite often, actually. It's quite often. Based on what we're seeing, it's much more often than anyone would have thought. But can you imagine an unannounced raid on his many homes? He would have made Senator Menendez look like a baby, just like a baby. Can you imagine? You know, they gave him 3 weeks' notice. You know, they said, we're going to raid your home over documents. They gave him 3 weeks. Would 3 weeks be enough?
Oh, you know, that reminds me. We do need to talk about the Menendez stuff, because that's honestly wild stuff. You know, the Menendez stuff, like, genuinely is a corruption thing. You know, like, like I think he was caught with like being paid for things in gold bars. I need to look more into it, but yeah, it's something we need to talk about.
So I can imagine. I'd like to see what he cleaned out of there. Joe Biden only cares about enriching his own family. I care about enriching your family. That's why I did this. That's why I did it.
Yeah, gold bars, cash, a BMW. Yeah, kind of like he just came off of like like a robbery or something. Jesus.
I'm working for you, not for me. That is for sure, and I always will. I will always have your back. I promise you that. I will always have your back. When I came into office, the auto industry was on its knees, gasping its last breaths after 8 long years of Obama and Biden. But you finally got a president who stood up to the... You got to understand, I stood up to people that hate you. They hate you. Or they maybe hate our country. But I stood up for you. I stood up for the auto workers and stood up for the great state of Michigan like nobody's ever stood up before. And just as I promised, I withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership my very first week. Do you remember 2016 when we won Michigan? Michigan hadn't been won in like decades. And everyone said, oh. And then we did much better in 2020. I mean, I hate to tell you, we did much better. But we're going to do so. We're going to swamp them. We're going to swamp them. We actually did much better, including in Michigan. I ended Obama's war on American energy. He had a war on American energy. Gasoline prices plummeted and soon reached $1.87 a gallon. How does that sound? Now, you know, it's over $5 and $6 and even $7 a gallon in some places, and it's going up higher and higher and higher. And I think they want that. That way you go all electric, so you can drive for 15 minutes before you have to get a charge. The economy boomed. The household incomes rose by more than $6,000 a year, which was a record. $6,000 a year during my term. A year. I ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, Mexico, Canada. That's the best trade deal ever made, they say.
But by the way, just as an FYI, the Trans-Pacific Partnership still happened. I don't know how many of you guys know this, but the Trans-Pacific Partnership still happened. Part of the issue was that the United States was making demands of things to be added into the Trans-Pacific Partnership to benefit the United States. However, after the United States withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, it actually continued forward, just without the United States as a part of it. Because it was a deal between many different countries, not just the United States and a block of countries. So in 2018, it continued to be iterated on and became known as the Comprehensive and Progressive Amendment for Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the CPTPP. So, basically, the CPTPP was exactly the same as the TPP. However, it omitted all of the things that the U.S. had spent a long time advocating for being added to the TPP. So, basically, it all got passed anyway, just without any of the benefits for the United States. So, I don't know, but not ideal, maybe. Just the tip Indeed.
In our country's history. I think the deal we made with China is even better, but unfortunately with COVID, I don't even talk about that one. But we made a lot of good deals with Japan, with South Korea, with many, many countries. We took bad deals and made them good deals. They were so bad. I used to ask my people, who made these deals? Why did they do it? Who made them? They were so bad, just on their face. With the USMCA, 75% of every car under that deal must be made in North America. In other words, they have to make 75% of the car in North America. Who ever heard of that? And a massive portion must be made by high-wage labor, which means American labor, your high wage. Back in 2008, Biden and Obama promised you that they'd renegotiate NAFTA, but in 8 years, they never lifted a finger. They never changed a thing. You know, NAFTA was so bad that when it was negotiated a long time ago, decades ago, they made typographical errors, like in numbers. And they were bad typographic. They were bad for us. Cost us. Nobody went back to change them. They were typographical errors, and we lived with it for decades, with these errors. Can you imagine that? Normally, like, that happens. You do that in deals, too, and you go back the following day, say, they made a mistake. We're renegotiating this deal. I don't care if it's signed or not. And people sort of have to do that. Legally, they have to do that. If there's an error, if there's a typography. They made typographical errors. They made errors. Maybe they weren't so typographical. Probably the other side made them imperfect, actually. You know, they probably made them. But they made these errors, and they never corrected them for years, for decades. But I corrected them. You know how I did it? By terminating it. Terminating the whole damn deal. And I know how good the USMCA deal is because Canada, as you know, and Mexico are trying like hell to renegotiate it. They want to renegotiate that deal. But in less than 2 years, I got that done, the USMCA and many other deals. I also renegotiated Obama's Korea trade deal to fully restore your protective tariff on foreign pickup trucks. They wanted to change it. The Democrats wanted it to expire, and so did South Korea badly. They didn't want it. And without that, you wouldn't even have a truck industry. Right now, it's probably the strongest part of your industry. Without that, you wouldn't have an industry. So it's something.
Why does he say words the way he does? Industry.
Something I was very proud to do. It was very, not easy, but we got it done, and we got it done properly.
Yeah, honestly, he's like spinning nonsense out of his butt. He did do things like withdraw from NAFTA. He did do things like scrap the TPP, right? But like, those weren't unilaterally good things. Like, the damage NAFTA did was already done. Like, pulling out of NAFTA didn't, like, rehire all of the workers who lost their jobs. You know, like, scrapping the TPP didn't prevent the deal from going through. It just meant that the United States wasn't reaping any benefits from that trade deal. Like, these aren't great things.
Michigan jobs would have been exported.
He's a nonsense spider? Yeah, spinning his nonsense webs.
Would have flooded American streets. That's what would have happened. Obama and Biden didn't care one bit, but I did, and I stopped it, and I stopped it cold. I took on communist China like no administration in history.
He literally lost the economic trade war he started with China.
No administration in history did what
we had to subsidize our own farmers because we basically fucked them so utterly and completely that they couldn't sell their product that was intended to be shipped to China.
I've done, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other
I heard he was going to speak to non-union workers. So this is supposed to be he's speaking to current and former unionized workers. This was what he was doing instead of being at the GOP debate. But also someone said that there was a reporter on the scene and they confirmed that the people holding union signs weren't actually members of the union, you know?
The president had gotten literally 10 cents. And I also got $28 billion for our great farmers. You know that, right? Our farmers. That's why I say, you think I'm going to do badly in Iowa or Nebraska, any of Wisconsin, any of our farm areas? I say, you know, I don't want to be too cocky. I just got very good polls from all those, but from everywhere. Jesus, be cocky. That's okay. But who else would have done that? $28 billion. I said to the Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue said, Sonny, how bad have they treated us? $28 billion over a period of about 5 years. I said, they're going to pay it back. And they paid it back. They paid it back. And then perhaps my greatest unsung achievement, I kept Chinese cars the hell out of America. Is that okay with you?
There were already tariffs preventing that from happening. That wasn't an achievement of Donald Trump. That was just a thing that was already happening because America has protectionist policies for its auto industry. Like that's already a thing.
Is that okay? UAW, is that okay? And a lot of people don't know this, but I imposed a whopping 27.5% tariff and tax on all Chinese automobiles coming into our country. And this magnificent tariff, they can't get it off because they make so much money with it. And by the way, if they took it off, you'd be out of business right away. They want to take it off. They're trying to take it off, but it's so good, it's so powerful, it's so strong, but they would take over your industry totally. But it remains in place to this day, not because they wanted to, but because they sort of have no choice. And it's no exaggeration to state that the Trump presidency and the deftly used and applied Trump tariffs and taxes saved the American auto industry from extinction time and time again. And we're going to do a version of it that's going to make you bigger and better and stronger. It's not even going to be a contest with where you are right now.
KBS, are you still in chat? Do you have a link to the reporting that you mentioned earlier?
Now. But crooked Joe Biden is back like a wretched old vulture trying to finish off his prey. Can you believe it? I don't know. I just don't know. You know, I see some of these things that are happening. I say, I wonder if he has any idea that this stuff is happening. Biden's job-killing EV mandate has dictated that nearly 70% of all cars sold in the United States must be fully electric less than 10 years from now. Do you believe that? These are built specifically for people that want to take very short trips, okay? Hop in the car, darling, let's drive down to the store and let's drive back. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy, you know. They say the happiest day when you buy an electric car is the first 10 minutes you're driving it. And then after that, panic sets in because you're worried, where the hell am I going to get a charge to keep this thing going?
Literally any charging station, as long as you're not in the middle of nowhere?
No. Panic! They get panicked. Despite colossal government subsidies, Ford alone is projecting to lose an astonishing $4.5 billion on electric vehicles. Why are they agreeing to this? That's what I don't understand. Why are they agreeing to it? Why does Ford and GM, why are they all agreeing to this? The cars aren't selling. They got them all over the place. You can buy them for peanuts. Why are they not fighting and saying it doesn't work? How about the trucks? The trucks go for like 1/5 of you take a power built or...
The trucks don't go as far. Therefore, we shouldn't save the planet. You'll have to stop and charge your battery more for cheaper than it is to fill your tank. Oh no!
One of the good brands, they go for just a small amount of time compared to a diesel-fired truck.
Wait, fun fact about the UAW, by the way, one of the chairmen was actually an open supporter of civil rights, Walter Reuther. That's cool. Good to know. Yeah, the UAW seems like a bunch of good beans.
Diesel fired. You're not even allowed to say the word diesel fired. Oh, that's bad for the environment. No, bad for the environment is having trucks all over the place that don't go. But on the electric vehicles this year, to comply with the mandate is 60,000 loss.
Also, Cross Crescent Creed, I hope you're doing okay. Haven't seen you in chat as often recently, and just been wondering where you've been. But yeah, can anyone confirm that like people in the audience were actually union members or not? Like that, I've been hearing conflicting things.
They're going to lose $60,000 for every car produced. That sounds like a great deal. But honestly, for UAW and for auto workers and for everybody and for the country, it's not sustainable. So they may try and do it, and I don't know, they're trying to do something for the environment. By the way, that's worse for the environment than what we're talking about. Much worse.
Is it, though? It's not.
But think of it. They're going to lose $60,000 a car. So when are they going to come to you and say, listen, we can't do this anymore? They're going to come to your head man, Sean. I've been watching him on television. He's a good man. I think he's a good man. But he's got to... Actually, he's got to...
Oh, interesting. Okay. Donald Trump here is speaking at a non-union parts plant. So basically, this particular plant is not staffed with union workers. And there is also a non-zero chance that their boss is forcing them to be here in order to pad out the audience and make Trump look good. This is coming from Twitter account here. Pende Joe, USPS veteran here, who says it reminds him of the time coal miners in Ohio were forced to listen to Romney by coal boss Robert Murray. Which, yeah, this is a thing that happens, by the way. Bosses will force their workers to attend rallies like this.
Who endorse Trump? This, you know, the one thing I say about a politician. I've known politicians over my life, and then if you would have told me I was going to be a politician someday, I would have said, no way, I don't want to be a politician. But the one thing I know is when you go out and you come out with an idea early, and then you in an election,
oh, Cross Crescent Creed, I'm sorry.
You always come back to that idea. So these...
If you need any support, just know that this community is here for you, okay?
People are into the electric thing. They may soften it up a little bit during the election. They're coming back, and they're coming back stronger than ever. It's like Ron DeSanctimonious. You know, he tried to destroy Social Security. Now he's trying to backpedal a little bit. He wanted to bring the minimum age to 70. He wanted to destroy it. He also put a heavy hit on Medicare. What happens is now they back up a little bit, but they always go back to it as soon as the election's over. So you can't go for that. And in the case of Biden, he's coming back to electric vehicles. Now he hasn't even left yet. So we're talking about, you know, but yeah, maybe someday soon he's going to leave because he wants to get more votes. But
here we go. Finding some more elements to this. Here's Sean Fain calling the Trump's rally to UAW members at non-union plant blasted by Sean Fain as pathetic irony. Amazing. We have
on the heels of President Biden's historic visit to the UAW picket lines yesterday, former President Donald Trump is making...
Okay, wait. Do we have the clip of Sean Fain saying pathetic irony? Because I want to see.
Fox News' Dave Kinchin has been following the talks for weeks now, and he's live with more tonight. Dave.
Nope. Okay. He's likely to get an icy reception from UAW leadership as well. The union president spoke with the national cable news Tuesday night, calling it pathetic irony that Trump would hold a rally for union members at a non-union business. In a statement after Biden's visit to Belleville Tuesday, he called the move nothing more than a PR stunt meant to distract and gaslight citizens from his administration. Excellent. Sean Fain, I trust him. Yeah, Sean Fain went on to say, all you have to do is look at his track record. For 2 months, they were on the picket lines. I didn't see Trump hold a rally. And he's talking about a 2019 strike on General Motors. For 2 months, they were on the picket lines. I didn't see Trump hold a rally. I didn't see him stand on the picket lines. I sure as hell didn't see him comment on it. He was missing in action. Okay, awesome. Yes, that's exactly what I was looking for. Yeah. So when he's berating Biden for only showing up and saying a little bit on the picket line for UAW workers, Donald Trump had the opportunity in 2019 and he didn't do shit. So, yeah. That's why those workers should support unions. I'd have already walked out. 100%, Mr. Anderson. Like, I hope the UAW is able to use this as leverage to unionize this plant because these workers deserve better too. They shouldn't be held captive like this to this lying asshole.
Just remember, he's coming back. They always go back to their original thought. That's where they are. I don't know why, but that's where they are. Biden's mandate isn't a government regulation. It's a government assassination of your jobs and of your...
Oh, just as an FYI, interestingly, Joe Biden put out, the Biden-Harris campaign put this out a couple days ago.
He says he stands with auto workers, but as president, Donald Trump passed tax breaks for his rich friends while automakers shuttered their plants and Michigan lost manufacturing jobs. Joe Biden said he'd stand up for workers, and he's delivering, passing laws that are increasing wages and creating good-paying jobs. Manufacturing is coming back to Michigan because Joe Biden doesn't just talk, he delivers.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Like, God, oh God, I mean, honestly, that just is accurate, you know? Like, he showed up. He showed up. He told those workers, you deserve more than a 40% wage increase. Let's go.
Your industry, the auto industry, is being assassinated.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is over here. Oh, the industry is gonna die if they pay you more wages. Oh, it'll all die. Trust me, I'm a guy whose personal home literally has a golden toilet for me to shit on. Trust me, I have the workers' best interests at heart.
And it makes no difference what you get. I don't care what you get in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 5
Yeah, electric.
weeks. They're going to be closing up.
Good catch there by Joe. Yeah, he was driving around in an electric golf cart on his golf courses all the time.
And they're going to be building those cars in China and other places. It's a hit job on Michigan.
I love the
and
Rational
on Detroit,
National.
And that's not sustainable. These numbers are not sustainable. No company can afford to lose $60,000 a car. It's going to be more than that. All of these cars will be manufactured in foreign lands.
Oh, we found it.
Care less about.
We got the quote. Let's check out the quote. Thanks, Mediaite. Oh, we got to load an ad. No, thank you, Mediaite. One day more, another day, another destiny, never-ending road to Calvary. One day, the ad will load. Wait. Oh my God, it was so loud. I just want to, why do you have a mute button if I can't press it? God damn it. Oh, God damn it. Oh, God damn it, Mediaite. Why? Why is it like this? I can't even press play. No, you know what? No, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Abort. 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 Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay.
I want choice in schools and in the purchase of an automobile, an SUV or a truck. I want choice for my automobile, for my truck, for my SUV. And I also happen to want choice for schools. Do we agree with that choice? This is about auto workers and automobiles and workers, period. But I think we can say that everybody wants to see choice in schools also. If you want to buy an electric car, that's absolutely fine. I'm all for it. But we should not be forcing consumers to buy electric vehicles. They want to buy all...
Well, we're not forcing consumers to buy anything. We are just influencing the market conditions so that we can, you know, not die. So we don't have to force everyone to get electric cars in the long term. Oh, God. This is so frustrating.
Trucks, they want to make all trucks electric. You know that, right? They're going to destroy, you talk about supply chain, they're going to destroy the supply chain. They're forcing the truckers to go all electric trucks. Now the trucks probably don't have the power they only go about 300 miles, whereas a diesel fuel truck goes 2,000 miles. That's a big difference, would you say?
So, it's really interesting to me that he said they probably don't have the power, because if you're going to say something like that, you should probably know if they have the power or not. And secondly, just out of curiosity, I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna do a little range of electric trucks. Let's see here. Do you think he's talking about semis or just trucks? Because right now, the longest range truck is 350 miles. So, I mean, I guess that's less than like 1,000 or whatever he said. But also, how many of the people buying these like pickup trucks are driving 1,000 miles? You know? Second of all, if you're talking about semis, like electric semi trucks. Range. Okay, yeah, electric semis right now have about a range of about 500 miles. Oh, interesting. Some of the electric semis that are coming onto the market have 3 times the power of a diesel semi truck. So, and they have a range of 500 miles, and also, there are faster ways to charge them. No power. Aren't most modern trains run by electric motors with diesel generators? Electric motors have a crap ton of torque. Yeah, exactly, Jammer CZ. And Forlorn79, yeah, a diesel semi-truck can have a range of 2,000 miles. That is true. At 60 miles per hour, you'd have to drive for over 30 hours to get that kind of range. Well, yeah, and that's why the trucking industry needs better regulations. But also, like, honestly, like, battery ranges are going to get farther and farther. And 500 miles is plenty. And it gives drivers a chance to rest, which they need, you know? I don't know. I think a 500-mile range for a semi is totally fine.
Also, the battery takes up so much room, there's practically no room left for what you happen to be shipping. The whole thing is crazy.
What are you talking about? They're shipping it in the truck. You maroon? They're shipping it in the back end that the semi truck is pulling. They don't put the battery in like the cargo container. What are you talking about?
They want to do they want to do it with boats too. I was with a boating manufacturer.
Damn, Paladin, that is a very specific fact. 7 out of 10 truck routes are less than 500 miles. Perfect. Also, look at this. We got the clip. Thank you, Paladin.
Former President Trump will travel to Michigan tomorrow to give a speech to auto workers in Detroit. Many of your members are supporters of his. He wrote this on his social media just ahead of President Biden's visit there today.
Oh, Wolf Blitzer.
This is from Trump. Joe Biden's draconian and indefensible electric vehicle mandate will annihilate the U.S. auto industry and cost countless thousands of auto workers their jobs. Is the former president right? Does the push for electric vehicles here in the United States hurt your union?
It doesn't if it's a just transition, and that's what we're fighting for right now. It doesn't if the companies do the right thing and put this work under, our agreements or to our standards. And again, it's the companies driving this race to the bottom, and they're using our tax dollars to finance it. And, I find a pathetic irony that the former president is going to hold a rally
Hey, Sleep Queen,
for
how you
union
doing?
members at a non-union business. And you know, all you have to do is look at his track record. His track record speaks for itself. In 2008, during the Great Recession, he blamed UAW members.
I could listen to Sean Fain wreck chumps all day. He's so good at it.
He blamed our contracts for everything that was wrong with these companies. That's a complete lie. In 2015, when he was running for president, he talked about doing a rotation, taking all these good paying jobs in the Midwest and moving them somewhere in the South where people work for less money, and then to make people beg for their jobs back at lower wages. And the ultimate show of his how much he cares about our workers was in 2019 when he was the president of the United States. Where was he then? Our workers at GM were on strike for 60 days, for 2 months. They were out there on the picket lines. I didn't see him hold a rally. I didn't see him stand up at the picket line, and I sure as hell didn't hear him comment about it.
So here's the
He was
question.
missing in action.
Here's the question to President. What about the meeting with Trump? Would you meet with him when he's in Detroit tomorrow?
God, like Sean Fain, Sean Fain is Gen X, the one good one. I'm doing all right, Sleep Queen. Chat unlocked my leather mommy form, so I'm wearing like a leather harness outfit underneath my, you know. Thank you, Sleep. I am still wearing sweatpants though, so that kind of ruins the aesthetic, but I'd wear different pants if I wasn't on stream. Come on now, I'm Gen X. I'm sorry, X'd out. There are a few good ones out there, but a lot of people in Gen X were really apathetic about like politics. Or that might be me projecting because that's my brother in a nutshell. All baddies wear sweats on stream. True. I like the color in Leash Ring. I like it too. It awakens things in me. Yes, you're projecting. Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize to Gen Xers. My bad. Apathetic as in, like, don't give a shit? Yeah. That was always my impression. But if I have Gen Xers in my community, that must mean my impression is inaccurate. No, that's true. Hard to get anything done when your generation is overshadowed by the sheer volume of boomers. True. And honestly, we do have a number of boomers in our community that are like amazing. So I also don't like shitting on boomers. I shouldn't shit on Gen X. I'm sorry. Jack showing off that bottom energy, you betcha.
I see no point in meeting with him because I don't think the man has any bit of care about what our workers stand for, what the working class stands for. He serves a billionaire class, and that's what's wrong with this country.
Well, that effectively sounds as an endorsement for Biden. Am I wrong?
It's not an endorsement for anyone. It's just a flat out
out fact.
I view the former president.
Get his ass, dude. Yeah, I think honestly, like Gen X, like kind of, what is the word I'm looking for? Like kind of earned the apathy, right? Probably like kind of earned like the irony poisoning. Like the ability to do things weighted down by the baby boomers, probably very minuscule, you know? And then when like the boomers are basically messaging, oh, it's the end of history, it's the end of history, it's the end of history, like is there any real surprise that like Gen Xers would feel apathetic? Because that's the entire messaging being sent to their generation. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry. I thought through that. Makes a lot of sense. The name like Sean Fain, I always expect him to sound like Gary Adams. Has Mason talked to you at all recently? Not recently, Sleep Queen. Is he doing all right? We're still weighted down by baby boomers? True. I grew up partly in Northern California. My dad used to take me to Berkeley with him to go record shopping. A lot of cool goth and alternative kids who hung out on Telegraph Ave, and I thought they looked so cool. They're Gen Xers. I thought they were so cool. I wonder what they're doing now. Just some cursed shit has happened? Like, how cursed are we talking? What is Gen X? The generation of people before millennials. I always think Sean Fain. Yeah. Same vocal sound, basically, but different spelling. Cursed as in someone who shouldn't have a YouTube channel has one? No, dude. Oh, shit. Is it small? God, I hope it's small. I've talked to Mason a few times. I love Mason. Mason's one of my favorite. I get so behind on lingo. It's okay. Oh, God. How the fucking audacity. The fucking audacity of that clown to make a YouTube channel. What's going on? Who shouldn't have a YouTube channel? I'm lost about the channel thing. When I started streaming initially, chat, I like maybe a year into my streaming, like encountered a guy who was streaming leftist content, named Ruel James, and yeah, without going too much into it, we kind of became like we became friends and like hung out and stuff online, and then like he got accused credibly by like 17 women in like the Canadian like rock scene that he was in of like sexual assault, and like just disappeared off the face of the earth, and apparently now he has a YouTube channel. God, the audacity of that fucker. Yeah, there was a lot. I don't remember the exact number of Valhalla Vidya, but it was a lot. Like an overwhelming, shocking number. That was the second stream I watched from you. The first was you playing Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, shit. Okay, Sleep Queen confirms it was over 20 accusations. Yeah. Yeah, it was shocking. Gross. Yeah, it's like a yikes. Absolutely. Does Mason know? I think that there was also like an ongoing like court case, but I lost track of that. I don't know if anything ever came of it. Yeah, no worries, Sleep Queen. Of course, of course. Were there charges? I believe there were legal charges brought, but I don't remember if anything happened. I have no clue about any of the court shit. Okay. Yeah, me neither. Oh, boy. Who was this? Guy named Ruel James. Yeah, also some of them were underage girls. Yeah, it was really fucking bad, chat. Like really fucking bad. Is too stressful to be a part of. Yeah, understandable, Sleep. That it was really shocking and disturbing, and yeah, maybe we can play games offline sometime. I haven't had a ton of free time lately because I'm between work and just like work and life stuff. But just DM me whenever. Okay, we'll do. Yikes is underselling it. It was really especially shocking, and also, earlier when I mentioned how I don't tend to get super close to other people in the streaming space anymore, that would be one of the primary reasons why, chat. Yeah, I thought he was really cool, and that impression did not hold up. Are you going to Vegas for TwitchCon? I wasn't planning on it. Mostly because I'm not great with money at the moment, but hopefully I'm hoping to go to TwitchCon next year. You and Mason are gonna be there. Damn it! Are you guys gonna be there next year too? Because that'd be really fun to meet you guys in person. I'm not sure about next year. Damn it. But we'll figure it out. I'm sorry. Well, thanks for letting me know, Sleep. I would not have liked to have found out about that just randomly. That would have been shocking. Sorry to kill the moon. No. It's all good. It's all good. I appreciate you. All right, we are going to finish this Donald Trump segment though, chat. So don't you go anywhere. We're about halfway through. I believe in us.
A great state, South Carolina, with a great governor, by the way, Henry McMaster. And we were there 2 days ago, and I asked him that question. I said, do they want? He said, yeah, they want us to go all electric. I said, how does that work for a boat? He said, the entire boat would be like one big battery. We'd have no room for anything else. I said, what happens if the boat has an accident, starts sinking? Do you get electrocuted if the boat sinks? Guys,
does he not know that normal boats have batteries in them? Normal boats right now have batteries in them. Come on.
I said, I've never thought of that, actually, but I think I gave him an idea, actually. Now, can
you gave him the idea of electrocuting people when boats sink?
Can you imagine the boat goes down and you're sitting on top of a battery? I don't feel good about that, right?
Yeah, Trump has never been on a riverboat. He doesn't know the salt spray of the sea.
Approximately for a truck 6 times for the same trip. How are they going to stop 6 times? And yet it's not stopping these lunatics in Washington. These are lunatics.
Oh yeah, Paladin. He would come on my stream and we would chat for hours. It was, and we played games together with Mason. Yeah.
These are deranged people. And I'm not
Mason
saying
the Robin.
You can't buy an electric car. If you want to buy an electric car or a hybrid or an all gasoline car or a truck, that has to be your choice. You should have that choice. It's great, right? I could see electric cars working great for certain uses, short-term, short-distance uses. We have unlimited gasoline. Remember that. We have unlimited. China doesn't. We have unlimited gasoline. For 500 years, we have gasoline more.
Oh, damn, that's crazy. Then why are the prices going up?
More than any other country in the world. Can you imagine? A few years ago, we were
gasoline, unlimited, infinite gasoline.
Independent. Now we're begging countries to give us gasoline. Can you imagine? No, can you even imagine? And we had the best, the lightest, the sweetest. We have the best stuff. Now we're getting it. We're taking tar tar. You know what tar is? It's
The lightest, the sweetest gasoline. What?
like tar that they have to refine. You know where they refine it? In Houston, Texas. We take tar now from Venezuela. Venezuela was supposed to be the bad guys. Venezuela's getting rich. We're refining their tar. And we're not taking our beautiful, beautiful stuff. We have the best stuff, but we have the most. We have more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We were energy independent, and we were going to make our fortune, and we were going to sell it to Europe. We were going to pay off our debt. We were going to lower taxes still further. It's amazing. And then these people came in, and they have no clue, or they have a clue, which is even more dangerous in a certain way. Right now, electric cars don't go far enough, and they're just far, far too expensive, and people aren't going to be able to afford them. And the cost of operation is also much more. This is their option, though, if they want them. It's their option, and it's an option that some people will take, and I am all for them, but I will not allow, under any circumstances, the American automobile industry to die. I want it to thrive and to thrive.
Then why are you talking about how they're not going to have jobs in 2 years? That would... Why are you talking about how all these factories are going to close in 2 years if you're not going to allow the automobile industry to die? Then they can strike for better wages, and you won't allow the industry to die. Excellent. Why did you spend like 20 minutes talking about how they weren't going to have jobs? Oh God. That said, I'm hopeful that we may be able to get large enough voters of new left-leaning voters out there in 24. Yeah, 100%, Steve, and X'd out. We had some success in 20, but COVID put a real damper on everything. Honestly, Steve, like, I've been in political organizing for the last few years now, and I think we're going to have even better success. We've done some preliminary stuff with organizing online voters, in online, like, volunteers to get real-world voters out there, and the success has been incredible. Like, unironically, this community organizing and, like, working together with other communities in 2020 helped to get John Fetterman elected. Like, I say that without, like, I'm not embellishing anything. Like, the amount of canvassing and, like, both phone and on the ground that this community did, like, made the difference between the number of votes that were necessary for John Fetterman to get elected. What are your pronouns? She, her. Thank you for asking. Trump is a victim. He grew up in New York City and sniffed so much beautiful sweet lead gasoline. Can I she them titties? Milk collector. That was actually pretty clever. I enjoyed that one. Thank you. Can I she them titties? That was a 10 out of 10. Well done.
Thrive like never before. So we're here today at Drake Enterprises, a family-owned, beautiful place. They gave me a tour. I said, this place is beautiful. I said, come on, let's go. I got to go fast. I got to make a speech. It's all over television, this speech. You know, we're competing with the job candidates. They're all running for a job. No, they're all job candidates. They want to be in the, they'll do anything. Secretary of something. They even say VP. I don't know. Does anybody see any VP in the group? I don't think so. No, that's right. Can you imagine? They don't have a crowd like we have. When you look at the thousands of people outside that couldn't get in, why didn't you build a bigger plant? I'd like to. But
Citation needed. Interesting how the cameras don't pan.
We're here today at Drake Enterprises, a family-owned and operated Michigan auto parts supplier.
A non-union auto parts supplier
that has been manufacturing in America for over 70 years, right? Drake was founded by a great man in 1952, Benny Stemple, right? Benny, we love Benny. Your father, your grandfather, an American man, he deceased, American man with a big...
Well, cross Crescent Creed, if they use 3 flags, you might forget which country he's in.
Big American dream. He had a big, big, beautiful dream. Benny started with just 4 people and soon came to dominate the production of gear shift levers for trucks. Today, the company produces transmission components, driveline components, engine components, and car parts for every one of the Detroit Big Three. So I won't tell them I've said bad things about them in your place, okay? I just want them to fight for what's right. It's common sense. But tonight I was honored to...
I just want people to know that, like, organizing is what makes us powerful. You know, like, by ourselves, we actually have more power than they want us to know we have. And when we work together, we can actually affect change. You know, when we work together to phone bank and text bank and go door to door, like, it actually moves the needle meaningfully.
To meet Benny's son Lee and Lee's children Nate and Heather. Thank you very much.
Hey, Crow Girl.
That's great. Beautiful family.
Thanks for making the jump over the riverboat. That
Their
GG.
vision for this company is to prove that the American dream is still alive for their employees, like it was just for their granddad, who was so wonderful. So Lee, Nate, and Heather, we're going to help you get that job done, okay? And I want to congratulate you on 3 generations of American auto parts, proudly made in Michigan. We love Michigan. Great feeling for Michigan. Bad things are happening in Michigan. Your crime rate's through the roof. You got a lot of businesses moving out now. It's unbelievable, not even believable. Today, nearly 100% of Drake's business is producing components that go into vehicles with internal combustion engines, the very product that Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats and fascists, Marxists, now they want to make them, for whatever reason, illegal. Figure that one out.
What? the amount of just dissonance in the things he says.
And yes, it's true. Today's radical Democrat Party wants to legalize drugs, shoplifting, and sexual mutilation of your children, but they want to allow...
Ah, yes. Shoplifting. Legalizing shoplifting. I think that was number 2, the number 2 part of Biden's platform in 2024. Just really, we're all about theft, really. The idea that, like, shoplifting is just not a crime in places like San Francisco has been such a pernicious lie that it's wild. It's just wild, right? Like, you'll have people on the left now talking about, oh, these stores are closing because of all the shoplifting. And, like, Target now is closing 9 locations and saying, oh, it's because of the organized retail theft that's afflicting our stores. And it's just like...
Really very sorry that it's hard to trust people on the online left, Jack.
Oh, Kairyu, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Crow Girl. And yeah, it is hard to trust people in the online left, but, like, I don't know, I trust people in my community, you know, if that makes sense. Like, the people you guys who show up and you talk to me and I get to know you guys, you know, at least a little bit over time. I trust a lot of you guys. But Target's blaming organized retail theft for the closure of 9 of its stores, and it's just like, at this point, okay, well, let's wait until they actually talk to their investors during their next, you know, quarterly meeting, because that's the only time they actually tell the truth. You know, you saw that shoplifting panel then? What shoplifting panel, Vala Vidya? I didn't see the panel. I just remember everyone making a stink about Walgreens closing locations because of all the theft and the unprosecuted and unpunished theft that was plaguing its locations. And then, like, Walgreens came out in their investor meeting and straight up said, actually, we overreacted and there was actually less theft in our stores than there was the year prior. And, you know, like, it was just... It just wound up being like they lied. That was their thing. They just lied about what happened. It's not that the theft was overwhelming. It's that they lied about why they were closing the store. They're stealing beans and using them to fund terrorism. Yeah. And by the way, not to say that organized retail theft isn't bad. It is bad. But it's a symptom of a larger sociological issue that isn't solved by just, like, throwing these people in jail. President Sunday was on a panel on Wick's channel about shoplifting. Letterboxd kept conflating organized retail theft with shoplifting. Cool. Though, to be fair, like, organized retail theft has been on the uptick in recent years, and that's bad, and indicates the existence of organized crime as opposed to sporadic shoplifting. And that needs, like, organized crime needs to be tamped down on. But again, the reason people shoplift and the reason people participate in organized retail theft tend to be along similar lines. It's the need to, like, be able to exist, and it's just paying better to do these things than to not do them, you know? Does that make sense? Really weird how corporations keep closing stores where workers are unionizing. Right, Daphne? Right? Oh, it's, you know, Starbucks just happened to close some of its locations that were unionizing. You know, just happened to. It was really in the cards for a while now. Republicans seem to use non sequiturs for just about every issue. Yeah, not Mr. Anderson. Like, it's just a lot of Republican rhetoric relies on implication without actually making a coherent point. Because if you make a coherent point, that point can be attacked. The implication can be denied. There's an element of plausible deniability there, where you can be like, "Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't mean that. You're just projecting your own ideas onto that." You know? Time to open worker co-ops instead. Unironically, yeah. I got interested and then I got over Loanerbox so fucking quick. I've only seen a little bit of Loanerbox. I think he's done some good stuff, but I'm not like... He's fine, I guess. Yeah, I didn't like his performance in that debate he had against Poly People, which now, having become more familiar with Poly People's content, like, is probably the only debate Poly People has ever done well in. Or at least had a point worth defending. I don't know. I don't watch a ton of her content. Okay, we can do it. We can do it, chat. I promise we can. I know it's hard. Oh, God.
Allow your gas-powered Suburban, Silverados, and Ford F-150s to die. They can die. Under a Trump administration, gasoline engines will be allowed.
That Biden isn't outlawing gasoline engine cars. What are you talking about?
And sex changes for children will be banned. Is that okay? I think we have it.
Well, that's fine, because children aren't getting sex change operations. No children are getting sex change operations. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? Children can't get bottom surgery? Ooh. Dude.
Can you believe it? Mutilization. You know, if you said 10 years ago, 15 years...
I want so badly for a reporter to ask him about circumcision. I want so badly for a reporter to, like, shout out a question about circumcision. I want to see him squirm about circumcision. Because you know he has no answer prepared for that. I just got here. Why is he saying this to auto workers? A gay elephant, honestly, I have no idea. He spent the first 20 minutes talking about how auto workers shouldn't be on strike because if they get better pay, the auto industry is going to collapse in 2 years. and then just started talking about things he did 4 years ago that maybe helped auto workers, and then started talking about how he would never let the auto industry die and how electric vehicles are going to kill the auto industry because they're weak, and if they fall in water, they'll electrocute people. It's all incoherent nonsense, and somehow he has now spiraled into arguing that, or saying that he's going to ban all sex change operations for children, which isn't the thing that happens. So, like, I'm very confused too. You're just as confused as the rest of us. Also, he's at an ununionized auto worker, or he's at an ununionized auto parts plant. And the people in the audience are not members of the UAW. So, you know, there's a lot of things happening here.
Years ago, we will stop the mutilization of children. Somebody would say, what the hell is he talking about? Today, you have to say it because that's what they're doing. Mutilization of children.
Is it, though? Citation needed.
Without parent consent. The whole thing is insane.
Wait, what? Sorry, I'm sorry. We have to go back.
Mutilization of children without parent consent.
Okay, wait. So mutilating children is bad if you don't have parental consent. Okay, so his argument is that there are trans kids who are being operated on without the knowledge of their parents. Like, they just show up at the gender clinic and are like, they flop their dick out and they're like, hello, I would like one sex change, please. And then the doctor's just like, okay, let me get the rusty saw, time to do the sex change. And like that, they like spend 5 minutes with sawing sounds in the background, and they come out like a lady. Like, what? This isn't a thing that happens. That isn't a situation. This is like a cartoon understanding. Yeah, time to get out the penis guillotine. Mutilization. No. YouTube. Mutilization. It's a brilliant new word. It really summarizes the situation. Guys, he can't say mutilation because that would mean it's real. He had to invent the fake word for it.
The whole thing is insane. The country has gone insane. You know, a lot of it, they say, you're very conservative. I say, no, I'm a person of common sense. It's not conservative. It's common sense. We want to have a border. We want to have good voting. We want to have same-day voting with all paper ballots. And
Mutilization sounds like an excellent heavy metal band name. I do hope somebody coins that.
We want to have a thing called voter ID. Why do the Democrats not want voter ID? Because they want to cheat.
Well, no, it's because voter ID has been shown to disenfranchise African American voters and Latino voters. That's why. And frankly, the only reason it's being pushed for is because the American Legislative Executive Council, a conglomeration of corporations, realized back in the late 90s that by requiring voter ID, they could disenfranchise black and brown voters. And they started lobbying Republicans to take that up as a core issue. Specifically, this was pushed for in the American Legislative Executive Council by the private prison industry. So that's why Democrats don't generally want voter ID laws, because it seeks to address a problem that doesn't really exist, and also really the only reason it's being pushed for is to disenfranchise voters. So that'd be why.
We want to have voter ID. But if crooked Joe Biden gets his way, Drake employees and countless other auto workers and suppliers will really be decimated. I don't know. I hate to tell you what's going to happen, but you know what's going to happen. We're going to stop it. By most estimates, under Biden's electric vehicle mandate, 40% of all U.S. auto jobs will disappear. Think of this, in 1 or 2 years.
It's okay if the voter ID is free and is sent to you. You know, again, even if the voter ID is free, requiring people to make the trip creates a barrier, you know? Like, there are new, like, the more barriers there are between someone and voting, the more people are not going to vote.
I think 1 or 2 years, that's what you have to be talking about, not you're going to get X dollars an hour. It doesn't matter what the hell you're getting an hour. Do me a favor, just get your union guys, your leaders, to endorse me.
Again, it's really funny hearing him say this after we know that Sean Fain, prior to this appearance, came out and said, nah, this is a non-union factory that he's talking at, and also it's pathetic and we hate him. Yeah, you know, like this is so fucking funny, dude. Mutilization is my trans ally, Alice Cooper cover band. But like, no, like for real though, he's not getting the union vote here. He's just what he's trying to do is posture for, like, you know, the poor rural working white class. You know, he's posturing for them because he knows that they're not going to go out and find out that Sean Fain of the UAW denounced him. He knows that his voters aren't going to find out that he's at a non-union plant. All they're going to hear is that he showed up to talk to UAW workers, and that's going to be enough for them. He believes he can dupe his voting base into voting for him again, and unfortunately, he's right. He's still mad he lost Michigan. Oh, every day. Every day.
Okay? And I'll take care of the rest. Because in looking over the statistics now, they're saying, but the real number will be 100%. Because under Biden's mandate, the entire car industry will be packed up and shipped to China, which controls over 80% of the supply chain for electric vehicle batteries. They control the whole thing. So they think close to 100%.
We also make electric batteries in the United States? We in the United States, literally, we just discovered one of the largest reserves of lithium on the planet. Sorry, did I say one of? I meant the largest, as in, if you combined all of the other lithium reserves on the planet and combined them, we have a reserve in the United States that's larger than all of them. So, the idea that, China's gonna outproduce us, well, let's just build battery manufacturing plants in the US, at least until we have, like, better battery tech that relies on, like, I don't know, sodium ion instead of lithium ion.
Percent of the business will be gone. Every time Joe Biden and the UAW's political leadership talk about a fair transition to all electric cars, American labor will be under siege. It's not going to work for you. It can't work. And I learned a lot today with this great family. I tell you, they said, you know, it just won't work. They don't need any.
I learned a lot today with this great family that I talked to, and they said it won't work, and that was very convincing to me.
Anything that you have right here in Michigan, and they have beautiful product. There's no such thing as a fair transition to the end of your way of life. You're going to lose your beautiful way of life. For auto workers, Biden's forced transition is a transition to hell. It's a transition to hell. It's a transition to unemployment and to inflation without end. The inflation that you have now, we didn't have inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. You know that because you went 4 years like you've never had in your history, in the history of Michigan. To the striking workers, I support you in your goal of fair wages and greater stability, and I truly hope you get a fair deal for yourselves and your families. But If your union leaders will not demand that Crooked Joe repeal his electric vehicle mandate immediately, then it doesn't matter what hourly wage you get. It just doesn't make a damn bit of difference, because in 2 to 3 years...
He keeps saying this. He keeps saying this after now he pledged to never let the auto industry die. He pledged to never let it die, and now he's going back to, in 2 to 3 years, the entire auto industry is gonna be gone. Like, what are you talking about, dude? God. The U.S. Department of Energy today announced $3.1 billion in funding from President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law to make more batteries and components in America, bolster domestic supply chains, create good-paying jobs, help lower the costs for families. Energy Department. Honestly, one of Joe Biden's abiding legacies is going to be like the CHIPS Act and like the infrastructure bill. Like, a bunch of things got cut from the infrastructure bill, but it's still going to be like one of the things that history remembers him for.
You will not have one job in this state. And you've seen it happen before. You've seen what happened where massive percentages of your industry went to other countries like Mexico, like China, like South Korea, like Japan. In other words, your current negotiations don't mean as much as you think. I mean, I watch you out there with the pickets, but I don't think you're picketing for the right thing. But if they endorse me, your leadership, you can tell them I said it, although I have a feeling they may be watching tonight. Because, you know, when Biden came here yesterday, they only had 11 people. I'll bet you we have 10,000 people standing outside. Right? I think we do. In fact, for a little while, we're driving through and the people are going crazy. I said, is this a rally tonight?
God, it's gonna feel so good when he goes to prison. It's gonna feel so good when he goes to prison. Oh my goodness, dude.
No, but I said, is this a rally? We're driving to thousands.
Good night, Valhalla Vidya. Good night, Drago.
We just put it online. Incredible. The great Dan Scavino put it online. Where's Dan Scavino? The great Dan Scavino. He gets everything. He sees what's going on. Thank you, Dan. Where is he? One of the greats of all time, most powerful men in politics. He controls the internet. The great Dan Scavino. Get over here for the cameras, Dan. Get over here. Stephen Chung has done incredible. Jason Miller, a legend. Jason.
Oh God, I honestly, I wish ill on very few people, but I hope Jason Miller stubs his toe every day for the rest of his life, very badly. You know, like Jason Miller is like an actual white supremacist. And he's just being allowed to shape, like, Republican doctrine at one of the highest levels in the country. Are any of these GOP candidates pro-union or pretending to be? No, like, Trump is trying to position himself here as someone who seems pro-union, but is actually not, you know? But no, no GOP candidate is in support of unions. Though, I take that back. There is one union the GOP will support, and it's the police unions, okay? The GOP supports every single police union, and that's just a fact, because police unions shouldn't exist. I think you remember a different Miller? No, Stephen Miller, right? Stephen Miller, this guy? This guy right here? No, he's like a straight up neo-Nazi, dude. Yeah, Stephen Miller. Stephen. He said Jason? Oh. My bad. My bad. Wait, what is Stephen Miller up to these days? Oh, excellent. Excellent. The last entry on his Wikipedia is that he's being embroiled in legal troubles due to January 6th. Awesome. Fuck Stephen Miller.
Oh, somebody likes you, both of you, Jason. Now I have a great group of people. They all want to come. I said, you guys don't have to come. They said no.
They all want to come. You don't have to come. But we all want to come.
We want to come. They want to come. And
Jesus.
they don't want to come to keep me from falling either. They want to come for...
Can we get an audio clip of just how many times he said come here?
You see that? Now they have a new plan. How to keep this guy from standing up. We have to get him to stand up. How to keep him standing up and getting down a flag. You know, it's so unelegant. You know, I love the 747s, Air Force One. You know, I got new Air Force One. I saved $1.7 billion. They came to me. They said, sir, would you sign this? First day I was in office, I said, what is it? It's a new Air Force One. It's $5.7 billion. I said, that sounds like a lot of money for a plane. It's actually 2 planes, by the way, but they call it Air Force One. They're identical. I mean, even the wood grain, you can't tell the difference. I could tell because there was a little nick in one desk that wasn't on the other. So I could say, that's one, and the other one's two. No, it's incredible, actually. But, you know, those planes are like 32 years old, and nobody wanted to make the move and do it because they think, oh, it'll look luxury. In the meantime, they come in from Saudi Arabia and these other countries, brand new. They're like 3 months old, and they blow it away. And, you know, our country should have the latest and the greatest. So they wanted me to do it. It was $5.7 billion. I said, nope, it's too high. They said, why do you see that? Why are you saying that? Because Obama...
Oh, he is hilarious. Absolutely. Donald Trump would be incredibly funny if he wasn't ushering in fascism.
Obama agreed to the deal. If they agreed to it, it's too high. So the head of Boeing came in and he said, sir, we have to get 5.7. I said, nope, I'm not doing it. I was supposed to sign it. I said, I'm not doing it, not for 5.7. It has to have a 3 on it. I didn't know what that meant, except I knew it was a hell of a cut, right? Right? Right, Al? So they said, sir, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. We'll take off $400 million. That was pretty good.
God, you know, he's got to talk about how he's such a good deal maker, everybody.
I said, you know, I've been doing this for about 3 minutes and I got $400 million. Can you imagine the money these people make doing these plans? So I said, no deal. I said, no deal. And it's got to have a 3, got to have a 3. And I held out, and they called up 2 weeks later. I said, what do they want? And they were calling. They said, sir, we're going to take another $300 million. That's $700 million off. And I haven't done anything. Probably worked for about 2.5 minutes, and I got 700. And I just said no, and I sort of forgot about it. A month and a half later, they called me up. Sir, we'll do it for $3,999,999,999.99, right? And I said, you have yourself a deal. So I saved $1.7 billion on that plane. I was very proud of it. Does anybody give me credit for that? No.
I'll take things that never happened for 500, Alex.
Does the fake news call me and say, what a wonderful thing you did? No, that's okay. That's okay. But your leadership should endorse me, and I will not say a bad thing about them again, and they will have done their job. They will have done a proper job. In fact, if they endorse me, they will have the easiest labor leadership job anywhere in the country. They just have to sit back and watch as our auto industry reignites and booms. That's what's good. They don't even have... Right? I mean, how can they go with this guy? Can't find his way off a stage.
What?
I'm looking at these. You know, I always sort of look at stages now. I get a little... because I say, you know, how the hell do you not find your way? So everyone.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can say, right? You can say what you want about Joe Biden, but at least when he says something, like, it has a meaning to it, right? Like, when Joe Biden says a sentence, there's a point to him saying the sentence. He might say it in a boring way. He might just say a few sentences, but at least they mean things. As opposed to, like, Donald Trump, who will say a million sentences and only, like, one or two actually mean anything of substance.
Once in a while, I'll be in the middle of the speech, I'll look, stairs there, stairs there. And I say, how the hell does it work that you can't find your way off a stage? How does that work? But he can't. Joe Biden is surrendering our auto industry to China, just like he surrendered our borders to the cartels and he surrendered Afghanistan.
Again, how would this be surrendering the auto industry to China? Because they're still going to manufacture the cars here. They're not manufacturing the cars in China, because those auto plants don't manufacture American cars and would still be subject to tariffs. Like, dude, everything he's saying on its face is bullshit.
In the most embarrassing week, day, time period in the history of our country, he surrendered to the Taliban, took the military out first. You don't take the military, you take the military out last. So tell your UAW leadership, no problems with them, but they have to endorse Trump, because if they don't, all they're doing is committing suicide. And honestly, you don't want that to happen, because they're committing suicide on the back of your jobs, and you can't let that happen. The Democrats, as they wave the white flag of surrender over your future to other foreign countries, you can't have it done. So if you could speak to Sean, he's listening right now, I'm sure. Sean, endorse Trump, and you can take a nice 2-month vacation, come back, and you guys are going to be better than you ever were.
I don't think Donald Trump knows what a strike is. I don't think he knows that taking a 2-month vacation isn't something you could do when you're on strike.
You don't even have to work.
Oh, Mr. Anderson,
'Cause the other way, you won't
absolutely.
have a vacation,
He's perfected
Sean.
the Gish Gallop.
And in a short period of time, you're not going to have a union, you're not going to have jobs, you're not going to have anything. You have the strongest you've ever had. You're going to do great. You're going to do great. And it's so easy. It's common sense. Again, it's common sense. But unlike them, I will never surrender. I'll never surrender for you. And the American worker never surrenders either. Never. But you need leadership. You know, it's nice to...
Oh yeah, China has produced so many more cars than the U.S. Forlorn, 100%. It's just that those cars don't get shipped to America because of our tariffs. You know?
Say you never surrender, but you need direction and you need leadership. Crooked Joe puts China first, Mexico first, Ukraine first, Europe first, Asia first, illegal aliens first, environmental lunatics first, puts everyone else first. But he puts America last, he puts our workers last, he puts the UAW last, he puts our industries last, he puts your families last. He puts everything, he does put your children last, yeah. When you think of it, probably they should be at the top of your list. Thank you very much. I'm going to use it. Do you mind if I use that from now on? Who said that? That was very good. He puts your children last. That's going at the top of my list.
Everyone last, including America.
He puts everything that's good last. Mine is slightly different. I put America first every single time. So let me...
Oh my God! What a genius! What a rhetorical, what rhetorical skill!
Let me say to every UAW member and skilled workers all across our nation, Joe Biden, the Democrat Party, and their political cronies, cease to serve your interests a long time ago. They don't care about you. I mean, he came here yesterday. What did he have? 9 people, right? 9. We have 9,000 people outside. He had 9 people. And that's because they didn't know we were coming. They didn't even know we were coming. They just found out. In reality, they don't represent you. They represent a deep state bureaucracy, a global financial class, and a political class that have taken control of this country for their own enrichment and self-purposes.
Oh, you mean capitalists? You're describing capitalists. That's what capitalists do. They consolidate power within the capitalist system and then use that power to further their own interests in capital accumulation. That's what happens in capitalism. You're just describing that.
Stealing your wealth and stealing your labor while...
He means Jews? Well, yeah, but he hasn't started with the Jew, like, dog whistling. He hasn't started with that yet. But, yeah, of course. That is the usual move for someone in his position.
While shipping off...
You know, a fascist. That's a usual move for a fascist.
Our best and brightest to die in
Good night,
expensive, exotic, foreign wars in countries that you've never even heard of. And just like you're fighting for your rights and your American dream, I'm fighting for my rights and fighting for my freedom against the coordinated, corrupt, very politicized forces of evil. I've never seen anything like it. It's weaponized
forces of
justice.
evil.
We have a weaponized justice system.
Yeah. Poor Trump. They're going after him for doing little joke things like inflating the value of Mar-a-Lago by 2,400%. You know, just his little jokes. It's not a crime. It's just a little jokey joke.
I want to indict. Think of this. I want to indict my political opponent. He's beating me. We got to indict him. I think, you know, that works two ways, because when the next one gets in, let's hope that's me. And I'm sure I'd never do a thing like that. I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. But you have an opponent and you say, let's indict him. And because people know me so well, we know each other very well, my ratings and my approval numbers went up. I'm the only person that ever got indicted where my numbers went up. It's a weird... That's because you know me. I didn't take a salary. I worked my ass off. And we did a phenomenal job. We did a phenomenal job for this country. But for the first time ever, I never thought they indict their political opponent. And what that does is it sets off a chain of events that's very dangerous in future years. It could happen to them very easily. The reason Crooked Joe and his thugs are trying so hard to stop me is that in my first term, I disrupted all of it. Oh, did I disrupt? That was called major disruption. And in my second term, which we're sort of having now, but I don't want the results, right? I don't want the results of this second term. This second term is a disaster for this country. Worst president, think of it, there's never been a president like this. I say that you could take the 5 worst presidents in history, add them up, and he's done a worse job than all of them added up, but now I'm changing it.
Are you fucking... You know, presidents who oversaw things like the Trail of Tears. Joe Biden's worse. Like, what? Presidents who enshrine slavery into our legal system. Joe Biden's worse. What are you talking about, bro?
I think I can make it to 10 because nobody, you look at our border, you look at everything, you look at our woke military. I defeated ISIS. Our military was so good.
Yeah, literally, he thinks that Andrew Jackson is the best president the United States has ever had. And again, Jackson oversaw the Trail of Tears.
Great. I rebuilt it. But you look at what's happening in this country. It's horrible. But in my second term, we'll finish the job, and we'll get rid of the cheaters, the liars, the scammers, and the criminals. They'll lose their grip on power once and for all. So if you want to save your livelihoods and your way of life, then you need to send a message and join the ultimate strike against the globalist class by casting your vote.
Ah, there's the Jewish dog whistle right there. The globalist class. Curious. again, to explain the dog whistle, usually globalist is just shorthand for Jews. That's it. That's it. People blame like international banking on Jews, and from international banking you get globalist. There you go. That's the dog whistle.
Vote for a gentleman known as Donald J. Trump in the most important election of our lifetime. I believe this will be the most important election in our lifetime. You know, I used to say that in 2016, and I totally meant it. This blows it away. We're going to lose our country. We're going to lose. We've got probably 15 to 18 million people, the real number, pouring into our country. We have a disaster in Ukraine that would have never happened. We have a potential disaster with Taiwan, China, that would have never happened if it happens. But boy, they are circling. I'll tell you, they want it so badly. And they saw what happened in Afghanistan. They saw what happened with the Taliban. And they say the people they have there now are grossly incompetent. Putin would have never done it. President Xi would have never done it with me. We talked about things, a lot of things. They would have never done it. They wouldn't have done it for another reason also. In the case of Russia, the oil prices would have been so low that they wouldn't have been able to afford it, because you would have had $40 a barrel oil, and at $40 he could not have prosecuted the war. But at $115 he made a fortune and makes a fortune with the war. It's up there.
Hey, Gay Elephant, thank you for jumping over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate that.
And now, I don't know if you've been watching, it's getting up there again now. So give me 4 more years and I will give you the end to this horrible globalism that's killing our country. I'll give you the return of the United...
Yeah, honestly, Mr. Anderson, I could definitely do with Harriet Tubman on the 20 instead. Remember when that was being proposed? I would much rather Harriet Tubman be on the 20.
United States of America as the greatest and strongest industrial nation in the history of the world. Together we will dismantle the corrupt power structure that has feasted on the suffering of the American auto worker and the workers of any kind, not just auto workers, workers of any kind. We will cast from power the financial forces that have turned American cities into ghost towns.
See, again, I would argue that what he just said right there is another anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic dog whistle, right? Because if he was talking about, like, capitalism, that would make sense. But he's talking about the financial forces, right? And, like, the financial forces are just capitalism.
Gay Elephant.
Kyryu, thank you for gifting a sub to Gay Elephant. I appreciate that very, very much. But, like, he's not saying, you know, oh, these loan programs. He's not saying, oh, capitalism and, like, the system itself is inherent. No, he's saying the financial forces, as in there are evil forces in the world that control the finances that are trying to destroy our civilization. Which, again, is just neo-Nazi talking points. It's just white supremacy repackaged.
To build skyscrapers in Beijing, China. We will wield every lever of government to defend you and to hold accountable
100%,
those
Steve.
who have profited from the betrayal and suffering of the American factory workers. So sad to see. As your 47th...
Yeah, honestly, again, he toots his horn constantly about... you know, how he would have done such a good job in Afghanistan.
Doing it for the big BWA energy. BWA 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 BWA.
Trans Girl Jade, thank you for getting the tier 3 sub. I hope you enjoy the extra bling in chat. God damn, I really appreciate that. Got that big BWA energy today. But yeah, no, Trump constantly toots his own horn right? When it comes to like, oh, I would have done so much better in Afghanistan. The reason there was peace in Afghanistan during his campaign was because he literally made a deal with the Taliban to release all of the prisoners the US had in their custody. And then he did it. He released all of the Afghanistan prisoners related to the Taliban. He did it. He made a deal with the Taliban to do that. And then he has the audacity to toot his horn about how he would do such a much better job of pulling out. You literally freed their biggest assets in our custody. Man.
President
Fuck
of
Trump.
the United States, I will be your protector. I will be your advocate, and I will be your greatest champion, the greatest champion.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, any of the U.S. losses that happened during the pullout are directly attributable to Donald Trump and his deal with the Taliban.
You've ever had. On day one, I will terminate Joe Biden's electric vehicle
Oh,
mandate.
Mr. Anderson, it's been great to hang
And I
out
will
with you
cancel
two.
every job-killing
Love to see you in
regulation that is
chat.
crushing American auto workers. I will unleash a thing called American energy. Stop
Hey,
the
Gay
ban
Fetch.
on
Welcome
the
back.
internal combustion engine. And we will drill, baby, drill, and we will make zero environmental difference.
Stop the ban on the internal combustion engine. Again, there are still going to be there are still engines in electric cars, dude.
It will have zero environmental difference, zero. In fact, if anything, it's probably cleaner than what they're doing. But it'll save your family a yearly fortune and give you a much better way of life. You're losing your way of life. I will then go to every foreign country where we're paying billions and billions of dollars for their military defense, as I was doing before, and tell them that if they do not massively increase their purchases of Ford, Chevys, GMs, and Jeeps, our troops are packing up and we're coming home. You got to buy our products. You got to buy our products. And that's going to be the least of it. And if we can afford to send hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine, then we can afford to have an auto industry that pays our workers a good living wage and keeps our workers working. Having a vibrant car industry is far more important than almost anything we can do for a very important thing called national security. We need a rebirth of loyalty in this country. To that end, we will bring back a very beautiful word, protection, financial protection. You're going to be protected financially while we still have the power to do it. You know, there's a run on our currency. They want to take away our currency standards. If that happens, that's the worst thing to happen maybe in our country's history. It'll put us in a much different position. But take a look at what's happening. Countries are leaving our standard. In reality, protectionism never truly went out of fashion. Our corrupt politicians just stopped protecting American jobs and workers, and they started.
But the thing is, we're not even losing gas stations, right? Like, the gas stations are just going to be supplemented by electric charging stations. They're effectively the same thing. If anything, you spend more time at the gas station so they can sell you more stuff, and it's going to be better for gas stations. Like, what is he talking about? Man, dude. Left is best, Sochian. I can't imagine having the brain rot necessary to sit through an entire hour of this man talking and walk away thinking that you, like, just heard some sort of political revelation. I don't get it, man.
Started protecting the jobs and workers in China and Mexico, Germany, South Korea, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam, many other countries too. Under the Trump presidency, patriotic protectionism will be the new American way. We want to be protected. That's what we have our...
Protectionism isn't necessarily a good thing? Like, just blanket protectionism isn't good? this seems to be the logic of someone who heard the term protectionism is like, oh, protectionism. Protecting people is good, and like just that was the end of it, you know?
Our government for we want protection in many ways, and we're going to stop the crime in our cities, and we're going to stop the crime in our country. And we're not going to be nice about it. We're not going to be nice about it.
Okay. So you're going to be violent when it comes to stopping crime. Okay, elaborate.
That means protecting our workers, protecting our wages, protecting our jobs, protecting our industries, protecting our communities, and protecting...
Are we going to protect our workers against wage theft, the largest form of theft routinely practiced in America? We going to protect workers from that? Interestingly, it's never Republicans who talk about wage theft. Pretty curious, huh?
Our great, something you don't hear about very much anymore, a great American dream. We had an American dream. You don't hear about that with this guy. This guy walks up yesterday, looks like he's going to fall over.
Yep, exactly, Rakasan Dragon. Protectionism can be good when applied in strategic ways, right? It's not good when you're just a blanket protectionist doing that always. You know, we live in an international economy. That's not an approach that works.
Over standing in front of some people. Looks like he's going to fall over. This is not a leader. The whole world is laughing at us. They respected your leader. Whether you like your leader or not, they respected your leader. They said, we're not going to mess. We're not.
Yeah, and exactly, Steve L. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, hydrogen, like, you know, was used in place of, like, gas. We'll see, you know, we'll see what ends up happening. Hey, X.Eyes, thank you for jumping over to riverboat.gg. Oh, true. We have to protect the American working class from becoming the American middle class. That's true. We have to protect them. If they become middle class, they'll be able to own their own homes and do things like have gauche pink flamingos in their yard. We have to protect them from this horrible, horrible circumstance.
Not gonna mess. Upon taking office, I will impose an across-the-board tariff on foreign-made goods. I will also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. That means that if China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200 or 300% tariff or tax, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of 100, 200, or 300%. What could be more fair? Right? What could be more?
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna go great, dude. That's exactly how trade works.
I will revoke China's most favored nation. Can you believe they have a most favored nation status? Because they say we are a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too. When you look at our cities, we're developing. We're developing in the wrong way. They are doing the worst job. Democrat mayors, Democrat governors. And we will impose stiff penalties on China and other trade abusers. Foreign auto parts manufacturers.
No. Well, look. You say you can't just put a tariff on all imported goods. Okay, but that was before the age of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is here to tell America that we can do anything. That with Donald Trump, anything is possible, including putting tariffs on every imported good. That's the way forward. Anything is possible through Trump, including absolutely pants-on-head stupid policies.
Will be among our first targets. We're going to bring it home from China and other foreign countries on a very grand scale. That's you, McGee. All right? That's you. And because we want all Americans to win and win big from these policies, we will insist that as tariffs on foreign countries go up, because they tariff us crazily, and then we have these stupid people, some congressmen, some senators that say, no, sir, we shouldn't tariff them, but they're tariffing us. It doesn't matter, sir, it's free trade. I say, is this guy okay? But when those foreign countries tariff us, taxes on American workers, which is really what it is, small businesses and middle-class families, we will be doing the same to them, and you will watch things happen.
Trying to think of a sex toy tariff joke, but it's slipping out of my fingers. That's from all the lube.
You won't even believe For one thing, you're going to bring back jobs at levels. You know, China, they put a big tax on us when we sell a car, a truck, or anything.
They said the Great Depression was the fastest an economy has ever gone down the shitter. Well, with MAGA, all things are possible. We'll send our economy even faster down the shitter.
And they say to the American companies, we don't want your trucks from America. Come over and build a plant over here. So they're building plants all over China. How stupid is it? We should do the same thing. And we started doing the same thing, and we were doing the same thing. I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country, larger than the Reagan tax cut. And we'll do it again. We'll deliver tax cuts, the likes of which you've never seen before. You will do better, make more money, and have a more secure job than you've ever had before.
Okay, I'm just pausing this really quick because this is actually pretty funny. Here's a quick clip. Now, remember, with the Hunter Biden stuff that's been being thrown around by MAGA Republicans, they've basically just been really cagey about what the actual charges are they want to bring against Biden.
Peoples to come over to site chat.
Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to X'd Out Eyes. That is very kind of you. Getting all the unsubbed people on the riverboat.gg train. Hell yeah. But this is a Republican representative when just asked simple follow-up questions about, you know, Joe Biden being indicted over the Hunter Biden allegations and what exactly they have. Let's just take a quick listen.
You explain the timing then of the August 6th WhatsApp message. Why is that evidence of some wrongdoing?
I'm not an expert on the timeline. I would love to have President Biden and his family to tell us about all the timelines.
But if he's not the president or the vice president at that time, where's the wrongdoing? He wasn't even a candidate for president at that time.
He was a candidate.
In August 6th of 2017?
Apparently, what source are you with?
I'm with NBC.
So apparently you'll never believe us.
I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm asking you a very direct question. You presented a piece of evidence that you say came on August 6, 2017, that demonstrates that Joe Biden was using political influence to help his son. If he wasn't a political figure at that time, the first WhatsApp message you put up, how does that demonstrate that there's some sort of political influence being put over him if at that time he's not an elected official?
I'm definitely not going to pinpoint one item. I think we've outlined...
You presented it. It was your first thing that you brought up.
So apparently you don't agree with it. So
it's not that I don't agree with it. I'm asking you to explain it.
I'll take the next question.
Yeah, no, at the time, in 2017, Joe Biden wasn't running for anything. He was out of office. He was just chilling. Just Bing chillin'. Silliness. They do not have anything on Joe Biden, and it's so blazingly apparent, because if they did, they would talk about it. They'd be able to answer questions like this. They got nothing. All right, back to this.
Best of all, they will be fully paid for by outsourcers and foreign producers who will be paying trillions and trillions of dollars into our treasury for the privilege of doing business in the United States of America. Isn't that nice?
I don't think that's how that works.
Going to get rid of a big portion of our deficit, too. We're going to tariff and tax them, and you, the American worker, will be the primary beneficiary. And in conclusion, I don't need to tell anyone in this room what the globalists and trade abusers did to the people of Michigan. You've seen the lives wrecked. You've seen your family destroyed. In many cases, the families have been shattered and the communities battered, brutalized, destroyed economically and by crime. But my message to you tonight is that Michigan's abuse under Joe Biden will end, and I will take you to new heights never dreamed of before.
We will make Michigan the city on the hill, shining and gold. I honestly cannot tell if when Trump says globalist, he means Jew. He does. Like, I don't know if that's his intent, or if, like, he internalized that rhetoric from just, like, other conservative figures. But, that is effectively the meaning behind what he's saying, you know?
Even dreamed of. The Wall Street predators, the Chinese cheaters, and the corrupt politicians have hurt you. I will make you better. Very simple. I will make you better. For years, foreign nations have looted and plundered your hopes, your dreams, and your heritage, and now they're going to pay for what they have stolen.
What? Foreign nations looted your heritage? How? Explain. Citation needed.
And what they have done to you, my friends. Going to do it together. We're going to take their money. We're going to take their factories. We're going to rebuild the industrial bedrock.
We're gonna sneak over the border, and we're gonna pick up their factories and sneak it back over the border real quick so they don't notice.
Of this country, like it used to be many, many decades ago. By the time this battle is over, the rusted out factories will not be here in Michigan. They'll be in Beijing, Shanghai, and other parts of the world. Taking it back. We're taking it back, and it won't be hard. The gleaming new buildings and roaring production lines will be built in Lansing and Flint and Sterling Heights and Grand Rapids and Pontiac, Dearborn and Detroit. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been preparing my entire life for this battle. We did such a great job 4 years ago. We were unfairly interrupted. Let's be nice about it. We were very unfairly interrupted, but in many ways this is better because we've seen what a bad job they have shown us, what a horrible job they do. And we'll be able to do things that nobody would have thought possible, and people won't be complaining even a little bit, because between crime and all of the jobs that have been stolen from us and all of the factories that have been closing, all of the bad things that have been happening with Afghanistan and with Ukraine and with everything, people will say, wow.
I will make all of the bad things go away. I alone can fix it. Don't look into where that rhetoric might come from. Don't open a history book, folks.
We want these changes.
In fact, history books are dumb and gay, and people who know about them are dumb and gay. And honestly, you should just burn them anyway. Just burn them, folks.
Changes to be made. We want these changes to be made very, very quickly. Just 3 years ago, we had a great economy and the strongest borders in our country's history. We had the best, strongest in our history. We were energy independent soon.
Again, like Rakkasan Dragon, you're 100% correct there. Like, the revival of the Rust Belt hinges on the success of the unions, right? But also, like, the Rust Belt is primed for being used as, like, the manufacturing hub for, like, renewable energy. And we talked about this earlier on stream, and, like, honestly, that's the dream, right? Revitalizing manufacturing in the United States for renewable energy. X'd out eyes, thank you.
To be dominant. We had no inflation. We had a rebuilt I rebuilt the entire military, United States military. We gave $80 billion. Think of it, brand new tanks and planes and goggles and 700,000 guns and rifles, 70,000. You make cars?
We sent them goggles.
Who has a used car lot with 70,000? And these are nobody. If you have 500 cars, they tell me that's a lot. You have 70,000, and these are armor-plated in many cases. These cost millions of dollars apiece, many cases. We gave them 70,000. Do you know that Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world right now? Can you believe it? They're selling all of this stuff that these guys just gave them. How stupid are we?
Citation needed. Because again, mostly the like standard operating procedure by the US military when you're pulling out is not to bring all the stuff with you. The operating procedure is to sabotage the stuff you're leaving behind. You sabotage the stuff you leave behind, you render it inoperable, and then you leave. Like the idea that oh they're selling all of the arms we left behind, but that's like not a thing they can do, really, like at all.
Stupid are we to allow that? We were getting out. I was the one that got it down. We were going to keep Bagram, the air base, because it's right next to where China, forget about Afghanistan, where China makes their missiles, nuclear missiles.
What?
It's 1 hour away. We were going to keep that. They ran from it. They ran from it. They left it. They left the lights on. They left the dogs, by the way, for those people that like the dogs. It's a big question. They left the dogs. But we were going to keep that. We were going to do a job, and we were going to be out. We were getting out with real dignity and strength. We weren't going to lose those 13 incredible souls that I met, the parents and family the other night. They're incredible people. They're so devastated. They don't talk about the 38 people that were literally no arms, no legs, the faces blown to pieces, and the hundreds of other people that died. All unnecessarily. Wouldn't have happened. You know, I spoke to...
Wait, how on earth is Bagram Air Base at all near where China is making nuclear missiles? What is he talking about? No, like actually, what is he talking about? Right? Like, this is Bagram Airport right here, right? You can drive and be in, you know, Pakistan. You can drive for an hour and be in Pakistan, maybe. But, if you want to be in China, like, that's gonna take a little bit more doing. What are you talking about? Like actually.
To Abdul, the head of the Taliban, we had a rough conversation. I said, listen, Abdul, don't kill any of our people anymore. You kill any of our people, we're going to hit you harder than anybody's ever been hit. And he said, but why do you send me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to figure that out. You'll have to figure that one out. You're going to have to figure that one out. But you know what? After that, for 18 months, not one soldier was killed in our country. They were sniping them and killing them. And he's still there. He's in charge. Can you imagine the feeling when they said, Abdul, the Americans have left. The soldiers are gone. He said, no.
Again, he's talking about the peace he bought by releasing thousands of Taliban fighters and leaders.
No, they would never do that. Only stupid people would do that. No, the soldiers have gone. Before we took the equipment, before we took our people out, we have hundreds of people, maybe thousands, but we have hundreds of people that are American citizens that are still there. We took the soldiers out first. That was the problem. And they should have used Bagram as their place because you had tremendous area. It wouldn't have been that disaster that you witnessed with the planes going up. Remember when Biden said, we'll never have a...
Well, they left at the Kabul airport because that's where the last troops in Afghanistan were, because the Taliban were advancing on the capital. Oh, he's right. The Taliban are now arms dealers. Terrorists are shopping for left behind American weapons. Damn. Okay. Oh, maybe they probably didn't disable the small arms. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Damn, you can get an AK-47 for $130. Huh. Oh, a knockoff AK-47. That makes sense. Damn, that sucks. Should have had a better plan to pull out. I wonder whose fault that was. Wonder whose fault that was.
Vietnam, with the helicopters going up, well, this was worse. This was a plane going up with people hanging all over the plane and falling from 3,000 feet in the sky. That's 3 times the height of the Empire State Building, by the way. Russia was not going into Ukraine. China was not going into Taiwan. We had our enemies in full retreat. They respected us all over the world. We were respected. Now we're laughed at as a country. And now we're coming back to do it all over again. And I promise you this, with me as your president, our opponents will lose and our American workers will be the biggest winner of them all. So with your help and with your vote, we will expel the globalists from our government. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House. We will put America and our workers first. We're going to put them first. And we will do something that's very, very special that I've been saying for a long time, and we had it
Very,
going
very
at a level
special.
that nobody ever thought possible. We will make America great again. So thank you. God bless you, Michigan, and God bless you.
Oh, thank God it's over. Thank God.
God bless
Oh.
America. God
Oh,
bless
thank
everybody
God.
in this room. Thank you all very much.
Oh, yeah.
So nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, finally. Oh, we are free. We're free, chat. We're goddamn free. I'm sorry I subjected all of you to that. Did you watch the debate yet? Yeah, we watched it live. But you can watch the VOD. I just returned, so I don't know if you talked about it, but didn't Trump give the order to pull out, then Biden just paused and then resumed it? Yeah, like, I don't know that Biden even paused it, because operations were already underway to pull out of Afghanistan. So, yeah, Trump basically initiated the process of pulling out of Afghanistan, and then handed the entire situation to Biden. Kind of just to be an asshole, to be honest, but hey, at least we're out now. Here, as a little bit of a treat,
Just
remember how I talked about how they really have nothing on, like, Joe Biden, like, to base, like, their indictment on for Joe Biden, and they also just don't really have anything for Hunter Biden, like, for his part in this grand conspiracy that implicates Joe Biden, right? Here's a wonderful, wonderful segment that I dug up from Fox News, where, again, keep in mind, on Fox News, one of their best, like, their top shows is called The Five. And on The Five, they have 4 hyper-conservative talking heads, right? You know, like Jeanine Pirro. And then they have the one token left-leaning person. And on The Five right now, that token left-leaning person is Jessica Tarlov. And she is actually just kind of fire. Like, she's had multiple segments recently where she has just decimated people on this show. And she's continuing that trend in this clip here.
Jessica, last word to you. Feel free to make it about
Generous.
me.
I really liked your read.
Thank you.
Oh, also for context in this segment, all the other hosts of the show talk about how, like, oh, we have a Hunter Biden wire transfer to Joe Biden, and it's Chinese money wired, and that is the smoking gun that will tie this all together. Okay, now Jessica Tarlov is up. Let's go, girl.
Wow, you went through that because it was a long read, and sometimes I struggle with those things. Okay. I think that we all know how wire transactions work. So when you fill out the information of who you're wiring it to, you don't write Big Guy's house, Wilmington, Delaware. You put in your account numbers, right? It goes to Hunter Biden's account. And James Comer knows this. He also knows that Hunter Biden's personal account, which was with Wells Fargo, had been registered in Wilmington, Delaware. He, by the way, moved back in with his parents, as many grown men do when they get divorced, in 2017. So not only did he have his bank account registered there, he had his personal credit card, his Apple account, and his driver's license was a Delaware.
So you can bribe the son of the presidential candidate. That's fine.
First of all, this is going on that entire period when Joe Biden was not a candidate.
It was 2019. He'd already announced.
Yeah, I actually checked the dates.
He'd
On the
announced.
announcement. The money went to Hunter Biden. When you have the money going to Joe Biden, then you're going to have progress
So you can
on
bribe
this.
the family members.
And James Comer, again, is misrepresenting this case completely.
Also, Jesse Waters knows that that he kind of messed up here, right? which is why he's trying to interrupt her.
To the American public, because he wrote a letter to the White House in January, making it clear that he knew that Hunter Biden's home address during this period was in Delaware. And I would add that Republicans are going to continue embarrassing themselves. Like the latest one, Congressman Jason Smith, I think he's from Missouri, this afternoon was giving a press conference where he laid out a timeline that, of course, was completely false. And an NBC reporter held his feet to the fire about it. And then he had to finally back down after he sputtered all over himself and admit that he's not a timeline expert. You can't have an impeachment and not be a timeline expert. And you can't have an impeachment based on
Democrats
wiring.
did that for twice. You got to move on, Jessica. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm
Anyway, I
I'm
do.
so
All right, here we
annoying,
go.
yeah.
Up next, Joe Biden's dog chomping down on another Secret Service agent.
She had them by the balls. She had them by the balls throughout that entire segment. She had to explain basically how wire transfers work to a room full of people who know how wire transfers work, and they know that this is not a smoking gun connecting Hunter Biden with Joe Biden. It's just showing that Hunter Biden got paid money. It's not that the money was then transferred to Joe. That's not how that works. Incredible stuff. How we doing, folks? How we doing? We are actually coming up on hour 8 of the stream. I think I'm gonna call it a night. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the subscribe over on YouTube. If you're not subscribed yet, hit the subscribe button. And consider hitting a like on the stream before you go if you haven't yet. And if you're watching over on Twitch, please hit the follow button. I would really love to see you back here again sometime soon. And again, the numbers are just being a cock tease recently because we're sitting at 9,192. We need 8 more follows on Twitch, and we just aren't getting them. It's very frustrating. Or we're getting them, but like other people are unfollowing, so it's just fluctuating right there. It's very frustrating. Real Radhom is streaming. Well, we will probably raid Real Radhom. And thank you for telling me I look nice today, chat. I really tried, and I really wanted to look nice. And I'm glad that you think I do. And we'll be back tomorrow with a People's Court subathon stream. So make sure to show up if you just want to have some fun times. And if you're over on YouTube, keep in mind we'll likely be streaming tomorrow night over on twitch.tv, or you can find me over on riverboat.gg, because People's Court, we stream clips from the People's Court, and that gets slapped down real hard on YouTube, but not so much over on Twitch. So consider coming on over for that, if for nothing else. Have a great rest of your week plus weekend. Thank you very much, Steve. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend too. Oh, goodness. You look better than nice. Thanks for thinking I look fucking hot. And with that, we are going to raid into Real Radhom. Let's go. I am exhausted. This stream was huge. Thank you all for being here and supporting me. It means the world. And I hope we can see each other again real soon. And I hope you enjoyed your stay. Good night, everybody. Just subbed on YouTube? Hell yeah, Steve. Let's go. Bye, everybody.